It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
Welcome, viewers, to LATAM Stage 2, Day 2 here on your Rainbow Six channel. I am Corbeck, alongside me, of course, Gibson and Whippet, as we get ready to jump into some LATAM South action. Happy to have you boys back for Day 2. We had an exciting Day 1 here, gentlemen. A lot more competitive in LATAM South than I thought we were going to be, Gibson. I mean, just look at that first match.
Oh, I didn't know what region I was doing when we got started on Monday. We had an 8-7, a 7-5. Usually we get 7-2s and 7-3s left, right, and center, but this is a development league, and boy did these teams develop over the course of the long summer. Teams are looking so much better than they did last stage, and I think it's a positive sign for things to come.
And to know that we've seen a lot of improvement from some of these teams making evolve. What really want to highlight, Vasco, not the performance they would have expected from them.
No, definitely not. I think that was probably one of the biggest shocks, if not the biggest shock of the day, was that Vasco lost so badly to Alpha Team. I mean, we'll dive into that a little bit later on, but let's get a look at our standings in just a second here, because they're going to show us some things that I think surprised even us. Again, it was a lot of surprises, and because of that win over Vasco here, Gibson, Alpha Team sitting at the top.
Yeah, Alpha Team, we had the conversation about them on the broadcast on Monday, and we were talking about how they could be kind of the dark horses for me, the team that I think could take the whole of the South, and they definitely showed massive steps forward. Martin was phenomenal. Gaspro, now full-time as a player, not as a coach, really stepped his game up. But Slater, I have heard from speaking to people in the team and in and around LATAM, that Slater is the best mechanical player in the South, according to them. And when he pops off, Alpha Team really could take that next step.
Really excited to see how Revan evolve going through the stage as well. You know, an unknown quantity going into this. You know, they had a performance, they beat Alpha during the qualifiers to get here. Their first showing was very impressive from me, and a team that I think has got a very high ceiling as we get to that latter stages of this opening.
Well, 7Rex has a big game coming up today here on their schedule. And I mean, there are a number of matches, I think, going in today that are going to have some sort of serious impacts on the opening here of the season, Whippet. But that's 7Rex versus Vasco. Big opportunity for both those teams to kind of make their mark here early on.
This is where we need to see Vasco step up and find a way to really find the form that we saw them have in stage 1. Now, obviously, we mentioned a lot on our last broadcast that the departure of Dante from this side has left them feeling a little bit like they haven't found their new identity. 7Rex might be able to exploit that to get themselves more points, but proving ground to see where Vasco lies. They've learnt lessons from their first defeat of the season.
Right, and you know, Gibson, looking to another, I think, big matchup, and perhaps a matchup that has the potential to be another overtime stunner, kind of like what we saw in match 1 yesterday, is that Knights versus Alpha Team game, just considering the Alpha Team performance and the strength of the Knights.
Yeah, the Knights, of course, went all the way to overtime in their matchup, but still won it. They got 2 points on the board and played A1, but realistically, if you're new to LATAM, when you think about Knights, they're probably the best team play team in all of LATAM. Sorry,
right.
They've been together the longest. They've got all the chemistry that you could possibly want for a team in a region like this. Well, Alpha, I think they are the most mechanically skilled team in LATAM South. So if they get all their players, properly firing on all cylinders, it doesn't matter how good Knights team play is, Alpha should be able to take that win. But as I said before, they're experienced. They've been in this position before. They've been together for a long time. You cannot rule out Knights getting a good result in game number 3 of the night either.
Yeah, if it hadn't been for that close match against Mayham Evolve, I think we'd still very much be on the train that this is night stage, right? Their opportunity to go to a major. But of course, they did struggle against Mayham Evolve. And our first match of the day here, Mayham Evolve versus Malvinas Gaming, is an opportunity for the ME side to continue to just kind of push this narrative that they're a serious contender forward, right? But when we look at them, you know, they had some sort of maybe struggles against on entry and what have you, but still taking Knights to overtime is an impressive achievement.
It is, especially considering that we went to Nighthaven Labs in a map that takes a lot of, I think, strategy from sides to break down. I was very impressed with the way they were able to adapt mid-round to the challenges they were dealing with, especially the fact, as you mentioned, that they weren't really getting in the building. The entry game was pretty poor from them, and all that stems from the IGL calling of Redder being good and adaptable in those difficult moments. Couldn't get the 3 points or the 2 in overtime, but a side that has took that step up during the summer break. Very intrigued to where it goes. In Fame, quiet performance the opening day that would compared to what we were used to in Stage 1. But Kurz and VJ, very, very potent players for this side, so of course, keep an eye on those two.
Yeah, I actually want to follow up on that because obviously Redder is the IGL and Fame is the entry. They're the 1-2 punch. But for Mayham, they didn't even turn up on that first day, really, by their standards. It was the good play of Kurz, VJ, and Dirty that brought that game as deep into overtime as it did. So it just goes to show that if we get the Redder and the Infame that we saw in glimpses and flashes in Stage 1, this is another team that has come on leaps and bounds. Remember, Mayham Evolve, Stage 1, they were the definition of hot or cold. They were either the best team in the server or they didn't show up at all. They've come on a long way. They've taken Knights to overtime. They've shown that they've improved. Let's see if those improvements can continue against a team that you'd feel like this is one of those must-win games for both of these teams.
That's the thing, because as good of an opening as it was from Mayham Evolve, despite them not getting the win, Malvinas opening was not noteworthy at all. I mean, with it, I don't want to say they're doomed. It's far too early in the season to say that, but what can they kind of build around here with these players to try and get back into form against Mayham Evolve?
The biggest thing is they have to look very carefully at the opening loss that they suffered and try and find the weak points and cracks in what they were trying to do from this one. York's a player that I had, it was pretty good in terms of individuality, Aka there, but the team play, I think, is a little bit lacking in the side, so that's where they need to work on.
Right, well, of course, this is all going to be determined somewhere, and just where that somewhere is about to be determined here by our map vetos. Let's go ahead and look at where we'll be here today, Gibson. Well, we will not be seeing labs to start us off as we did on day one.
No labs, no bank. All of the LATAM South maps from day one have already been taken out of the pool. We're going to Chalet this time around, and remember that little voice in the back of your head? Remember how good Infame is for Mayham on Chalet, on the Ash. This could be a very fun game between both of these sides. And Chalet, of course, a map that both of these two teams played several times in Stage 1.
Both teams should have a lot of experience on this map. We've seen that Malvinas with Infame has had a lot of success on this in terms of being able to get entries and have those spectacular numbers performances. But considering their form and the team play this map can take in the current climate, I'm very intrigued to how things are going to shape up again. And of course, a big note, of course, we're on the new patch. No Scopos in play from that just being placed in quarantine as of today. So is a new patch, of course, from what we played previously in this. So intriguing to see what teams can find an advantage on that.
Yeah, some slight changes obviously coming down the pipeline there, some things for them to take into account. But, I mean, we're reasonably confident in saying most of the teams have prepared for that, right? Like, they know that there's some things that are going to have to change just a little bit. I think what interests me, though, about this match, you mentioned Infame, right? Obviously being a big fragger. But both of these teams in their Ray 1 matches were very fragging oriented. I mean, all of LATAM was, Gibson. But just specifically, these two, Mayham Evolved, it was all gun all the time. Is that going to carry over here?
I hope not. You know, like, I think one of the next steps for Mayham was to step away from just trying to brute force it, bringing in a little bit more of a tactical side. So I think the brute force option's always a good plan B, but let's see if they can get that plan A going a little bit more. I know in Chalet it is a map that sometimes you end up on plan B more often than not, but it still should be a good opportunity to show what they can do. The big scary thing for this map is Malvinas. Remember, this isn't the same Malvinas that we saw in Stage 1. No. They've got a couple of player changes. They didn't really have the day they would have wanted on play day 1. So let's see if they can show a little bit of improvement. Because remember, you've only got 1 day turnaround. They didn't have a lot of time to lick their wounds to get ready for today's game.
Yeah, and to kind of follow on from that, looking at Malvinas, you said it's not the same. I mean, Whippet, we know that they basically replaced their entire squad except for Forward Bears. Everybody else is different now. you know, you look at them, they lost their first match. They're coming in today. You talked about them kind of learning from their mistakes. I mean, what do you say to them as a team to kind of put them in a better headspace here as Mayham evolved, considering how fresh they are?
The biggest thing is forget the result that happened just one day ago at this point. You're gonna completely blank your memory of it, learn the lessons from it, but don't let that be a shadow of this going into it, and play their own style. Chalet in this region is a map that I think a lot of teams are comfortable with. We saw a lot of use of this map in Stage 2, so I'd be very confident to say that these teams will be comfortable here, and that's how they need to play. They need to play confident and comfortable, even in the shadow of what happened last time out.
Well, folks, that is the table set right there. Dinner will be served. A good matchup on Chalet right after this.
Whip it. Guess
Yes.
what?
Chalet.
We are
LATAM.
so back. We are so back. We're up and running. Mayham Evolve, taking on Malvinas on Chalet. And Whip it, let's just be real. Has there been any other map with as crazy moments as what Chalet has given us in LATAM over the course of the last year?
Gibson, if you just say insert name here and has it given us moments in LATAM, the answer is yes, except Nighthaven Labs. Maybe later so far in this season. But Chalet, a map stylistically, I think is going to suit these teams to an absolute dime. Both teams like to play aggressive, in your face, and rely on the rifles to get a lot of work done. Mayham Evolve look very good coming into our stage 2 here at Malvinas. A complete rebuild of their team from stage 1, haven't quite hit the ground running, so I think it will be a test for them, especially when Mayham Evolve have Infame. And for anyone who didn't watch stage 1, follow that tab for that. Infame on this map, it's not uncommon to see a 20 bomb arriving from that very, very talented player. And Gibson, our bans already rolling out, and are we even surprised Monty was first to go?
Yeah, Monty's ban rate's gone through the roof, and the problem is, and we saw it yesterday, if you ban Monty, teams are going to bring Blitz. If you ban Blitz, teams are going to bring Monty. So yesterday we had Monty and Blitz bans. Ying being removed, though, one of the most effective 3-2-1 go operators in the game. Valk on a map like Chalet can get tons of value, especially on the roam game when you think about all the spots you can get those cameras. Final ban Whip it, it's pick and choose your poison. Is it going to be Azami? Is it going to be someone else? It'll be Azami, no surprises there.
Yeah, none at all. Considering the effect Azami can have on this map, not too shocked at all. And so, this is going to be a ban phase that looks very kind of in line with the bans that we've seen all across LATAM so far. Boring gaming our very first sight between these teams. I'm very intrigued to see how we watch the Malvinas offense break this down. Initial picks look to be what we'd imagine from this, but of course, attacker repick means we'll probably see a massive amount of repick. And of course, anyone joining us on this broadcast maybe thinking that they might get to see the brand new operator Scopus in effect. As of earlier today, an official communication from Ubisoft has said Scopus has entered a quarantine until further notice, so there will be no of that new operator. But of course, we are on our brand new patch and get an insight of this one, as we already see some repicks happening, 3 in rapid succession, as the Flores, Lion, and Capitao, all brand new additions to the offensive lineup of Malvinas.
Even more interestingly about the fact that today is the new patch, I was speaking to the teams and they found it very difficult to get any scrims on the new test server over the course of the last 2 weeks as well. So this is really one of the first looks that we're going to get of these teams on this version of the game, because they did not get to scrim it, because, you know, Brazil teams are playing their cards close to the chest. It can be a situation where a lot of the LATAM teams will play their cards close to their chest as well. So this is a brand new world for everybody on this new patch, but it might be a brand new world, but we are seeing what is a very standard setup for defending this top floor.
Yeah, brand new patch in the same old Chalet, but it's not going to be the same old attacking lineup before you mentioned, or when I last handed off to you. We have the addition of Sens and the Glass in combination. I'm very intrigued to see what this is going to be in terms of execution, how they make that work. Malvinas, it's going to be a very brave decision from them. Clearly, confidence to bring this one out. To get into the early stage of the round. Warden stacked up on Mezzanine might be a massive detriment. They can't really smoke him out of this position, but the player down in main lobby will act as that threat. Just patience so far. Malvinas need to hunt for this opening pick, as Venom upstairs will help shore up that office side and make it very difficult to get entry from Solarium. At least make that unnoticed.
Yeah, the scary thing for the attacking side of Malvinas is the fact that it is a Warden that's facing the other side. So if they try to do anything with the Sens, with the Glass in and around Library, they've got the perfect counter for that scenario. Whip it. I'm just going to ask. You seeing the same thing I am?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
I'd say that I am seeing
not going crazy.
Of course, I'm seeing G2's Fender skin. And if you are interested in supporting your favorite teams, the R6 share program, all the legacy skins for teams who are still competing are now available. So if you want the old Thatcher skin for Fnatic, you can of course go grab that in the store.
Okay. Sorry, I was just logging into the store there, Whippet, to buy that skin.
Exactly.
That's what took me so long.
You should you should also. I mean, of course, we have a team from here, from LATAM, LATAM South in particular, with the skin in the game, Knights.
Oh my god,
Very
you're
good
still
skins.
trying to get the Knight skin. Oh my god.
I went and bought my own skin to rep LATAM, Gibson.
Put it on the timeline. Put it on the timeline. I don't believe you. Put it on the timeline.
I will happily do that, of course. So, we're yet to see this first round conclude. We'd imagine it might be going on in the background as we get ready for this one, Gibson. But we can talk a little bit about the results that we've seen from these teams so far. Of course, Mayham Evolve. Not the best result in the opening play day from them, but I'll lean more on to what we saw. Sorry, Malvinas, not the best result. Mayham evolve. I want to really talk about how they were able to play up against the Knights and how they made that a difficult one at Haven Labs 2 days ago, 1 day ago.
Yeah, they got a point on the board having forced overtime in that matchup. Full overtime match point, by the way. It wasn't just over and done with once we got into overtime. I think that the positive side for Mayham with that result is the fact that they did it without their 2 most dynamic players even having a big game. You know, we did not see the best version of Redder. We did not see the best version of Infame. So it told us that the other 3 players stepped up against the best team in all of LATAM. Malvinas on the other side, though, with it, it's a complete rebuild. They've kept, I believe Forby is the only player that's held on from the old version of this roster. We've seen some other players with tier 1 LATAM experience join the side as well. And you know what? We saw attempts to do the right things on Monday night. But as you would expect for a team that is so new, they did struggle at times. And to be honest, they didn't really get the most favorable matchup on that day as well. Like, you think about what 7 Rex are able to do and what we've heard about some of the qualifiers from them. They're going to be a very difficult team to beat. So for Malvinas, I wouldn't be too upset about that result.
No, I do think it was stylistically possibly one of the worst matchups that they could have had at this early stage of the competition. But with this format, with how condensed you are, and the fact that you do have a double round robin, so you will have to play everyone in your respective region, LATAM North or South, twice. It is important to get those victories early and get points. It's why just even that single point from Mayham Evolve is so massive for them as they move towards the, finishing out this week. They can end up with 4 points if they have a good result here or whatever, because it is going to be very tight towards that top. We are going to have that very competitive, I think, upper end in LATAM South. We're going to see Knights do well. Alpha, if they keep their form running, are going to be a very dangerous side, and 7 Rex, from what they showed so far, are going to be dangerous as well. So we have 3 teams that are going to be in very close contention for that number 1 seed coming out of LATAM South, and every little point counts, and maybe Malvinas might be kicking themselves a little bit. They couldn't have at least got themselves to overtime at bare minimum.
Yeah, so just so we let all the people at home know, we are in a little pause for the game and what we're going to do. So you don't have to listen to Whippet and I yap or even go to the extreme of playing I Spy. I was going to say Tree, by the way, if you wanted to guess what my I Spy would have been. We're going to jump into a quick break. When we come back, we will hopefully have the continuation of this game between Mayham and Malvinas. We'll be back with you as soon as possible. Welcome back, and everyone, to the LATAM League. Now, look at me, listen to me. When I snap my fingers, you will forget that there was ever a technical pause, and we definitely did cast the last 2-3 rounds. Whip it, you're back in the room.
Thank you, Gibby. I'm awake. I want to see Mayham evolve. Find 3 rounds. He found 3 rounds here against Malvinas Gaming. Greatest round of Siege I've ever seen play. I saw chat, you guys saw it too. I saw you guys talking about the flick shots, the 3Ks, the massive plays we saw from Mayham. Got us here. Lead by 3 here on Chalet. Thoughts, Gibson?
What a performance has been so far by Mayham.
And there we go. Infame has got every kill so far.
He's 15-0. He's 15-0. That's what's happening. So, look, let's, put the hand across the face. We are now in serious mode. So, let's just pretend this is, of course, the first round. So we're getting a chance to look at both these sides.
It's in fact the 4th round, though.
No, but we pretend from a casting perspective.
I'm living in. No, I'm locking in right now. It's round number 4, Gibson.
We've seen nothing, man.
We saw the prep phase of the opening round. That's all we need, right? That's everything for it, of course.
Is that it? Right, okay, so, looking at the setup, obviously you got a bit of a roam game being played by Mayham Evolve. They want to make it really difficult for Malvinas to make their way towards Kitchen Boat, but a full extension, the Dokkaebi Logic Bomb coming in, will of course give away the position of VJ, who is more than happy to give up all that space because vertical control has now been established by Malvinas.
I was moving my desk, Gibson. What a wonderful time to throw to me. But the pressure held now on Ivy Stairs in the hands of VJ. It's going to be very important to lock this down. We see those red silhouettes getting to creep up on him. Utility sent out. The first flashbang arrives. Doesn't blind him. He can escape at this point. So he should be able to reach it all the way. The guy also on live presents a massive trouble for Malvinas on this entryway. And we talked about it in our pre-show. How Malvinas have struggled on their entry game. They really haven't had the best time with it. see if they can find some solution here. No, Aka is going to get himself inside a dining room. An option to try and find this, but no blue silhouettes lurking anywhere close from the defensive team. Not really under threat from him, but do they have the information to know that might be an issue to deal with later on?
Yeah, what I love about this is the fact that you have Infame playing up in Coffin inside of Library, a position that was made pretty impressive by Leon Gids in this exact site a few years ago, back in the Berlin Major, when he was able to go for a really late round flank. But you gotta be careful if you're Malvinas. Do you know that he is here? Because he could be a massive thorn on your side. 45 seconds left, and as you can see, Infame still under no real pressure to move just yet. Well, but a lot of time has been utilized by Malvinas and no real benefits from it just yet.
I feel like they really got in their own head about this. They realized they had to go for a roam clear and take control of this map, but it's not worked for them. Kurz finds the opening, Santos falls by that nitrocell, and at this point, you got 25 seconds. The round is essentially done at this point. You have to dive in, last second play. Infame will only add more fire, fuel to that fire, and it's just going to be picked up one by one. Dirty gets one of his own, well, as well as Ryder. 5 versus 1. Job is done. This is going to be Mayham have all find themselves their 4th round in a flawless fashion. Alarm bells ringing for Malvinas, perhaps.
Yeah, the flawless round number 4, by the way. We're just going to go with, we're going to run with that narrative as we move to round 5. But I think the big problem there was the fact that Malvinas got so hyper-focused on the Mayham Evolve roam, like you said, that they essentially spent 2.5 minutes roam clearing. And do you know what they didn't actually do when they were doing the roam clear?
Oh, I know, I cleared the roam.
Exactly. You saw on the kill feed that in from the corner, inside of Coffin and Library, Infame was able to get a kill late in the round. So they cleared the map without clearing the map, and that led to massive problems for them whenever they were going or they execute. So 2 rounds left for Malvinas on the attacking half. Looking at the setup with it, nothing really revolutionary with this one as we go to bar games. You can see they've got the frost mat, obviously not as powerful as they used to be. You know, that patch came in quite a while ago now, but you're going to reinforce that wall into office with the shield, meaning that you can play on those library stairs without any real fear. You've got your warden playing the head holes looking in towards library. It's a pretty standard setup, and once again, the whole point of it is to force Malvinas to clear the top floor.
I want to circle back to the round that we've just seen playing for a moment before we get in the action here in round number 5. Malvinas, their droning was very lackluster in that. They had no idea of what Mayham's defensive structure was. Maybe during the prep phase, they saw that it was going to be a roam clear, or just committed to it because that's the idea that they wanted to it. They didn't actually know. They had a very broad strokes approach to it. Goes, we'll do a roam clear, but they didn't know how to do that roam clear. That's a scary thing as they move on to this round. They need to be able to pinpoint where these players are and focus pressure to clear them. They have utility like that Capitao, like that Flores to burn away positions, like that shield on mezzanine. They can use the fire to buy them some space and clear that corner. They need to use that better, and so far Malvinas look to be a bit sharper on this round, but it's still early days and it can all fall apart if one player gets caught by Dirty early.
Yeah, Dirty's just making sure that he doesn't get flanked, but as you can see, Infame is here as well to help us. He's still on that extended roam, but it's still very slow from the side of Malvinas. Yes, we're only 1 minute into the round as things stand, but they've utilized a lot of their drones already, just 6 left to work with, and they've not really gotten a lot of information or inroads from it. So Dirty is still able to play this position. Creeves now is going to reposition with the whole point of trying to press the player. There's your lion, your EDE. That's your signal to go for the push, to get the shot off, but Dirty will get himself one. Traded back by Forby instantaneously, and it's a clear going through library. This is much better, but Infame is still alive. Infame is still going to be a problem with it if they don't know he's here.
They need to get that information, but VJ might swing out wide. He'll get that confirmation. He's not going to get the credit for it. Forby does fall, and Malvinas down to a 4 versus 3 deficit. Mayham Evolve will just sit comfortably with this, but Forby jumps out. Oh no, gets that credit as VJ jumps out. Remember, Claymore's changed in this patch, so he finds a second one. Infame is there to catch that trade and bring us back to a level 2 versus 2. Tag teams in play now. Redder and Infame, a great combination. IGL and the most active gunner on this side together remaining to hold that line. Just 60 seconds. Revan and Flores remain. Lots of potential drones, and well, the power finds one. Creeves gets the credit, and Redder has been slain. All down to Infame, and there was one player who can step up in these moments. It's going to be Infame. He gets that drone clear, but look at that Gibson. He has the case. It's completely cold. They need to go to him, and he might have every advantage on the Fenrir.
Miss Drone.
Drone doesn't spot him, Gibby.
Oh, it gets him. Oh. It's found him at the second time of asking, but you know where the player is. You know he's got vertical control. 25 seconds left. He can drop the hatch. There you go. Get one. If he drops the hatch now or drops below, there's virtually nothing they can do. Another cam has been removed. He's dancing around. 19 seconds now, and Santos will drop. But as you can see, he's playing just by Ivy. They know exactly where he is, and well, Santos will find the head. Malvinas will take their first round on attack, and the scoreline now reads 4-1.
Much, much better from the side of Malvinas in that round. They get their opening a little bit late in this series, but job is done. And a lot of that comes down to that very well played and a better use of their drones. We saw the fact that he had drones all around Redder in those final moments. We were able to pick out exactly where he was. He couldn't do anything for free. So a much better and very clear idea and vision of what they wanted to do in this round. And that's going to be massive moving in to round 6, the last of the offensive half. This map tends to, in international play, be a little bit attacker bias we've seen so far in LATAM. Defense has been stronger across all the maps so far. The Malvinas, if they get themselves a second round, go into a 4-2 split on their defense, they could be in a great position.
It's one of those things, isn't it, where you're 4-0 down. If you win your last 2 rounds on attack, it's kind of like, you know what? That's not too bad. You kind of forget about the sins of your past whenever you get that 4-2 split.
Also, we didn't see those first 3 rounds. So
it didn't happen.
Well, they did.
No,
did.
If you're Malvinas, we didn't see them, didn't happen.
I'll play the
That's
heel.
the mental.
They did, unfortunately.
That's the mental. They got to take it. There, from what we've seen on broadcast, the score's 1-1.
You know what? You raise a valid point. I've only seen those 2 rounds in effect for this one. Mayham evolve, though, on their final defense. The only thing of note to me, actually re-jumping out, is going to be the addition of the clash upstairs in office and master bedroom.
You can get the tree. There you go, Redder.
He got it eventually. Clash is going to be a massive util sync, and that kind of problem, that bit of the bit of utility that the defense or offense needs to specialize to deal with, and 2 drones taken out at this early stage, so good economy for Malvinas in terms of information. They'll have to deal with the extended hold down inside of bar. Might be an issue for them as 2 players stacked up in supplies. Entryways towards library and lobby begin to make their way in.
It's not often you see a bar extension whenever it is the top floor, but it is a wrinkle to this defense that will force Malvinas to clear. And the one problem we've seen in the 2 rounds that we have witnessed so far is they're very slow on the roam clear. So you've got Infame playing inside a library, you've Redder playing just below. If Infame elects to drop down the hatch, that might bait them to chase, where you would have Redder potentially waiting inside of bar. But it is very slow at this point. Dirty playing freely over by blue stairs, which is not something you should be able to do this late into a round. On the site, VJ will of course get 1 kill, bring us into a 5 versus 4 as Creeves now will push up onto that Mez bulk. Let's see if he can do any damage. Forby will find 1, and look at that, Dirty trades it back.
They're going to be able to play close to that barricade and sneak 1 for free. Malvinas get a flurry and a 2-piece for them, brings us to that 2 versus 2, and Clash in a vulnerable position has to commit to getting that rifle out of that SMG. Has to play around it, but pinned into this bathroom, not a lot of space to work with. But you can try and get information on this, Ash. That red silhouette flanks from Solar is going to be a problem. You have to play and support your Clash, but they can't get there in time. And it's going to be crazy to get that final pick as Aka gets the kill on the Clash round. Very well done from Malvinas. They kind of ignored primarily what that defensive structure wanted. And we mentioned they got themselves that 4-2 split. They got themselves that extra round they need. They'll move to that favorable side in LATAM, and they're in a better position for it.
Yeah, 4-2, so Mayham evolved not as comfortable after their half as you would have expected, considering they were flawless in round 4, but credit to Malvinas for pulling this one back. They did a great job of isolating individual Mayham evolved players. There wasn't very much that the Clash could do with it. The support was way over by library side, and when you leave Clash in what is essentially a 1 versus 2, it's never really going to go Clash's way. So we switch sides. 4-2, of course, Mayham evolve now on the attack, and seeing what the side is up with, they have changed their entire attacking lineup.
Yeah, I think this is the right call. Of course, the benefits of that repick coming into it, like obviously, new patch, of course, going into effect, changes to how Nook's utility is going to get drained out better, and move. If you move, you don't lose as much of that timer on your hell reduction system. So, side swap. I often talk about how this 7th round is very influential for these teams. It either helps teams carry on momentum, or it can really be that serve breaking as you go on to that defense or offense, respectively. Malvinas need to get this next round. If they find it, that's 3 rounds, back to back to back, just like what Mayham done to them, and that can somewhat reset the energy of this matchup. So very much for their sake, they need to get this one.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Knock in play now as things stand, because obviously, as you pointed out, one of the biggest buffs that have gone to any operator over this most recent patch is the Knock buff. So let's see if we can see any utilization of VJ of the new way that the utility will work. But it's another extension here, so we're seeing the map be made incredibly large by both of these sides, and an opportunity missed there by a second from Santos.
Just, again, those small things. You miss an opportunity like that, you might live to regret it later on. A lot of pressure for the Lone Frost. Windows remain reinforced, and the angle not deep enough to check out towards mezzanine balcony, so you can't find that shot. Support is there from Kaid, caught in that swarm. There'll be a little bit of pressure finding them now as a second set of hives arrives around them. And he will be marked for now. So am I, and a great pick there. Redder finds the opening. Drops lobby hatch. Might be better for him as Infame gets into the action. Akko falls in library, and the defense of Malvinas begins to crumble. They know exactly where this Frost was. They had an encounter earlier on that round. They might be able to hunt them down. Don't have a crossfire established. Kreese gets one back at least, and that's VJ traded off. Malvinas still have a chance to claw this one back one by one.
Look, it's angles being held. It's a game of chess. They can isolate this player, but Creeves will find another one, and there's one from Santos. It is going to get traded back, but is it too little, too late? 2 players left, and the case will be picked up by Mayham Evolve, but you look at the HP. The striker cannot take any more damage. Sorry, Sentry, I should say, on the defense cannot take any more damage. 18 HP. Only get droned out as Fiore down in the basement below as well, so that gives you even more information on where these defenders are. At this point, Webber, you know, at most, there can only be 1 defender on site.
Yeah, they can use their skills of deduction for that to try and get out. But the question is, what do they do with that information? You have limited time, so you can't have everything go in your favor at this moment. Yellow ping goes out. They're fairly aware they can get in the site. They might try and get this case down. Infame will stick it. Dirty's there for the cover. Should have his eyes watching every angle. Trying to get those pre-fires to connect and the case goes down. Well, we'll see Infame dropping prone. A difficult fight to win. Very predictable position. But you're relying on the cover from the winner to be there. And you're going to let them try and creep deep forward. That nade should buy enough space. Infame steps up, but that's going to be a nasty fight to take. And now your only teammate is upstairs. And he's going to get caught napping. No! What's going to be that run out? It's going to be a scrappy one. Dirty gets it just about, though. Make him evolve, steal around.
Dirty got so lucky there. Malusi had him dead to rights, but Mayham Evolve extend their lead. That was a real map of back and forward, both teams trading kills over each way. As you've even said yourself, that prone position that we saw from the IQ, it's impossible to win a gunfight from there if they know where you are. So they get the kill. Oh, I'm gonna be honest. Twice in that round, Mayham Evolve got so lucky. Those final 2 kills from Dirty should not have gone the way of Mayham Evolve.
No, that was like Dirty got caught absolutely asleep on that rappel. Had no idea the players in library, and this is gonna be all I'll say with it, right? At the end of the day, your best laid plans can fall apart, but if you can just shoot better and click heads, you'll win. And that's an unfortunate one for that Malusi. You'd almost guarantee that's going to be a freebie. Unfortunately, not quite. Couldn't get the shots to connect, and we will see a 5th round going in favor of Mayham Evolve. Malvinas still weren't far away on their defense hold with barring games, but it's going to be difficult now with such a difference and such a valley between these sides in terms of the scoreline. Malvinas need to lock in and get themselves back bit by bit.
100%. You know, I've always wanted to see something in CG Sports.
Oh no.
And that
what do you wanted to see?
Games of Siege. Nah, I'm kidding. I've always wanted to see
Tremendous.
I've always wanted to see player heart rates during a broadcast.
Oh, you're bringing this back.
I would love to see what Dirty's heart rate was there when he surely thought he was dead twice.
Didn't even flinch. Ice cold. Ice in his veins, Gibson.
Yeah, because he got shot for 2 seconds and didn't react and still won the gunfight.
Built diff, man. Calm, cool, and collected.
It's great, but again, look at the drone positions. They've got a lot of information as to where this roam game that is being brought in from Malvinas is. So they've got a couple of opportunities now. Do you A, use your time in the early round to effectively clear that roam, get that kill, or do you say at some point that defender is going to have to rotate back to site and we know exactly where they are? It looks like they're going to go for the more standard approach and clear this defender from the top floor, and I think that's probably the right thing to do.
Mayham Evolve still need to be careful. Even though they've had dominance in this display so far, the fight for control of Solarium will be interesting. DeSanto is caught in that hive. He'll remain stationary. No one can really clear him from that position, so he's not too worried. Grenade goes deep, but not deep enough to find Cruiser. Actually, too deep on that staircase. He'll only take a small amount of damage for that, and he'll be comfortable just to sit there. He'll catch one for free. Redder, that's going to be a massive mistake. C4 out. Can't find a second one for it. And that nade doesn't buy that kill either. Flory gets in the action, Dirty Falls, and well, just like that, the defense of Malvinas have absolutely repelled the initial stage of this Mayham assault, but Infame finds 2 back just like that, and he walks on into office.
And they know where the other defender is, over by Solarium's side. So Infame gets himself a double. Santos will trade one back, finding VJ from Solarium. So still 2 defenders on this side of the map. They'll fall back to site now with just under a minute left to play in this 3 versus 2. Now you look at the HP of the teams, not really too much to differentiate them, apart from the fact that Malvinas have the extra player. Whip it. If they just stay calm, stay collected, and don't overextend any peaks on defense, this is all on Mayham Evolve to find these kills.
Mayham have a very, very difficult job ahead of them. Their own economy isn't the worst I've seen. No flashbangs, no grenades to work with, all realistically down to individual mechanical talent. Infame has that in plenty. Creeping around, looking out by West Main Wall. Not quick enough on that reaction. Kurz gets himself caught by Free. Infame quick to follow in the hands of the Vector. And Malvinas get themselves another round, and very, very well done from them. But I've got to call into question the decision from Redder just to rappel straight into Solarium. The nade had barely gone off. They didn't have confirmation to clear the staircase, and the replay will catch it. This one, absolute disaster class from Redder in that moment.
Yeah, and then the fact, even in the late round whip it, that there was a misdrone. So Brava went to drone the site, didn't drone inside a trophy corner. Like, Infame is standing right here, not realizing there's a defender over by the window, and because that defender did not flinch, did not move, it meant that whenever the player vaulted in trophy window, it was an easy double at the end of the round. I'm gonna get, you know what, we could say Mayham made a lot of mistakes. I'm going to give credit to Malvinas for holding their nerve on that defense. They didn't panic. You know, whenever the numbers were against them in certain gunfights, they held their positions, they did their jobs, and that was a very good end of the round for them.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. But with that, it's all down to, though, again, you might have your opposition make mistakes. Question is if you can capitalize when they make those mistakes, and we did see Malvinas do that. So Mayham Evolve not out of the woods yet, and one more round of their advantage has been scraped away. And we see the defense get themselves on a little bit of a roll. Boring games, our site of choice yet again for our 9th round here. Our lineups has remained basically identical to what we've seen from these teams so far. Don't expect major variations in terms of that. And for Mayham Evolve, the question's going to be, where will this entry arrive? It looks like from where these players are positioned so far, might be a threat. Down in basement early, they might just have someone poking to get themselves on that sort of window, and early damage taken. My 4B, who looks to get an aggressive play from that window and will pay the price for it.
And you know what? When you look at the operator lineup that's brought by Mayham Evolve, losing Warden early would not be the worst operator in this lineup to get rid of, because of the fact that, you know, there is no Ying. Ying's being banned. They've only got a few stuns to work with, but as we say, nothing ventured, nothing gained. A little bit more damage dealt. This time it's Wamai inside of Coffin Corner as they work to clear this position. The Wamai discs will capture the first bit of utility tossed this way, and there's the flames. Drop on through the hatch, down to 12 HP now, but they've cleared library, but they've still got a lot of ground to take on the top floor.
We hear that first set of highs arriving, but the newly increased weapon of that Nook finds the opening pick. Flory slain early. The opening pick goes for Mayham Evolve on the offensive side. They get that initial pressure from Office and Solarium. That will be scary. Ross might find a little bit of a threat lurking. That would have been a very audible clue that they're there. That shotgun opens up that hatch. They know someone's lurking. Have to find them. And Frost, you remain undetected, might be able to find one. C4 of Florby gets Infame. Could get a mankind advantage if the timing's right, but no. Entry has creeped themselves back in the bathroom, but patience for Santos might be a very, very big virtue. He might be able to pounce later on in the round.
We've seen this already from Malvinas, just staying patient, staying calm on the defense. Nook will step across though, and Nook is going to get taken down. Santos gets the kill, drops the hatch. 4 versus 3. Trying to get into a position for an execute. Kurz will find Forby as they now take full control of Library, and they know the Frost is over by that Library side. A lot of damage dealt already too. You can see AKA or Aka just one little smidgen of damage away from falling, but until you clear stock, you cannot go for the execute, you can't go for the plant, and that's the second flame dart gotten rid of, and AKA will get rid of Dirty.
Dirty's off the board. Malvinas have themselves an advantage by 1 player. In these final few moments, they'll grow that now as Creeves looks to get aggressive and is successful with it, as Aka gets one on the Kurz, and that is going to be one more round for Malvinas Gaming. Every single round they get is going to put more and more pressure on Mayham Evolve. Mayham Evolve have held the advantage the entire game so far. And if they lose that, it might be a massive blow to morale. And, well, you can definitely tell Mayham Evolve feeling the pressure. Body language in these moments doesn't look to be the upbeat team that we're used to so far.
And there's a few things that I got distracted by when you were talking there. One,
which was the urban map, eh?
Was Dirty's camera angle, which is beside his PC, and you can't see him at all. And the second one was, we had the chair bed on day 1. Now we've got the shoe bed. Did you see how many pairs of shoes were on that bed in the background as well?
I didn't, actually. I caught a glimpse. I saw a swoosh logo.
Yeah, put the shoes on the bed, bro. Come on.
Oh, they might be clean. They might be brand new. Celebration of LATAM Play Day 2.
The shoes stay on the bed.
What's the best room you've seen so far in our player cam perspectives, Gibson? Here in LATAM South.
7 Rex. It's the
7
fire
Rex,
hazard room.
The party room, I do enjoy that, actually. That was certainly up there on my favourites that I witnessed so far. Scoreline in this matchup now has us at 5-4. Advantage so with Mayham Evolve, but slowly and surely, Malvinas have dragged this back into a position where they can get control of this matchup here at round number 10 and bring themselves level for the very first time since Open. A very defensive lineup designed for Malvinas here to hunker down and hold the line when that pressure arrives. Inevitably, we'll have some pressure relief operators like this Capcan who will be given the freedom upstairs to roam and do whatever they realistically want to. The 2 Barrel going to be a massive benefit to this team just to drag this round out and make it a little bit of a longer process to get these key walls opened up.
Yeah, the big problem that I think Mayham may run into is the fact that you have 2 sets of breach denial and a 2 Barrel. So getting those breaches open will be very difficult indeed. Now, the easiest one to work with in this scenario is getting that boiler breach open, but to do that you need to get the hatch, and to do that you got to clear kitchen, and as you can see there is a roam presence in and around kitchen from the defensive side of Malvinas. Now they do spot the Kaid, little bit of damage dealt, some support coming from blue stairs, but not a kill to be found just yet. But this is stalling out the attack from Mayham Evolve, and it's good mid-round aggression from Malvinas.
Malvinas doing enough to show their hands, enough to put pressure on Mayham, and they're going to be creating dilemmas across the map. They don't know how to deal with these players just yet, and that C4 threat shouldn't connect just yet. I believe, actually, the Ram has destroyed enough of the floorboards that C4 did drop off the roof, so that won't be as effective as they would have liked, and that's going to be in a lot of control. Oh, no. Well, VJ has walked into a Capcan trap in West Main. This will delay even more time, so even more doubt into these players' minds. The confirmation that kill won't happen. VJ should be recovered in this, but will be reduced only to 20 HP going forward in this round, as we still see Flory on this very deep extended roam with only just around 70 seconds left. Going to be a massive difficulty for Mayham to deal with that, as well as the pressure held in bar. Malvinas in a great position to bring themselves level.
Spray through the wall won't do any damage, but as you can see, 2 players low for Mayham Evolve. 55 seconds left on the clock. You cannot go for that kitchen control now that you know that there is a presence over by that library side as well. Still got a player inside the bar now. Habana will begin to open up that main wall. We'll try to get rid of the 2 Barrel as well to get the other wall open. As you can see, the hard breach gadget will now do that. Kers will find the kill, but let's not forget about the roam game. Creeves from inside blue will find redder, but there's still a heavy roam presence. Can they get in there? Can they get the case down? 20 seconds to go. They missed the opportunity to get the kill on blue. They forget the case. No!
It's those small moments. It's going to be a death by 1,000 paper cuts. Need to win their ones, and Infame's good for that. Santos off the board, diving in the barrels, but one by one, Malvinas, the hands of Kreese and Aka, get themselves back in this fight, and Aka will find himself a second, leaving us with only 3 seconds and a 3 versus 1. Kreese swings out from blue, and Malvinas are all the way back. Gibson, we jumped back into this game with a 3-0 advantage for Mayham. They found 4 consecutively, and we are tied up at 5 rounds apiece. What is with it, man? LATAM South. Last stage, it was 7-1, 7-2s every day, all day. Now, looks like we might have yet another overtime in our opening game on the cards here, Gibson. Tactical timeout call by Mayham Evolve. And thoughts? Good time for this?
I think so. I think Mayham need it. When you look at the last few rounds, they've been beaten and they've been beaten well. And they got the opening round on their attack. So I feel like while the game is a lot closer, it's a testament to how much this region has developed over the course of the off-season. Now, we're not seeing incredible siege. We're seeing mistakes from both of these sides, but some of the decision making, particularly by Malvinas, is excellent. You realize that the opposition are clearing from the Solarium side. You know that they want to open up Boiler and push from Wine. So what do? They keep the roam in and around Bar, in and around Library for the whole possibility of a late round retake. So what you're saying is, we'll let them get that wall open, we'll let them maybe get the easy pick onto Pillar, but whenever they try to execute and try to get that case down, that's when we retake Kitchen. You can no longer plant where those barrels are, and it ruined the round for Mayham Evolve. So it was really good decision making from Malvinas.
We can get to see the final few moments of that round there. And
the final moment.
the final moment.
You got to see the last kill.
Listen, it was an important one for this, but Malvinas are all the way back, so they bring themselves level, as they will need all 12 rounds of regulation at a minimum to get a victor in this, of course. And as we get towards the end of those regulation rounds, of course, the 3-2-1 scoring system is in effect. You get a win inside of 12 rounds, you get all 3 points. Hit overtime, victory is worth 2, and you get 1 for getting it all the way past that 12 round mark, even in that defeat. So, both these teams will want to be getting all 3 points in this, and essentially, this round will decide who's going to have that advantage moving into the 12th. Malvinas, much better on the defense, just mentioned. Better decision-making process from them, better kind of ability to hold their nerve, and Mayham break the line.
Well, it's a big opportunity for Malvinas to get their first points of the stage. Remember, Mayham already got a point from their overtime loss on Monday night. So for Malvinas, it's about getting off the board for them. One more round will guarantee at a very minimum that they will get 1 point and overtime. They've gone up to the top floor. They're playing the mirror. They're using it on the other side of the wall as they look towards Solarium. And Mayham Evolve up in the early stages. They're setting up to push over from the Library and try to get that half-wall plant down.
I really want to see Mayham Evolve do better on these drones, better with this roam clear. What's kind of been hurting both these teams in this matchup so far. Both struggle with that clear and being timely in that fashion. The drone network trying to be established so far. They're looking to get that initial control. They'll lose 1 more for their efforts. Only 2 gone at this point. Defense of Malvinas not spread too thin across the map and all in those primary positions as you'd expect. They're contesting Library. Got hold all the way up. Actually, no, correction. They're not holding Library. You got a feel for this. Is that control slipping away? Mayham have themselves a bit of a foothold on the map. This could be a good position to levy. They might be able to get this control and they seem fairly uncontested for it.
But this is what Malvinas want. They're giving them a side of the map because they want to bait them to push from the side. All the defenders are on the other side waiting for any sort of a push. Now, the reason they've had holes here is if they go for that rotate or that push, they can rotate later in the round and try retake from the other side as well. So it's very good setup. Now, here's your opening pick. Infame down in basement, 1:40 inside the round, and they'll capture one of those roamers. As you can see, still some presence on the roam game. They got 1 Habana pellet open. 1.
Better than none, but a great read to be able to find that Capcan down below. They were aware that Santos was going to be on that pressure relief position, being able to float around the map and try and cause chaos later on the round. They were able to get that freebie. The MR peeks out through that single Habana opening and can't quite find that damage. Aware that threat is lurking on Ivy Stairs, has the information, and will trade off more damage for it. And Well, every second burnt away goes in favor of the defense here. Malvinas in a great position. Make him evolve. Need to find that extra gear. Get a little bit of these walls opened up. C4 sent out. It might be good for one, and it is. We see Infame reduced to 11 HP as well. Finally, those Selma charge chew through that wall. Case went cold for a brief moment. Flashbangs out. Make him evolve. They have to make this execution stick and stick right now.
And they will find one kill from that Mez balcony, but still the hold is there in Piano. What has just happened? Dirty from the window gets himself a couple. The case is going down. There's going to be a vault out the window, but it's a little too... Come on, you can get out the window. There's your one. But is it too little, too late? 3 versus 1. You can spot the head. They'll fall back from half wall. This is an almost impossible retake scenario from Creeves, who, of course, is the pickup from Alpha Team. He'll be forced to step up. There is the 3-way cross. Deals a little bit more damage with that TCSG. But as you see, there's not really much they can do. Mayham Evolve are just holding their angles, holding their ground. Well, but he's got 12 seconds. He's got no shot.
The round's won at this point. This is going to be an exercise in futility for the most part. And there we go. Redder gets that confirmation. A much, I would like to say better because they got the victory. But Mayham Evolve, it came down to the end. I see what you mean. The shoes do be on the bed. But it did come down to those final few moments in that round. They had to make that execution stick. Dirty finds that 3-piece with the DMR, and I think that's a combination of great positioning and a little bit of luck to have everyone walk into his LOS in rapid succession. Nonetheless, take what you're given to get the round and Make him evolve, hold that match point advantage, meaning they have at the very least guaranteed 1 point for their side at the end of today. Gibson? Hello? It appears Gibson has despawned. So, you're alone with me now, chat. Unfortunately, Gibson has just despawned, simply put. Just like that, unfortunately, as we get towards the business end of this matchup. But what a genuine shame for that, as you have to suffer with me now, unfortunately, for that. Dirty's 3-piece there. We'll catch another replay of that. Very expertly done. You'll find that control. We get into this. Via what could be our very last round between Make him evolve and Malvinas here. Unsure of the site yet, haven't caught a glimpse of it, will be Bar Gaming yet again. So priorities to hold for the defensive side of Malvinas will be control of that library side, will be holding as much as they can to get this access. Downstairs could be a vital entry point. Teams like to probe this, trying to find their way in. See one silhouette lurking for it. Gonna catch that control. Patience is going to be key for the side of Malvinas in this moment. They cannot overextend. Cannot get too risky with it. You have to wait for the offense to make that first mistake. They have to see it. They have to adapt. They have to be able to read into what they're dealing with. I see everything posturing up towards library side so far. That's what they can want to hit. Hope they can get that job done. Need to clear this roam presence. One player lurking upstairs close to display cabinet and might go for an aggressive peek from it, but doesn't connect with that. This will be a very traditional take for library now. You have to clear this to capitalize in effect so you can clear this corner. Opening pick goes out for Infame. Creeves has fallen. It's going to be a massive blow for Malvinas. The last thing that they would have wanted. One player down early, look to get that trade, and that's what they'll do, but a very quick fire off as Dirty and Infame make this advantage yet again, and Infame's going to find himself 3 in this round. Make him evolve in complete control, look to guarantee themselves all 3. Can we see a miracle? Forby, the only remaining member of the squad from stage 1, has to have a huge impact and can't find it up against Dirty. Make him evolve. Get themselves that victory and all 3 points to get that victory in regulation. Massive for this side. And very, very well done indeed. Very impressed with what I've seen from them and a massive result for this side. Making strides and improvements every playday. They went from an overtime loss to a regulation victory. They have themselves 4 points at the end of this matchup for them. So a great result for this side. And I'm sure if Gibson was still here, he would have made a fantastic point. I thought my network went down for a second there, everybody. My ping had a bit of a spike. I'm sorry. I was very scared there for me. But I will very, very soon be greeted by the wonderful Corbett when we get ready for it. He can be another voice to guide us into this. But for Make him evolve, they do get themselves in that great position. Those 3 points will obviously put them at the top of the table for this moment. As, of course, we have no other games played at this stage of it. It's going to be very important, though. That 1 point extra from the overtime loss on the Monday games is going to be important. And welcome back, Corbic. Hello. Finally,
Hello.
I'm not speaking into the void.
You're not alone anymore. You're not alone anymore. Anyway, that's okay. I was like, oh no, put me in. I can do it. Whipbeck, make Whipbeck a thing. Anyway, happy to see that we were able to get Mayham Evolve back on top there. I mean, a little disappointing probably for Malvinas Gaming, all things considered. My question, I guess, or my thought when I was watching, especially some of those rounds when we were seeing the comeback so hard from Malvinas' side, was does this game maybe disprove some of the notion that we might have had after the Knights Mayham Evolve game, that Mayham Evolve is actually like a serious contender in LATAM South this stage?
I think it definitely does, to me, answer a lot of questions about this side. They looked, I think, a much better core fight than what we saw in the previous showing from against Knights. I think they had a very well collected idea what they wanted to go through, and the fact they went through that adversity where they lost their massive advantage and they clawed it back to a victory. There was a lot of character in this team. Obviously, Knights was a very difficult match against them, but good they can get 3 points here, and I think they're definitely going to be a contender for it.
All right, that's fair. I mean, I was kind of leaning the opposite direction. I just like, because I feel like we were seeing the same errors on that Chalet match that we were seeing Mayham Evolve make in stage 1, right? First of all was the droning and perhaps just the over-reliance on gunning as well, in Fame not popping off. And welcome back, Gibson. Good to see you.
Yeah, that was
there we go.
Whippet literally asked me about this guy's shoes on the bed again, and my whole internet just went, it was done. It was done. Get me. It was like, get me out.
Oh no. Okay, all right, it's all good. You're back. Internet fixed. I want you to get your say here as well, because I know you might not have seen those last couple of rounds, but you got the gist of what was going on. I mean, Mayham Evolve, are they still making the same mistakes they were in stage 1? Is that kind of going to be a problem for them?
You know what? A little bit. I think they've definitely improved. Like, you could see that they did have plan A's this time that didn't resort to just in Fame go kill, Red or go kill, which was obviously a positive. I feel like they did get into a little bit of a tiff over a few of those attacking rounds in the early stages, but after taking that tactical timeout, they clearly calmed down. They got back to what was working for them. They got the drone game re-established. They were able to find kills. It was a much better final few rounds, and I think they needed that tactical timeout to just relax, calm down again.
I just want to talk about Malvinas really quick before we jump into our break and our next game. I mean, obviously Creeves was doing a great job. I think he ended somewhere like 11-4, spectacular pickup from Alpha Team. I almost feel like coming off of their first day, Malvinas improved a lot today here, Whippet. Or do you think it was more of a case of Mayham Evolve perhaps giving them some of the win, as it were?
I'm going to say probably a bit of both going into this. I think they were definitely given opportunities in rounds that maybe they shouldn't have been, but they were able to take full advantage of it. So, if you have a mistake, you have to capitalize on it, and they were able to do that when presented with that choice. So it is a step up from them, an improvement, but they were certainly given more opportunities into this game than they should have been.
Yeah, I think the door was opened. That's what we said. They opened the door for the comeback, and it looked for a moment like they were going to get it over the line. Well, it's another game. It's another loss. However, I'm still seeing improvements. I'm still seeing things be a little bit better. And let's be real. They had one day to prepare for it today. They had a couple of hours to prepare for the new patch. They've got themselves almost a full week now to go back to review VODs and get themselves ready for next week's games.
Well, for one thing, it's looking like a lot more competitive LATAM South. Our first map, our first best of one there in the books. It only took us about 2 hours and 15 minutes, but that's okay. We're going to go for another break right now, folks. Hopefully not a long one. We'll be back with our next match right after that. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to LATAM League. It's LATAM South Day 2. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me is Gibson and Whippet as we get ready to jump into our next match. 7 Rex versus Vasco, a Brazilian import team going up against an Argentinian team owned by a Brazilian football organization. So if you're playing along at home, try keeping all that together on your scorecard, guys. But let's start talking about 7 Rex, because they're an interesting team. They obviously came out swinging here against Malvinas Gaming, Gibson, but is this match today really their first test based on everything we've seen?
I think so. I spoke with some of the players in and around the league, and the overwhelming response I got was that for LATAM South, 7 Rex are very good. Like, they are going to perform well. They're going to be competing for those spots in the playoffs at the end of the season, and they're going to bring that Brazilian style to the region. Now, do people like it? I know some people love seeing talented players coming in and playing well. I know some people are very against import teams coming in and doing well. If it improves the league as a whole, I'm all for it. In particular, I think Bazooka had some really good moments in the last playday. But this is their first test. You've got Vasco, who'll be licking their wounds after losing to Alpha on Monday. I feel like this is a real big game for both of these teams.
Yeah, it does kind of have that feeling. And I mean, you mentioned Vasco right there. Monday was a big disappointment for Vasco, Whippet. I think we all thought that they were going to do a lot better than they did. They struggled mightily against, Alpha Team. Is that being driven by the changes that have been made to the roster, namely losing Dante, or is there maybe something a little bit deeper going on here?
I think there's going to be, it's a tale of two stories, really. Dante leaves this side, and Dante helped enable Luca's very explosive style of play going into it. Now, this team had a slight decline towards the end of Stage 1, even though they made it all the way to the Grand Final where they lost against Cruelty. I just think there's a lot of components going to this side, and from what we saw in their first play day, now that's a very small metric to go off, it wasn't the same style of play going into it. It was a lot slower, it was a lot more refined, and I don't think it enabled the best out of what this squad has to offer. They're all very mechanically gifted. The stand-in, or the replacement for Dante, Nacho, had done very well in that role, a different role, but was fantastic in it. I still think there's potential, but they need to try and put things together quickly, because it wasn't a good look on our first play day.
Yeah, I hate to kind of throw out the term must win this early, right? It's only play day 2. I mean, but you kind of, intimated that, Gibson, that this is a very important game for both these teams. If Vasco doesn't win today, let's give them the worst case scenario, do you feel like that pretty much puts a damper on the rest of their season? Is this truly a must-win game for them?
It's one of those ones where it's a stretch to say must win, but it is a very important one, because if you start the season 0-2, you're chasing the rest of the league. At that point, it's not really in your hands anymore if you're going to make the playoffs, because even if you win all of the rest of your games, if the 2 teams above you win the rest of theirs, you're not making playoffs. So you got to put in a good performance today. I will say maybe not must win, but it's definitely important that they put in a good performance.
Well, they'll be putting in that good performance on a map. Which map will it be, however? That's the big question. We've already seen Chalet here today. Do you think we'll see it again, Whippet?
You know what? I might be saying I hope a little bit of Layer, maybe to see it. No, it's going to be Chalet again.
You were so close.
Oh, close. 7 Rex didn't feel confident to go to Layer, the brand new map in addition for this stage. We've got Chalet again. Listen, to repeat some of what I said on the first match of going into it, this map stylistically suits the teams inside of LATAM South. I'm very intrigued to see how Vasco can look at it. They look very strong on this map when we saw them in Stage 1. Obviously, a side that looks a little bit muted from what we saw without Dante on it. If they can find that form again, they can be very good here. But 7 Rex, their explosiveness and that Brazilian playstyle suits this map. And I think we might be on for a very explosive game of Siege here.
Look, it's going to be a lot of fun. One thing Chalet always does is entertain. The last time Whippet and I watched an all-Brazilian team on Chalet was when we did a North play day, and we got the sausage shotgun. We got the most mental plays I've seen on this map. Do I think 7 Rex will do the same thing? I don't, but it will be fireworks. It will be a very good map, and I think that it is the sort of map alongside Border that we will usually see the best version of Vasco on.
Well, we'll see if you boys get sausage again. Enjoy Chalet.
I Thank you very much, Corvic, for that one. Certainly going to be one of the most interesting handles I've ever taken, but it's time to get into this one, Gibby. 7 Rex looked exceptional in their debut here in LATAM South. Vasco have a lot to get back to their running form that we saw in Stage 1. I'm going to be bold and put you under the prediction spotlight early, Gibby. Who do you think is going to take this victory?
Oh, you know what? Because I was the biggest Vasco fanboy in Stage 1, I'm going to say Vasco. That's a heart call. My head does say 7 Rex, but you know what? Whichever team I say, you're going to say the opposite. So I'll go with Vasco so you can be the bad guy and support the Brazilians.
Well, listen, Gibson, if you know anything about me, I like to play the heel from time to time, and yes, I'm gonna back the import team. 7 Rex, their playstyle, it called to me on the opening play day. It was a beacon of light in the darkness, and they are my team that I'm gonna be following very closely with my heart. They're my number 2 pick now, inside of LATAM South.
Yeah, I think they'll definitely be fun to watch. Now, what I will say for the viewers at home, you're not ready for the fire hazard that is the 7 Rex room that the players are playing in. Like, genuinely, just when the player cams come on, just have a look. That is the biggest fire hazard. But let's hope that the only fires that they're setting are here on Chalet as we jump into the ban phase. Whip it on the last map. We saw Ying and Monte being the 2 attacking bans. This time around, it's a Brava ban. And funny enough, you and I have had this conversation so many times. On Chalet, Brava is actually a very good ban.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Brava can get those. Basically, it's used to clear that hard utilities, such as anything that might catch your projectiles if you're trying to clear, for example, Ivy Stairs. Ying, not too surprised about that one, but the big thing that kind of scares me about this lineup, that means both shields, Monty and Blitz, are available for the offensive side of 7 Rex to use. So Vasco better have a plan in place for that. Lucy taken away, and this is going to be your pick your poison. I have a feeling it's going to be a throw up between Valkyrie and Azami for this final defensive ban. Gibby, what do you think?
I'd say Azami's always a good one, particularly when you think of library setups, or Mira's another good shout. Okay, it's been a while since we've seen a 2-barrel ban. Now, that does, again, work for those, you know, the 2, what used to be primary sites, the top 4 in the basement, but obviously bar games and kitchen has seen a lot more love now. Well, I want to get back on the Brava ban. Brava ban. Yesterday, or sorry, Monday, whenever Vasco were playing, they played a lot of Echo, and they played a lot, or whenever they got the opportunity, they did bring some Maestro. So they are clearly banning Brava because they want to force the Echo.
I mean, and perfect example, we see that Echo in play this time around. It's going to be brought out by Vasco on their defensive side and can have that influence on this round. So, once again, feels like deja vu, but time to defend bar and games here on Chalet. Cannot wait to get diving into this one. And lineup-wise, other than the Echo, it's not going to be a very varied lineup. It's going to be a very solid one for what we're seeing on this. And the question to me is how we're going to see the offensive team approach this. Again, both shield operators are in effect, so you can bring out a Monty if the team is inclined to do so. Nomad Ace will be the repicks for this round, so keeping the strong core of Twitch, Ram, and Ash. They have a lot of options for this side to be able to break things down. They do lose that Dokkaebi. Massive amount of global utility now not available, and well, I mentioned that they don't switch too much. It's going to be a complete swap bar for Ram as Capital and Flores picked up in that repick stage.
We've been casting the fact that you can do the full operator repick for years now, and we still speak too soon all the time. Like, we need to learn. Just wait 1 more second. And then we would be fine. Well, the lineup with it, I love it. I obviously think Flores is fantastic for clearing any shields that are on library stairs. Ram is brilliant for getting vertical control of inside of library. Capital, great for clearing those head holes inside of library. So it's a very good 7 Rex lineup. Now the real question is, can they utilize it? And can they deal with those Kiba barriers? Because they are going to be a problem.
The longer you leave Azami in play, the more of a nuisance she can be, and set up in library makes things somewhat of a labyrinth to deal with. Not the easiest to clear. I'm posturing up in these early stages, aware of a potential threat outside of Snowmobile. Will be the Legion's task. Luca, jobbing for that one, trying to find the opening. Of course, the idea just baits with his shoulder and decides to retreat, not going for that retake, and cautious of a potential cover arriving from Trench, but I think it's going to be a relatively safe angle. Luca's job at this moment is not to get that opening pick. He's just going to be trying to delay as long as possible. But unfortunately, he will find himself that opening death as Bok is going to find that opening. And it will be advantage early for 7 Rex.
Yeah, I feel like Luca didn't need to be as aggressive because realistically, there was 2 players from 7 Rex there. all they had to do was hold those 2 doors, or the other option was for the player to flee. So, opening pick does go to 7 Rex. They've now cleared basement, and now that gives Nichoto something to think about on blue stairs as well. So there's multiple angles that can now be attacked from the side of 7 Rex. On side of sight, Scarp with the Aruni misses the opportunity to get rid of that first drone. Look at it. Do you see the silhouette weapon in fireplace?
Yep.
Right beside sight. This could be very problematic, and we're seeing a lot of burn too, as Azami will take a ton of damage.
Yeah, flushed out by the fire darts in Capitao, and Django will find one, and Scarp is next to go. Vasco yet to find a reply to this chaos from 7 Rex. Damage done. He just finds one more. Nitro's off the boards. Vasco need to win this one, and Pano can't find the shots. Nacho gets one. Angels falls in. Well, it's going to be a little bit of a late rally, but no one can get the job done. 7 Rex close out that round in a very strong fashion. Looked in complete control all the way, in Vasco, not the start they would have wanted in 7 Rex. Exactly what they wanted to do, continuing their momentum from our opening play day.
Yeah, a little bit disjointed, and I feel like...
Don't worry. I have
okay.
it on good authority. It ain't that long. We'll be fine. Trust me. It's not going to be the same as last time, okay? Promise. I promise you.
Is this copium, or is this like from sources?
Listen. Maybe I know things. Maybe I don't. Maybe I'm just trying to keep you engaged, Gibson, and so you don't disappear on me again.
Is this an FR on God that will be back soon?
Just trust me. Listen, my sources trust me, bro.
Sources, trust me, bro.
Trust me, bro.
Well,
Listen.
You know, let's talk about that round though, right? 7 Rex, you can kind of tell they had a read on what Vasco were going to do. So straight away, if you see that snowmobile wall has been reinforced, it tells you there's more than likely going to be a defender on the Roman side of basement. So what did they do? They opened up the wall, they droned out Luca, they worked as a 2 to clear that player. Now, why is that important? Well, once you clear the player from inside of garage, A, it means the player on blue stairs has to be focused about any push from below, and B, it means you can then push up those main stairs and get that stock wall open. Once you open stock wall, you can't play inside of stock anymore, which means you can't hold the head holes, you can't hold the window. It really goes to show how losing that one player, losing Luca, was like the initial domino that fell that led to that 7 Rex win.
Yeah, I mean, from that opening pick, those 7 Rex really never found themselves traded, and Vasco, a side that we saw in stage 1, be very proficient, playing that trade game, never letting a man count disadvantage stay that way for too long. Just couldn't get themselves back into it. A late rally, they found 2. By that time, the damage was done. 7 Rex, I think, bring that beautiful combination of a very strategic side, as well as they're able to basically get aggressive when they need to as well. They have the mechanics to back themselves up. That Brazilian style of play that we always love to talk about. And again, you mentioned you spoke to some of the players, and a lot of the players raised up the idea that 7 Rex are a very good side as they come into this one. And I mentioned it wasn't going to be a long one. We're back.
I've never been happier to hear that going to round game noise in my life. But 1-0 lead for 7 Rex on the attack on Chalet. Now, let's be real with it. Chalet's a map where the attackers do tend to get a little bit more favor than other maps. Now, I'm not saying it's attackers sided.
Listen, Gibby. Okay, I'm going to say this. I'll stand on this one. Not in LATAM.
This is LATAM.
It's LATAM. Things are different. The rules a little bit different. It's LATAM. You know?
Yeah. Somebody did say, right? I'm not even going to lie. Somebody was watching LATAM for the first time on Monday. And they were like, these casters will say something, and then the opposite happens. Like, yeah, LATAM,
baby.
It's LATAM.
Listen,
any other region, that's what happens, but not here.
Listen, this was this very map the sausage incident happened, and that's just a prime example of LATAM summarized, I suppose. But
People
haven't
are
seen
watching
anything.
this with no idea what you're talking about, and they're going to be
It's a mystery.
They're going to be
Listen,
googling what happened to sausage on Chalet.
That's a drawback. Draw your mind back for all the OGs who've been watching in stage 1.
It's deep
driving
lore.
around what, Gibson?
It's deep lore.
It's exactly. It's a lore drop for everybody. So we'll see how we're beginning to get that entryway, and for 7 Rex, the drone economy, they've lost 3 so far, but they're beginning to move their ways towards this building. Spread out for the defensive side, doesn't look to be too extensive a roam presence. We don't really see anyone holding out to that control inside the library, inviting on that pressure. So Vasco just banking on that control and committing to that pressure downstairs inside of dining and kitchen. That's where a lot of those extra resources have went into. They got a lot of rotation, a lot of control, and they're hoping 7 Rex bite into that and they try and clear that directly.
Yeah, and the thing is, with the 7 Rex setup, they've got a ton of information again. They've got IQ, and they're going for the freebie. The amount of times you'll see a player get a freebie on that mez door, but it's not to be this time. Oh, they'll go ahead, they'll work on getting the breach open, and what that does now is it gives the possibility of that half wall plant. Now Nachodo is in that position, but the thing is, as long as they know he's here, he's fighting multiple battles. You need to be focused on the fact that push can come from mez balcony, while also being worried about the other multiple long angles that have been created. And have I just spotted a rotate below from one of the 7-Rex players? We have. Are we going to see a deep backstab?
I mean, 7-Rex have the option to do so, but again, Vasco are committed to holding that control. I don't think it's going to be too much of a surprise. Verticality held by Luca. But you walk up west, mate. You're going to get caught by it. Bark will find the opening. Nachodo is going to get slain by that one. Aggressive jump out. Luca will find his one. Pano gets in the action. And it's going to be Bazooka next to go. Pano's going to go huge, finding 3. Nitro will get caught up in that chaos, but damage might be done. Vasco, 3 versus 1 advantage in their way. Django has to get all the way upstairs in Solarium. So many angles to watch, and I don't think he has a chance in this round. He'll walk in, can't even get one. The secondary shotgun from Scarp gets the job done. Vasco bring themselves level.
Yeah, it was a good attempt there in the end, but the shotgun at that range is always going to win. And the sides go level at 1 round apiece. Now, that time we saw 7-Rex force the opening pick once more. However, a big mid-round from Pano was able to level the sides. Now we move to round 3, and we're going to go to the basement. Go on, Whipper, tell us what that word, what that phrase at the very bottom is.
Didn't get to see it. I was taking a lovely sip of my water.
That's a reminder for people at home, stay hydrated, folks.
Exactly. But we will go down to that basement. I'm very, very intrigued now that we've seen that Vasco do have some bite behind their bark in this matchup in terms of mechanical ability. See how close this one will go. The basement is a sight of all time, and the combination of the clash, which you see Pano hiding inside a connector, intrigues me a lot. As we've seen, the clash will be a vocal point for the 7-Rex. Will need to deal with it, or they can go the option of just deal with everyone else and leave the clash alone, and I think that might be the more sensible choice in this outing for them. So,
we've seen clash once tonight, Whip, and it didn't go to plan.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't, unfortunately. It was like many moons ago that we saw that first map being played. I'll draw your attention though to a lot of drones being lost in this prep phase from 7-Rex. 4 drones no longer available to them. So Vasco, good drone hunting from them.
Yeah, the information game is always important to win whenever you're playing on Siege, because usually the team that knows the most is the one that will get the end result in the round as well. So a few things to point out. We're seeing a setup in the basement that we see sometimes where the footholes will be put on that wall to prevent the push being opened. And oh, Luca will almost get caught out by the Capital. We'll try to catch him by snowmobile, but this is a brave peek from the side of Luca with that main door being open.
Luca, we've seen time and time again, though, is a fairly brave player when it comes to moments like that. Rotation off mezzanine, and I think Vasco don't want to commit to this extension too much longer. Realizing that it's been read into in 7-Rex, not a team that you really want to take those 50-50 gunfights with. A wise decision to at least drop from mezzanine and play closer with that trade potential. Vasco have that middle floor control. Begin to see Nachodo begin the fall back. Make his way down by blue. Ram will get stuck by that goo mine. What a shot from Nitro. Finds one on the bark, and this is going to trigger a mass retreat from this side. They'll fall back, and this might be a damage done for this roam. They don't need to do anything more. They've done their job. They wasted time and got a freebie. One logic bomb goes out, and no one can capitalize on that moment.
A minute and a half untraded kill, and you can see that the players from 7-Rex were just nowhere near close enough to play the trade game. Now, you've got the main breach open, but when you lose Capital, you lose that hard breach secondary utility, so they cannot open up any more of the walls. So their only option is to either A, deal with the Kibas and push through the main breach, or B, try to force it down blue or force it down main. Now, I know for sure those are not angles that will not suit these attackers at all. And the thing is, Vasco, with all the information they have, should know this as well. They know there's only 3 places now that 7-Rex can really push from.
There goes out from that Deimos. Will try and clear that shield. Doesn't peek behind it, so could have got a freebie potentially if that rotation from Nitro was a little bit sloppy. Smoke cancers go out, and they can burn 30 seconds here. All 3 still in pocket, first of which was being used. Clash will act as a window for information, and very much at this point, 7-Rex are now aware we've got a clash to deal with, and we got an entire defensive stack behind it. They got no control. Ram will likely have verticality established at this moment. They need to win their ones, though. And this is going to make it even harder. Keep a barrier stacked up, and you got to commit around it. That gets a free rotation, and they know they can play around bins as no one's on that main breach. 20 seconds. Death marks go out as the vapor, that smoke begins to disappear. Logic bombs as well. They've got to make something stick, Gibby. You can't really find anything. They have to win this one, but Nachoto shuts it down. Django's going to be able to get that tray back with a clash. Will bear down on pressure on main stairs. Deimos needs to win that and can't get the job done. I think Vasco, moments away from coasting the victory in this round. That's exactly what they'll do. They can't even get that kill on the clash. Luca picks up 2 to wrap up the round, and a massive round from Vasco Esports.
There's that little bit of friendly fire there onto the clash as well. But it doesn't matter. That is a great round from Vasco. But it's another example of earlier on where not every pick, not every kill in Siege is the same. So, one operator was the key to dealing with some of the problems that Vasco had, and that was the Capitao. So there's a clash. Obviously, Capitao is a great way to attempt to deal with a clash with the flame darts. Also a great way to open up those hatches or walls with the hard breach utility. You lose the Capitao with only one of those utility used. You're not going to get anything open. You can't deal with a clash. Your only option is to force it down either sets of stairs. You cannot win the round. Once they lost the Capitao, that round was essentially unwinnable.
Yeah, but the thing that really kind of throws me here is it looked like they had that main snowmobile breach open and it was simply just patched with a Kiba barrier. You can just shoot them. It's not that difficult. They'll open up, and that gave a lot of freedom of movement between people in snowmobile itself. You were able to move around and be free in that position, and Vasco took full advantage of that. Luca, very much the beneficiary of it, finding 2 pieces to wrap up that round. Evan Rex just didn't put the right pieces together for that round, and he did fall victim to that. They'll move on now to round number 4. Vasco, much more alike to what we saw in stage 1. Much better from them. Kitchen and trophy, site of choice for Vasco this time around. Can 7 Rex find a way into this round? Well, no.
Luca says no. Opening pick, but Luca is kind of taking up that role that we saw get vacated when Dante left. Down inside a basement, Luca will get eventually traded. 30 seconds, but you've dealt with the Twitch. 1 player down, and you take a trade like that because you get a little bit more information as well by seeing on the kill feed. You know what another operator that's alive inside the game. 4v4, 2 minutes and 12 to work with. Oh, really important with it is those logic bombs that Dokkaebi has. When you use them is so important.
Be using combination to get this clear happening. It always look like Vasco beginning to draw players back on the lower floors, back towards site. They still need to hold on to office as long as possible. Breach happens towards half wall, gets them that line of sight, and they'll boost that drone around the corner. Themselves a little bit of extra information to try and have watched up and shore up that flank. Minute 40. They're taking their time to formulate their plan for this round.
So, get into that secondary drone phase again. 4 drones down. And at this point, you'll open up the wall that gives you the line of sight in towards site itself. Now, there's still a lot of things that you need to do before you can actually force the plant. You need to get a pick, and that might be the opportunity, but Valk will dip into cover once more. Now, if you're Valk, you do not peek anymore. There's no reason to. Denny's will find a kill on the Nachoto over by that Solarium side. There is another player to worry about a little further away though, but having lost 1 by Solarium, it does make this position a little bit more untenable. And Whippet, do you see that silhouette? There is a flank coming from Denny's from below, and this could be a problem, and it is. Denny's will find 1.
He finds himself a 3rd in this round. This fight by Westman and Portland. Oh no! Scarp narrowly misses the head of Dokkaebi, but Pano's gonna find 1 as well. Vasco fire back, finding 2 as Scarp gets into the action. Bazooka falls, and with only 35 remaining, we find ourselves in a 2 versus 1 now. A technical 1 versus 1, not for long though. C4 out, and Denis, as much as he wanted to put his team on his back, 3k is all he can get. This room.
Was that like, did you see eyes? Is that eye like a head in the clouds on the roof, or am I going crazy?
I think it was there. Jack can maybe confirm for you for that one. But a massive round from
check.
a massive round from Vasco to get that job done. Ominous camera for Pano there.
Yeah, I'm a fan. And did you see the Cruelty jersey in Luca's background as well?
Yeah, you know,
what have we got that from Dante?
He's remembering Dante, his former teammate here. But we have made a massive deal about, of course, in this, because of how impressive Vasco were in that stage, but 7rex have called themselves a tactical timeout in this, and I think a right time to do it. Again, that round, very close to going in their favour. They were able to make that dive into sight, and they made it a very chaotic finish towards it, coming down to a technical 1 versus 1, where Nitro got that pick. But it came down to a last second play. They had to make something happen in the dying moments of that. They were very slow and they got bogged down in that clear. The first engagement was exciting down by Fridge, but from that it became a very stale round and 7rex stalled out and they couldn't solve those problems fast enough to give themselves enough time to break it down. So they'll reset from that tactical timeout, hopefully be able to correct things, but very important now if they can get this round converted after that loss.
And it's death by 1,000 cuts too of it, because it was Valk with the C4 that won that round, and it was Valk was the player that should have been killed about 30 seconds before on that long angle fight. So you miss your chance against a team like Vasco, they will make you pay. So we go back to bar games. Last time we were here, this is where Luca fell early without getting the trade playing below. I'll be very curious to see if they do the same, because it looks like Nitro is reinforcing those snowmobile walls again. So once more, expect some form of roaming presence in the basement from Vasco Esports. Let's see if 7rex play into that again, or if they try to focus on just getting top floor and working down.
I imagine they'll at least have some idea of probing down below to find that pressure. Again, it worked out successfully for them. They got that opening pick onto Luca. And once again, the addition of the Echo on this site, it's been something that Vasco have stuck every single time on this site. They're very confident in the extra utility brought out by those yokai drones. Again, it will assist that in roam presence if you want to do an impression of Berlin Major Big ET.
Oh,
3 years ago now, Gibson. I'm feeling old.
And it's scary that it was that long, but it's not only the Echo. You've got Valk as well, so that's 5 additional cameras. When you add into the mirror and the fact that essentially can be like cameras when you're looking from the other side, Vasco should win the information game this time around. Once more, 7rex going into the round with 4 drones down, a trend we've seen over and over again, and early they're looking to burn and clear the shieldless in that position. Nades being used now to open those castles inside of Trophy as well, making the position by West main a little more difficult to play. It's sad that that's kind of the main use for nades now in the current build of the game, but at least they're using them.
Listen, it's better than them not being used, but still, you know, I miss my depth chargers. I miss those updates. I miss Villa too.
Do you think that's the biggest change? Do you think that in the modern era of Siege, do you think that the nade change is the biggest one we've had?
It's pretty, it's far up there. I think it definitely
They didn't
is.
clear the shield. You see that?
No.
They didn't clear the shield on Ivy.
That shield is going to be a massive problem as this round persists. Again, they don't have a Flores to do it. They don't have... They have 1 nade left to do it. They've got 4 flashbangs to burn anything that might be holding it. Now, there is no catcher in play, no Omai, no Jaegers, so this is going to be fairly easy to clear, but they need to get that grenade in the right position to do that, and already damage taken. IQ burnt through all of them, so it will be Striker holding on to that final nade, and I think Angels has deployed that. We'll be able to get that out. Logic Bomb goes out, but Luca will find the opening. Bazooka is going to be first to fall, and there's that fallback from Luca. In midst of that, though, Bok will get Nitro and Mezzanine, and by proxy, control of Library now falls inside of 7rex, so Luca's fallback was right, but he doesn't have that backup upstairs. Dinez does get 1, Pano does fall within the midst, giving us an advantage now for 7rex. That will grow as a second one falls, and that Shoda will be claimed from that.
Luca and Scarp, big task ahead. Logic Bomb will be deployed as well to reveal the position even more, but you can see they're not too keen to make the push just yet, or 7rex. They've got 3 drones. On the side of Vasco, they should have plenty of information, and Scarp was just simply outnumbered. And there's Django getting the kill on the Luca as well. So, round has now been won. The scoreline is 3-2. Final round of defense coming up from Vasco. Can they get a 4-2 split, or do 7rex tied? There's that Hawks. What is that? This is art.
I'm going to let you in on a little thing here, right? Okay. In this room, you'll see a lot of Hawks, probably paraphernalia. You'll see the logos, right? I have a feeling this might be former Hawks roster.
What are you talking? Never.
But listen, believe me, I'm just going to say that one straight up. But, of course, Vasco now in a great position from that. They've really grown into this matchup so far, so I'm intrigued to see how things go. Of course, you saw from that model, they are in Zach's phase. We get a little bit of an idea how their players are feeling. Vasco, 4-2 split here on the defense would be a great position to find themselves in, but I will have that question as we move on towards round 7. If they have a 4-2 split, how they can capitalize on that. But 7 Rex have been close in a lot of these rounds. Don't count them out. Don't count out the fact that we might go level into the second half.
It's been another good game. This is... LATAM has changed. LATAM has changed.
Take one summer off. Take one summer off and the whole league has changed, Gibby. The whole thing's different.
Better, though.
It is.
Better.
I mean, of course, for anyone who's jumping in, didn't watch and follow in Stage 1. Stage 1 in LATAM South, a lot of 7-1s, a lot of 7-2s, a lot of very dominant performances from the top 4 teams. This time around, in the 2 play days that we've had, on play day and a half so far, we've seen a lot more close competition instead of LATAM, and that's what I love to see between these sides. A lot of growth in this region during our summer break.
That's what the development regions are for. Little changes to the setup. So last time they attacked this site, they brought Capital with hard breach utility. This time, they're going more standard. Double hard breach being brought. Thermite and Ace. If they do not get Boiler Wall open as well, it is a massive mistake on the side of 7 Rex. They've got all the utility they need to make it happen. But there's still an extensive roam clear to be done. Scarp and Luca working as a duo on the top floor, looking to buy their team a little bit of time. Another extension of that roam game, and it's something that we've seen teams not deal with effectively so far tonight.
Teams have struggled with it all day so far. Already knocking on the door of site, Gibby. This is a lot of pressure from 7 Rex early, and that's going to be what they need, okay? They get themselves that little bit of breathing room, that 10 seconds, and that toxic gas stops that push through. Breach charge goes off, and they'll open up this back wall with those Selmas. You're going to begin to feel Vasco, feel the pinch, but all of this will come down to Scarps and Nitro upstairs. This hatch being opened up is a massive nuisance for 7 Rex. They need to clear this. They can't do anything about this without that hatch being opened up for them. So, Nitro, Scarps play a very important role in this round.
That fight's going to happen. You can see the silhouette getting closer and closer to Scarp over on that trophy side, and it's Nitro that does get the kill. Scarp got one as well. It's a 3v1. It's all gone wrong for 7 Rex team after a good start, getting some utility used. Bazooka's the last standing. He's going to sprint to get the kill off the Nomad charge, but it's too little, too late. This is a tough fight. He doesn't even know where he is. He's lost. The swing comes. He will get his one, so Bazooka makes it a 1v2, but whip it. You've a Mira and Elysian to deal with. 2 almost perfect operators to deal with a scenario.
This is definitely winnable. From Bazooka, just needs to win his 1. No nades to clear that. Could shoot that down, but that would reveal his position. Has to check everything carefully, but unfortunately Nitro just swings that wide, gets that freebie. Vasco played that very well indeed, and Gibby, 7 Rex didn't identify the fact that that hatch was open at least soon enough. When they did try to clear that, they didn't have enough resources. They only dedicated 1 player to it, and it didn't go their way at all. They lost their ones, and unfortunately Vasco will take that every single day of the week, meaning they go into the end of the half with a 4-2 advantage, exactly where they need to be.
Yeah, and if that gunfight on the top floor and the ground floor had have went any different and they got control of the hatch, it would have been a very different outcome. So again, not every gunfight is equal. So we move on to the Vasco attacking half. Now, I don't want to say what I'm going to say, but I'm going to say it anyway.
You gotta say it. You gotta say it.
Vasco were winning, and you put your caster elo on 7 Rex team winning. So things are going well for me and my.
Hear me out. What if? Hear me out. It was a caster curse, intentionally done.
Whip it. Vi Vasco.
Okay, maybe I'm an imposter. Maybe I want Vasco to win, even though my prediction with 7 Rex. Maybe, just saying.
Well, but you notice you're looking at these setups now, and you're looking at the defensive lineup. Nothing really major here that's worth talking about from they're doing something different. But it is that whole concept of a heavy roam game. Well, go ahead.
Silence. He's gonna go for a spawn peek. Gibbon. Respect the process. No one's there though. It's like you gotta be quiet when you
shush me for a spawn peek?
I did. Listen. It's like watching your buddy tee off on the first. You gotta be quiet for it. You know. You gotta make sure you can hit that slice in the woods.
So real and true. Well, inside it. Oh, don't go on your drone. Do not go on your drone.
He's getting on the drone. No.
Oh, I thought there was a chance.
By the way, he got away. He just escaped from that position, by the way. The Twitch goes, there's someone there. Let him get away.
Yeah, and the Twitch was free pickings too when the drone was thrown in the window. But look, everybody keeps all of their health points in place now as the Grim will reveal the position of... Yeah, Warden's getting spotted by the Lion scan and the Grim at the exact same time. They know exactly where Django is going. He's going to rotate his way all the way back to site. 1 minute gone. And they've cleared a lot of the map and a lot of the roam presence already. This is good timing so far from Vasco.
Much better from Vasco. They've got themselves a significant amount of control on that map, but the question to me is, they've not really put pressure on that library hold, and obviously they want to fairly ignore it. They've not committed into it. However, if they decide that they realize, oh, maybe we have to do this, they left themselves with, at this point, 30 seconds to clear mezzanine, 30 seconds to get through library, and they're making that rotation now. All well and good they had that control, but they're going to meet this wall of utility at this point in 7rex. No one's fallen back because they haven't been pressured, and Vasco need to make these next 25, 20 seconds be absolutely clinical to have a chance to get this execution to stick.
Yeah, time is becoming a bit of a problem for them at this point. The shield is still there on top of library stairs. You get the information, the shield's just been removed, so perfect timing on the call, but a my disc will be thrown. Now, you know the player's there, and Django will step on up, and he wins this one. No trade to be found. 5 versus 4, 40 seconds to go. Another vault in the Mez window. Luca's going to, yeah, I see what's going on, but Luca gets his one. Scarp will fall the whippet. Still a lot of work to do.
2 versus 4. Gibby, this is... I think that Vasco have run out of time. I mentioned this, right? They had all of this control, but no real progress towards the side. But Luca might just change that. 30 seconds, finds one pick to get his teammate back in the fight. The Lion scan goes out to mask these movements. Pado finds one. Gibson, we better watch Vasco claw this one back. They've got an advantage now, 19 seconds. Control of blue stairs still held, and it's going to be massive. A swing here might unravel the round. Azami plays such a critical role, finding one, finding two, and that's it. All down to 1 versus 1. 8 seconds. Pano needs to make something happen. Tries to get this case down. 000 is dawning, and they'll hear this sound. But this case doesn't go down. He pulls off the plant. 7rex, thanks to the clock. Get the job done.
Oh, if he had stuck it, he might have just had enough time, but that is a brilliantly timed swing, as he's able to just completely ruin the Vasco attack, and 7rex will win their first round on the defense, and they make it 4-3. So, getting a little bit closer to leveling the sides, but for Vasco, I feel like that's a real missed opportunity. They cleared a lot of the roam very early on in the game. They got it into a 3 versus 2 with enough time on the clock, but this is the swing, right? Look at this. Yeah, there we go. There, gets 1, gets 2. The trade wasn't there. It was just perfect timing.
Gibson, the thing that really gets me, and it's going to play on my mind all night long, is that plant would have went down. That plant was going down. Right, if you pull off a plant, the round is lost. If you try and stick it at 000, there's a chance. There's a small, minute percent of a chance you can still win that round, no matter how bad the odds. Stick the plant in those moments. You're not going to win with that last second pre-fire. You had 2 seconds when you came off the plant. The case would have been down. You had all the time in the world.
I know, but you know what? They thought that they didn't think they had as much time as they did. They tried to make a play and get the kill, but it just didn't work. Now, but I've seen a few questions in chat several times asking about the new operator. If you've not been following the official X account of the esports game, the new operator weapon is in quarantine. Not allowed to be used. So it's the first operator that's been put in quarantine on launch since I think we said Azami.
I think even longer, maybe. Listen, I've been following this for a long time. I forget who got into quarantine and not, but of course, Scopos not available until a further date in this stage so far. So we will not see those 2 shells being a factor in this so far. I think teams like Vasco will definitely enjoy that freedom of movement.
Just imagine the constant fact that you can go for a spawn peak, and if you feel like you're going to lose, you just go back to site. Just teleport.
Not quite, well, you know, almost.
Oh, no, I wasn't talking about there. I was talking about with Scopos.
No, but if you lose your spawn peak, you're still losing, you know.
Yeah. Just don't lose your head.
That was close. Inez nearly finds a freebie through that wooden barricade on that bathroom wall. Doesn't quite connect for it, and Vasco. Questions to be asked on the offensive time control for them and how they're able to manage their time effectively. Last time out, they were able to get in the building and do that effectively without taking damage, without burning much utility, but they didn't have a lot of time to deal with the primary fronts of the defensive setup. Now they're attacking downstairs, kitchen and dining. They need to get the opening picks. This is not going to be easy. Vendor gadgets are scoured across the entirety of that balcony. I mean, you can't creep up on that door at least once. I think Vasco might be in trouble with this round, considering how their time management has been so far.
Keeping an eye on how they utilize Zero as well, because of the fact that the Zero utility can be very strong if used correctly. But to me, if you're going to use it, you're probably going to try to use it to clear sight. Get the camera in once you get the main breach open and work out where those defenders are. But the BP is going to be a huge help here for 7rex, because you can keep an eye on that breach without necessarily having a peek at what's going on. Bach will manage the cross without losing his head, moving closer towards that half wall as well, which is exactly what he would have needed. Now, remember, once you clear the top floor, usually you can get the breach open. They've not cleared the top floor, but they've got the breach open. But the problem that they leave themselves open to now is a retake if they move too early.
I have seen this too many times in LATAM so far. Teams will get that breach and lobby open up, but they don't have significant control upstairs inside of office to make this stick happen. You have the verticality watching this, so you need someone on main stairs. Nitro walks out, gets himself caught in that claymore, and 7rex will pick up Vasco one by one. The smokes aren't deep enough, and they haven't cleared this corner. The flashbangs might be enough, but you just gotta walk through that plume of smoke, and you're just waiting to be picked up one by one from 7rex. And Vasco need a miracle, but I don't think it will happen. Pano can't get anything to roll for him. 7rex get that victory. Easy as you like round. Vasco missing simple steps there, and I think 7rex will be very happy to claim that round.
There's the eyes in the ceiling again. Look there, look over his left his arm.
Okay, did they blink?
They did.
Okay, interesting. You know what,
where do we find out it's just us? We're the only two people who can see it, and everyone else at home was like,
these lights actually don't exist as well. It's only us that see these lights. Imagine playing with those flashing lights. Listen, I understand, you know, maybe simulating what it might be like to play the stage at a major. Still, distracting nonetheless.
See, the lights would be cool if you're winning. You know, if you're losing, it'd just be taunting you.
You know, you're 6 rounds down and the rave lights are going. It's not going to be the same atmosphere for it. But for 7rex, the team, of course, that has those lights behind them, they've just brought themselves level with Vasco. So, in a good position here on the defense. And, well, Gibson, our observer was telling us there, it's going to be a Kavirian play.
Oh,
Pick
no.
who is it? Pick it. Who?
It's going to be Night. It's going to be the Ash.
So Nitro
Ash is going to go wandering. Yeah.
Wandering.
No, never mind. There's no Ash. It's
Exactly.
fine. So instead, it's going to be the Demo. Yeah. See if Demos gets interrogated. I'm all for it. Just let it happen.
I'm okay for it in general. We've not seen one of these in LATAM in a very, very long time. 7rex trying to bring this one out. Of course, not an operator brings a tremendous amount of utility to it, but if they were trying to justify it best I can, Kavira creates a dilemma. Difficult thing to deal with. If you know it's there, it's going to play in the back of your mind. I don't think they're aware the Brazilian operator is lurking upstairs in that walk-in closet. Drones go out and they'll begin to get that information as Vasco try to get themselves in the building, but keep your eyes on this duel because Django might just unravel this round before it even gets started if he can get a free interrogation. If this drone network's not good enough, and I think they might just walk straight into the trap. If they're not aware, might be a freebie on the Nitro.
Please drone the Cav. Come on. Oh, silent step activated. They will get droned out, and now it's a sprint back to get yourself back to site, Cav. You are being hunted. Drop down the stairs, reposition yourself into trophy, and get yourself down the hatch. Oh! Cav nearly lost her life about 5 times there, and now she's going to get spotted by Deimos, and they'll be like, opportunity missed. She's in blue. Can't really do anything about it now.
You're right there, but again, those are vital seconds. The moment you spot that Kavira, everyone's eyes turn towards getting that clear. They're going to get marked by that Deimos and draw that attention. And Vasco again in a position that we've seen them time and time again in this matchup. They've got themselves in the building. They've got that initial control. Maybe even found a little bit of an engagement early. But they've only got 30 seconds before they hit that 60-second mark, and they've not cleared anything yet. You know, they're in the building, they're not postured up, and they're still trying to get that initial control. The verticality's opened up thanks to that, thanks to Ram in lobby. That's not enough yet, and I don't even think they have a hard breach happening yet.
No, they don't, and Thermite is in main lobby. So they've not really made inroads towards Boiler. They've not made any inroads towards opening up the main wall. And the hatch is electrified, as you can see. So they're not going to get that either. So you're in a very similar situation than what we saw 7 Rex earlier. There's not a lot of opportunities to make this push. Now, IQ will try to get the information. Maybe you get the main breach open, but is it too little too late? Here comes the push up the stairs, but Siege timing, as always. Line up the headshot. It's going to miss it and going to fall. Nitro will get the kill. 4v5, Bach down. Now they've got the main breach open as well, but time is the enemy. Time is a massive problem. Whip it.
Yep.
Please tell me I've not gone to the void. Please, I'm still here.
You've not gone to the void, but
the viewers have.
The viewers have. So, Gibson, predictions. Who's going to win this round? Who do you think?
Spoiler, I have the Spanish broadcast open on my other screen, and Vasco took the round.
That's what I like to see. Let's go, Vasco. Wait, no, I was cheering for that push up the main stairs, right? That decision to make an aggressive play. That decision to try and find the opening pick. Ugh, that's not good. You don't need to make that mistake. You don't need to make that play. You don't need to try and be the hero, and that's what ultimately, I would imagine, cost that round. You go up, you lose that fighting ball, an unfortunate moment, and we would have been singing praises if they find 1 or maybe 2 from that play, but unfortunately, the duality of making a moment like that happen, you're gonna be sometimes the headliner, not the way you would have wanted, and we do see Vasco get that round and move themselves 1 step closer to that point here on Chalet.
Yeah, it was Nitro who made a huge play by bombing down main stairs. This is what won that round for Vasco in the end. But they'll be disappointed with it because they'll feel that it should be 6-4 or even 6-3 based on the way that some of these rounds have been played out. You can see 1 round lost on time. You know what, the one thing I've noticed with it, when you look at that scoreboard, how many times has the case gone down tonight in LATAM?
None.
Well, maybe once. Was there once in the last game?
Not in this game, at least. Here,
no,
we've not seen
not
the
in
case
this game. They're just making it a tactical shooter instead of like a tactical team game.
Oh, that's the joys of it, of course, Gibson. But as we wait to resolve things, we can kind of just talk about the overarching kind of idea of this matchup so far, what we've seen from it. Vasco, they have definitely made massive improvements from player day 1. Now it's a 1-day turnaround. You can't make drastic changes to the formula, but clearly what we're seeing from Vasco in this performance is much, much better now, whether it's a combination of the map working better for them than what we saw, or it's just things are kind of flowing as a team better. It's much better nonetheless. 7 Rex carry on the fact that they're going to be that threat of a team. They're very potent, but both teams have left me a little bit desiring better time management. They're leaving these to very narrow windows to make executions work, and time again we see teams just running out of time, running out of utility, and not having the right amount of options to deal with these things. Just think about that clear from Vasco when they're attacking down in boring games. They just didn't have the time to clear out towards Ivy. They didn't have the time to clear mezzanine, and the round just absolutely tapered out from that point.
Yeah, but Whip it, they're attacking bar games again and they've brought double shield. I know the viewers at home can't see, but Vasco have brought Blitz and Monty and they've just walked into sight. Look, I'm going to try and tell us for the viewers of what's going on. Basically, it's bar games. Vasco have brought double shield. They sprinted in the main door. They've walked on the site. They're tearing them apart. The case has gone down. Vasco are about to take a 6-4 lead, and they do. You like that? Is that a radio? Is that like a radio broadcast?
Yeah, that is. It is. You know, you used to do football.
Yeah.
Or soccer if you're from North America.
Or
commentary.
football if you're from Argentina or Brazil.
That's true. You used to do that commentary, very similar style.
Yeah.
You do it for the radio, didn't you? Or did you do it for radio?
No.
I don't.
I've been told I have a face for the radio, but I think that's a compliment. I'm not sure.
I've heard your fiance call you that several times, Gibson.
But yeah, it's 6-4 Vasco is the score for the viewers at home, in case you're not wondering. If you do want to see the game and not listen to yapping in English, but listen to yapping in Espanol, you can check it out on the Spanish broadcast of the game where the game is still in play. But Whip it, 6-4 to Vasco. It's looking like it's going to be a win for the Argentinians, right?
Yeah, I listen, I'd imagine so. Gibson, I don't have the game ahead of me. I'm trying to pull it up as we speak. So what are we looking at in terms of this next round? What are we seeing?
We're seeing the cloud room again.
Is it a tactical timeout, or is it?
It's not. So I can't believe I'm casting a game that's not on screen. But Basically, it is match point for Vasco for the viewers at home. The site of choice is going to be top floor with a massive extension with reinforcements being utilized inside of kitchen on the side of 7 Rex. And we're seeing Vasco bring the shield. So I'm not going to cast it for the viewers at home because, again, you know, I don't think I have the best voice for painting a picture when you can't see what's on screen. But let's just say it's going to be aggressive from Vasco.
Gibson, I'll try and give an insight to it here. Before going into it. So, it's actually way more difficult than I thought, of course. I don't have it on my main monitor. I've got our feed on this. I've tried to pull this up on my cellular device.
Your cellular device?
Don't know why I called my phone my cellular device.
Guys, Whippet has a cellular device. But for the viewers... I don't know. Look, you know what the worst thing is now that we're on camera? I can't even, like, if I look to my other screen to see what's going on, it's not even the direction you're in, so it can't even look like I'm talking to you. But
I mean, we're about to see, I believe, a Blitz get that control inside trophy. That's what I'm about to watch happening here.
oh,
This is the Blitz, rocking the Lagonis charm on that as well. Opening pick goes for the defense of Rex. Vasco do trade that off instantly, and it's actually a bit of a flurry going out so far. 4-3 advantage with 7 Rex. Just over a minute 30 left to go in this round. If you want to take over, you can feel free.
yeah. So Blitz is about to vault in trophy window. Remember, this is a top floor
Oh, I'm
defense.
ahead how was my feed ahead of you for this one?
Oh, God only knows.
Oh,
Blitz is
Vasco pop off. After being entryway, Vasco now have control inside of trophy. Gonna be a massive pick down in kitchen. Found out, and that's gonna be Nacho who finds that. All down actually now, Gibson. It's gonna be a 3 versus 1 in favor of Vasco against 7 Rex. It's gonna be a Frost upstairs, out by Piano, last one standing. 60 seconds remain in this round.
60 seconds on the clock, no game on your screen. What do? Well, you cast Siege for the viewers at home. So Frost is going to rotate outside, go out the main door, trying to find a kill. The kill will be found by Nacho, who is on repel, upside down by the double window.
That's
and just like that,
Nitro was passionate in that victory.
Nitro was passionate, but it's a 7-4 win for Vasco. Have you ever casted a game that wasn't on the screen before?
No, but listen, I'll take it. Listen, I mean, congratulations to Vasco for getting that victory 7-4. A very much needed result for them after what was a ropey start to the stage.
You know what? We're no quitters. We're no quitters. We keep going. But Vasco take the win. All in all, I think the main thing to say about that one is it's a great bounce back after their performance on Monday. So they were outclassed by Alpha. The question mark kind of, or even I suppose the space, the vacated space that was left by Dante was kind of looming over the team. So the question was, could they win games? Could they perform without Dante? What a big win that is for them today. They've beaten 7 Rex. They get their first win of the stage. And we get to see the host with the most. Corbic, did you enjoy our casting without a game?
Yeah. I always say if you can't cast it for radio, you shouldn't be casting it at all. So yeah, no, I'm good with it. I also listen to baseball on the radio, so maybe I'm just weird. But no, it was interesting. I like the bit where Blitz vaulted in and there was a big top floor extension. You painted. Look,
You had your eyes closed. You were like, I could see it.
The mind was the canvas, and you painted me a picture, and that's all we needed right there. Okay, so anyway. Vasco gets the win, right? That's the big takeaway. 7-4. Vasco looked, I think, a lot better here tonight, Gibson, than they did on Monday. They were dominant on entry play in particular. I feel like they were consistently getting the first kill in a lot of those matchups. Just a more composed team overall.
Yeah, they were. And the thing that I missed most about the Vasco performance on Monday was they kind of forgot what made them good. And what made them good was their ability to contest the building at the points of entry, right? You think about every map you saw Vasco play, it'll be Dante and Luca getting really aggressive at those points of entry. And that's what Luca was able to do. Even in the rounds they lost, they reverted the form and they made it really difficult for 7 Rex, particularly on their attack.
Vasco on the attack was, you know, they had the ability, I think, to cause some issues, but their time management was a massive question mark for me. Just 2 rounds that really jump out to me about this, and especially that attack when you're taking control from Solarium's side to attack Baron Games. They had a great job of getting into Solarium, making sure they weren't flanked from Trophy and Control of Office, but with around, only like a minute left in the round, they hit that kind of section of the map where you have to now attack towards that blue, the Shield on Ivy, and they had no time to work with it. That's a massive kind of blunder from this side. They've done a good job trying to get back into that round, but little things like that scare me from this side because they can go from being a very proficient team to making mistakes of that scale. So Vasco, much better, much improved from them, but still a lot to go, I think, to find that form again, which we saw in stage 1.
Very much so. And, if you kind of flip the scope and you look at 7 Rex, I don't think they necessarily walk... I mean, obviously, it's a loss, and they don't like that gives him, but I don't think they walk away from this one feeling all too bad. I mean, when you consider that Vasco was the best team from LATAM South in Stage 1, you put up a very good performance here against them on a map that they did favor a lot in Stage 1 as well.
Yeah, I think they'll be a little bit... I think they'll be annoyed, though. Like, at the end of the day, they're playing in a team house. They're together. They qualified for this league. I think that they'll be very disappointed. Like, they did a lot of very good things, but to lose a game this early on in the stage, it'll be disappointing. But you know what, Corbeck? You got to have a short memory in Siege.
Right.
All these teams, it's a double round robin in this stage, so you're going to play all these teams again over the course of it. Just be better next time you play Vasco. You beat them next time, and you can kind of forget about this loss in Chalet.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. I mean, I know Whippet, you've said same things to the same regard. You got to just put Monday behind you, focus, or, the last day behind you and focus on the next match. I mean, for 7 Rex going forward, if we do consider this to be their first test, and they failed at Whippet, I mean, how do they kind of push on from here in your mind, at least?
Well, I'll kind of repeat somewhat of what I told about these teams, the lessons to take from Monday. They have to take a look at this VOD and reset from it, but to me, it's a little bit of that decision making I thought was a little bit lackluster. Of course, that round of basement before we had our feed drop the decision to push up that staircase when there's only 40 seconds left. It's things like that where they want to maybe make a hero play or they want to rely on their rifles when they can just sit back. I think is going to come as this team matures into this league. They've had that run through open qualifiers. Now they have to settle into this stage, and I think they'll gain that level of maturity, that cohesion as we get later on, but they don't have a lot of time to make those changes.
Well, Vasco rights the ship after a rocky start. 7 Rex, though, they do not disappoint in their second game here. Our final match of LATAM South will be coming up to you right after this break. Don't go anywhere. It'll be a good one. Well, welcome back, viewers, here to LATAM League. It's Play Day 2 here in Stage 2. We're still in LATAM South, our final game coming up here in this part of the region, and it promises to be a good one. It is Knights versus a resurgent, a renewed, a revivified Alpha team. I am Corbeck. Alongside me here are Gibson and Whippet, and let's start with Knights, because Knights are a team that has been around for a while here, Gibson. We like them, we love them. Tom Hagen is a GOAT. But it was a rough start for them on Monday. Despite them getting the win, they went to overtime.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would have thought before the season started that that game would go all the way to overtime. But it's the sort of thing that can happen on the first play day. The main thing for them was they got in, they got the win, they got out. Yes, that puts them 1 point behind the teams that are in the lead, but the main thing is they got the win. They've also managed to get Soko shrunk back down to normal size, which will hopefully, help him when it comes to holding the mouse and using the keyboard, because it was a massive difficulty for him in the stage. But this is the designated best team play team in LATAM South when you talk to the other teams involved. And I think that it is just longevity. It's the fact they've been together for so long, they have so many reps, that's to be expected.
I want to jump in on that point, Gibson, that you mentioned about it's the best team play team inside of LATAM South in particular. That's true, and the longevity has been a massive factor, but they have played a very similar style all the way through all 3 stages of LATAM so far. So all the way back in last year and stage 1 this year. And I think teams might be starting to figure them out. We saw that Mayham evolve while they obviously took a step up in performance in this stage. Very, very solid, and they weren't phased by the defensive structure that Knights had set in place. So I'm going to be following this very carefully. They're still my favorite team in this region, or in this half of the region, but I'm just a little bit worried that they might be figured out by some of these sides.
Yeah, well, if there's one side that Knights has figured out, it might very well be Alpha Team. Every time these two teams met in the last stage here, Gibson, Alpha Team was defeated. They even lost in the deciders to Knights. However, new Alpha Team, new stage, Gibson, do you think they have it in them to put it to the Knights here tonight?
100%. They've made some changes. Slaters is a star waiting to shine. Martin, we know what he can do. This is a new version of Alpha Team. This is a better version of Alpha Team. I think this is definitely my game of the night.
Well, let's get a look at where this new Alpha Team might pull a final victory here over Knights. The one they've been waiting for, I should say, finally. It looks like some of the reliable ones are gone here, Whippet, already. And it's Bank.
Oh, they are, and it's not going to be a 3-ship of chalets here in LATAM South. We will see Bank being played here. And I gotta say, Alpha Team decided to ban away Consulate. I think that was a wise choice, but they've left themselves open to a map that can lead itself to a very structured team's benefit. And I think Knights are going to be very happy that they're in this position. I think Alpha Team will be tested here, but Bank is going to rely on a lot of structure from these teams, but has that space, that maneuverability to allow players, for example, like Slaters, like Martin, to be dangerous on this against Knights. So an interesting matchup for these teams, but I think on the veto, Knights probably won that one.
Well, we'll jump right into it here, folks. Gibson and Whippet, take it away. We'll see if Knights can check a little cash here for Alpha Team.
Is that an invitation for me to use all my bank puns, or have I got my pun license revoked? I'll not use any just yet, but first things first, Whippet. Ying and Monty bans, they're going to be withdrawn from the game straight off the bat. I'm very interested to see what the defensive bans are going to be, though.
Oh, Gibby, no puns for you, unfortunately. I'm just saying, no.
I snuck 2 in there, by the way. Just
I know. Yeah, the floodgate's been opened up, but Ying, Monty, Kaid being banned out so far. This tends to be what we see normally on this map. No massive variation. Valkyrie would be high on my list for this one, but Amira taken away. I do see that Spanish operator very much utilized on a lot of sites like CEO, like down in basements, so very well-rounded set of bans, and not too surprised, does follow the curve for LATAM here on Bank. Knights starting on the offensive side, Alpha Team on the favorable defense here, and that's going to be where I'm going to lean for this one, Gibby. They need to get a very successful defensive half here against Knights. However, Knights, we've seen them on maps like Clubhouse during Stage 1, have looked phenomenal when it comes to these offensive maps that might be difficult to break down offensively, so I'm very intrigued to see how this one plays out for our very opening round.
Yeah, and you look at the the current attacking lineup. Obviously, there will be a few wrinkles and a few changes in that before the round starts, but don't be surprised to see Atlas stick the ace. On attack, Atlas nearly always plays those hard breach operators for his side, and usually gets a couple of kills off the back of it as well. But in the big change that I'm seeing straight off the bat is when you see that Osa being brought and those shields, it screams a server tech, right? So what you'll expect them to do, get control of server, get the wall open, get one of those shields down and plant behind it. Now they'll use the Grim and they'll try to use some of their utility to bait maybe a C4 or 2, which Alpha Team have, from inside of red. But they've basically pigeonholed or set out what their plan A is, and it is going to be that server push.
Yeah, one thing whenever I see Osa on this, and this is going to be a trip down nostalgia lane for anybody who's been following this game for a long time. Every time I remember this is when we saw D plus Kia and their massive run in Sweden Major.
The setup again.
Yeah, it's a shocker. But how D plus Kia would use this on a vault side take. Now we don't see that in play here. The Laka Habana does enable that, but also can be very, very difficult to deal with on both a server and a vault side take. You can use it as that staggered cover, like so many teams use in the black take on Skyscraper. Now, that shotgun play yet again set up on blue stairs with that warden. We saw that to massive success in our opening play day. Wonder if that will be a little bit recreated here. As our team aren't going to be too extended here. I think the wise choice is to play this very first round conservatively as a feeling out stage, just to see how things are lining up between these teams.
Yeah, and elsewhere around the map, you can see Knights have taken full control of the top floor. They've started to push in towards square. However, this is the player you got to deal with. The shotgun will swing, gives away the position, pops the Goyo. Maybe a little earlier with it than they would have liked, but with the fact that you've got so much utility being put your way, that was the only real opportunity Warden could do, particularly with those Grimbees being on the position. But minute and 25, you know there's a player on blue. I believe they've got that square hatch open now. You've got the player where you want them, but you can't go full push to try deal with them yet either.
Dubrow sends out a Zoto canister to keep control of CCTV hatch for just a little bit longer, and that's going to be the incremental game of denial from Alpha Team. Every second counts, and we only have 60 left in this round. You have to get control of blue stairs. I believe you hear that detonation, so CCTV hatch is opened up, and the red ping the warden to relay that information, but he's now aware that he's been compromised from behind, and Atlas queuing up, and it looks like it's going to be from Knights, a drop down this hatch with pressure from the staircase as well. That's seemingly where they've positioned themselves. The defensive Alpha Team need to be aware of it, but Knights taking it slow and steady. All 10 players still remain, and there's that death mark going out, and the warden is isolated from the rest of his team, but doesn't have an influence really. That might just be a bait to throw out that death mark to keep him occupied, as he can see that Deimos is nowhere in proximity.
What I love about this is they couldn't drop down that square hatch either because of the position. Now it's Tuku and Soko, they'll flip the script. They'll push from the other side. They manage to get one each, but it's down to a 3 versus 2. As Bastion and Gaspro will level the sides once more. Stepping through the midst is Gaspro. He finds another, the former coach, leaving it all down to Jerry now. Inside of the parking lot, will step on in, manages to find one, and it's a defensive win as the clocks hit 000.
Anticlimactic conclusion to that one as being Gaspro was left in DBNO. No heroics, but it will be a very solid defense from Alpha. Now, from Knights in that round, very quickly, in my mind, Gibson, they had no real intention for that take on blue. They saw the Goyo counter being popped and the warden playing on that position, and very quickly, they made the decision to make the adaptation. They're going to drop that hatch, they're going to put pressure from vault or from elevator hatch, as well as that marble staircase, and that's what they went for. They had a lot of versatility with their lineup to make that one work, and I'm impressed they went for it. Nearly worked out for them. Gaspro had a massive influence in holding that out for Alpha Team. They'll get that credit on the back of his shoulders realistically, but Knights showed that they have a lot of game IQ to make that decision quick in the round. They'd left themselves a little bit short on time to make it finally work.
What I did like though was, and I'm going to bring it up a few times, you've got the warden on the blue stairs, but by leaving the wall towards server soft and having a player playing below the other hatch by the bomb chassis, Warden can't get flanked. Like on that stairs, they cannot drop the hatch into server, because if you do, the player on the bomb chassis gets the free kill, which means Warden only has to focus on one direction. It's a little change to that basement site. Normally they're all reinforced, but it's one that gives that warden the peace of mind to be a bit more aggressive and only focus on one angle.
Yeah, I agree with you, Gibson. You play a perfect point for this. Line of
It's a shame I can't play perfect as well.
Listen, you've got a positive KD this season, so I'll give you that one.
1.3 and 7 jump scares from pushing shift in the drone phase because I keep forgetting that that the drones go zoomy now.
Yeah, so you're never going to boot the game back up because you got that positive KD, of course. Now, Knights, once again, have donned the OSA here, so they have got a clear intention for this. Now, when OSA is involved in a lineup, the team has to have a pretty significant idea how they're going to use this operator, as Jerry finds that freebie. Gasbrew overextends, trying to refill that Kiba, and they'll burn away the Saria gate, double impact to get that opened up with combination with their castle barrier. So now they have that line of sight open up in the window play. And Rizzy just pick away and get everyone from Alpha. They've repelled in, and Atlas will use that shield for cover. This should be a free plant in Alpha. This is going to be difficult to retake. Actually, impossible.
Yeah, players on the windows, player inside. There's virtually nothing they can do. Tuku will find Bastion. He falls, leaving it all down to Ragnar and Slater. Now we can see the blue silhouette in top square, so the minute they try to overextend, the swing should come. There you go. Tom finds it. And it leaves it all down to Slaters, who falls. It's a flawless attack. And to be honest, let's be real with it, losing for the player inside a janitor in the first 10 to 15 seconds kind of blew that whole defense apart.
It did, but Gibson, I'm going to play a card here. I don't think Alpha had anything to reply to what Knights are doing in that round. The first pick obviously opened the door, but from that moment, Knights got the door ajar, always give it open to them, and they just kicked it down from that point. It was a great decision from them to go in that. That was Yosa play, the repel in that window, get the plant behind that Talon shield, and from this, you just have to play in the window. There's nothing you can do. Alpha team kind of had a loss on that round, and that's just going to be one to forget and move on. But Knights, great recovery, and I think a perfect example of how this team likes to play. Inside of LATAM South, they might be one of the only teams that enjoy getting that diffuser planted.
I mean, they are the only team. We've seen like 3 plants this whole stage in LATAM South so far. It is refreshing to see a team set up with the whole purpose of actually playing site and actually working on getting the case down. Now, not for the first time, but we're seeing this site being utilized. Normally, we don't go to archives, but in bank here in LATAM, teams have shown that they're a little bit more prone to going here. When you're playing this position, though, it's very similar to open area. You've got to control the top floor, and you can see there's a serious amount of utility and time and resources being utilized to set up top floor.
Yeah, I mean, you have to commit to this hole. There's no half measures for this site. You've got to commit to that presence, and you can't really play on that middle floor. You leave yourself very vulnerable. Open area might be your only viable option from it, but you are spread, and you don't have map influence from that bottom floor. You only really go up through the hatches with C4s, and none of them are in ideal positions to deny that plant in any position, or even have an influence past that without an Oryx on the board. So Alpha team have a lot of work to do on this defense, and I think Knights are going to spot this, and I think they're going to be pretty confident in their ability to be able to break this one down.
Yeah, but Knights are always going to be confident that they can break down whatever is thrown against them. The problem is, these players for Alpha team don't really go down without a fight. Now you can see they're trying to bounce the nade off the pillar to get rid of the mute jammer that is on that Kanto wall. If you're not aware, we're talking about the player Kanto Ricchetti and things he was able to do in this position.
I think people are working.
Whip it.
Yes.
There's definitely people here who weren't around for the Kanto heydays.
They might have saw his time on Rogue back in the day in Berlin. They might have saw that.
Yeah, you talked to this earlier. That was 3 years ago, man. That's been a while.
Don't remind me about that, unfortunately. But with a minute 20 left to go, flashbangs happen, and Knights look to get themselves that entry point through Aqua Window and put that pressure on my team. He's going to get that Nitro cell down below. Jerry's first of all, and we do see a massive advantage now for Alpha. The very first time they have themselves that advantage, but it doesn't go too much longer. Tuchel gets that trade, and Bastion's now no longer applicable for this round.
Yeah, but Gas Pro is there to trade one back. Atlas will fall, so down goes the Ram. So no more ability to open up a lot of vert on this top floor. So it's a 4 versus 3 with 50 seconds left on the clock. You've got vertical control. You've got IQ, so you can spot out where all the defensive utility is. But the main thing I'd like to see is them using the drones they have, and that's exactly what we'll see. Tuku checking the elevators, important to clear those corners, but you're leaving it very short on time. 30 seconds left on the clock, still making Vertwell, but at some point they're just going to have to full send.
Yeah, this is Knights. It's going to be a kind of the duality, the double-edged sword of how they like to play. They love to get things done right. They love to go through that checklist, but sometimes when you meet resistance, you're going to have around 20 seconds to make something work. So they've got a very limited options, and they've got to brute force their way straight in this side. But Soko might have enough cover, but it's going to be the player on the marble stairs that can deny this, but the cover seems to be perfect. The DB on the Valkyrie might buy them enough time, and the cover from verticality just good enough. The case does go down, but it's all down to this. Tom Hagen alone upstairs, but does he have a visual on that case? He should do, but there's so many angles to cover, and none of them are clean fights to take. I think Alpha know a retakes on the cards. He has to go upstairs to deal with them, but do they know where he is? He needs to win this one, but he can't get it done. An Alpha team should get this counter defuse done just like that. They'll work away at that one. Sliders gets that, and Alpha team bring themselves back into the lead, 2-1 our scoreline.
And this is the thing. They left themselves with way too little time for that execute to happen, so everybody had to just make a rush. You had cover above, but whenever you find yourself in a push situation with 5 to 10 seconds left, any mistake will get punished, and you saw that happen. Now, I feel like Tom probably should have won that gunfight initially looking towards square, but didn't win it. You got to give credit to Alpha Team. I think the main thing for me was them realizing, you know what, even though the case is down, it's still a lot of time. It only takes 7 seconds to get that defuse to defuse the bomb. So what you gotta do is work with the time you have. 33 seconds is the time you had to find the kill and get on the case, and that's what they did. They retook top floor, they got their kills, they won the round.
There's a glimpse back here, the execution that Knights pulled off in round number 2.
Yeah.
That was
I'm glad you pointed that out for the viewers. I'm glad you pointed that out for the viewers at home.
That wasn't live. I didn't see the replay bumper there, so just making sure. As we dive into round number 4, Alpha Team now have that lead. For them, 4-2 split is the goal for Alpha Team at this position. They realistically need to walk in, get themselves 2 more rounds, and they'll be very comfortable going into it. Knights, though, much more dangerous side on the offense. That's my opinion about them. Always, if we get to see them on Clubhouse later on this stage, they are exceptional there. I'm playing out somewhat the same. As I touched on our pregame, maybe teams might be figuring out Knights. They've not made changes. They've played in the same style now for over a year. Teams might be getting privy to it.
And if you were wondering what was happening at the start of the round, folks, the reason Warden was playing by dirt was to listen for the drop. The whole point was to stand there, listen for the drop, work out if they're bringing a blitz or, you know, another one of those operators that can bring a shield.
Who taught you that one, Gibby?
What?
Who taught you that one?
Oh, nobody. I made it up. I'm joking, but that's what he was doing. He was listening for the audio drop. When it didn't come, it meant that you could then focus and take blue stairs. It's just little things like that that you can bring into your game that could help you. There's that boost. Look at how quick the drone goes when you hit shift.
Yeah, it's almost like Gibson. It has a boost. When you
Love that. When are we going to start seeing drone races?
Soon, hopefully. Drone Racing League, when? So we'll see a very similar setup yet again from the Knights. The Osa in effect yet again, so they have a very clear vision for what they want to do. And I can't imagine they're going to be as passive for control here. A small catch of the hive, and they're going to pop that Goy canister to give a little bit of space. And we'll see Bastion play on that position. I think Knights might consider that full clear. A great drone inside of red. That Legion does not know that they're fully compromised on that position. I wonder, is this going to be a more primary focus towards this server-side take, or will they make that rotation out towards Vault sooner rather than later, as yet again, time is draining away from Knights.
Yeah, the cover has to be here. This is a huge fight now as Warden will peek, but will not take any damage, but it keeps the players on the hatch honest. Now, remember, with the walls being soft, oh, this is actually really clever. Send the Osa up to give yourself some cover, but no, you're going to lose one.
No,
Bastion
no!
Gets it, he sprints, he's almost got away with it, he gets the double.
Why did he sprint away? Like, okay, fuck. Team kills Osa essentially in that position, loses his life to the Pumpy, and then Warden's like, I'm going to turn my back and sprint away. Ah! Only in LATAM. Only in LATAM you'll
Probably.
get that. But
Case is going down, by the way.
What? Right, this is going to be difficult. Case going down, cover from the hatch is perfect. Well, Alpha Team, This round's been a calamity. Nothing you can do at this position. You got to retake upstairs. The cover from Habana might just be perfect as well, Gibby. This is going to be an all-action round. Alpha don't have time to make this one stick. I think this might be just a round for the Knights. Good trade there. Martin finds it, but I think it might just be too much to ask. To look for a second. Prone in the rotate. If he wins that one, it will be a miracle. It does bring us to a 2 versus 2, but at this stage, the round should be one for Knights. Should be. Pro's down to a 1 versus 1 up on the hatch, and Gaspro will try and stick this. And, well, actually, he might be deep enough to make that one work. The drop happens, and Gaspro...
trade!
Are you kidding me? Gaspro gets the trade, but loses that fight. Oh, my.
He's still smiling, though. Gaspro's still saying he lost the 1v1 trade, and he's still smiling. But look. Genius. Absolute cinema. Genius. You team kill your own team. You lose another player to the shotgun, but you still just go. It's like, okay, I'm just going to open the one plant. Why not? Let's give it a go. See what happens. Alpha team were doing God knows what while all that was happening. Look, this is it. Look,
this
cinema.
is the moment.
Cinema.
And then he just sprints away.
But they just walked in and planted them
I'm not
too.
even gonna lie. Like, it's not even like it's not like the one was close to Osa. Buck walks from that corner and goes, yeah, you know what, you.
Here's the question though. When Warden was sprinting away, was he screaming or was he laughing?
I think a hybrid of both. And here we get to see that Gaspro very nearly gets that. If he just found one extra round in the pre-fire, he would have been able to get that job done. But I think that entire sequence of play, Gibson, I can summarize it rather briefly. Are you ready for this one?
Yeah.
LATAM South.
Oh, that's not the phrase I thought you were going to use.
What did you think I was going to use?
I thought you were going to say task failed successfully.
Wow. Depends on what team's perspective we're looking at.
It was definitely, for Fortnite, that was definitely task failed successfully.
Not just the skeleton key pick on the Osa might be one of the best things I've seen in LATAM South.
Why did he shoot the Osa though?
I don't know. Sliders has picked Solace. Solace, no longer the operator that they once were, of course, affected in the patch coming out for Twin Shells. Of course, can no longer identify what electrical gadget is being seen without scanning it, so a little bit less diverse, acts a little bit less like an information gatherer, and has a little bit, think of a reduction of overall impact in the round. But Sliders gonna slowly make that work best they can. Yokai drones in play in the hands of Gaspro on that Echo, and upstairs the CEO office will be the site of choice for Alpha Team's 5th defense.
Now, a few important things you've got to do. If you're Knights, you've got to clear that canto wall. That really means that Ragnar can't play this position any longer. We can see that Bastion is trying to provide cover on anyone who could go on rappel to try to breach that wall with the DMR from inside Trump. Shield set up over by Stock as well. This is pretty common. You've got the footholds so the player and janitor can protect you from the vault-in, while your player behind the shield keeps an eye on square. On the Knight side of things, nothing too crazy here. They're trying to get a pick from the windows. You bring the Zof to get rid of the castle barricades, which is a nice little change that you see from time to time. But this is the poke and prod stage of the round. You rappel on the windows, you look at what's going on, you try to make an Alpha Team player overextend a little bit.
This is where you see those teams that are very well regimented not make that mistake of overextending. Very rapid ingress taken here, and while Bastion will get full credit for that, Tom Hagen gets a freebie. Gaspro unprotected, Bastion finds a second, there's a trade, and everything just ignites in this round. Flurry of kills, light up your kill feed, and we find ourselves in a 2 versus 1. Slaters, the aforementioned Solace, now left alone. 40 seconds in this round. Has to play far more direct, can't win his one, Soko gets it, Knights bring us level up to round number 5. What?
With it? LATAM is so back.
Oh,
we
I
are
love LATAM.
so back. Like, you have a player on the shield looking towards square.
He just
like,
takes
look,
all.
he's on
That's
his
just
drone.
that's perfect. That's Tom Hagen. That's Tom Hagen, Gibbs. Of course he gets it done.
He just sprinted in. He's like, there's a player behind that shield. But they're not he's not expecting this.
If you make it in the janitor before the player behind the shield peeks you, you're in. Just saying.
You know what the best thing is? That Echo got shot. Obviously, in Pro League, you don't get the kill cam when you die, but he's like, hello?
What?
Was there not?
What?
Like, was there not somebody on the shield? How has that happened?
LATAM South, baby.
There's Siege purists watching this in the room in the rooms right now, going, "What have I just witnessed?"
Is the Siege purist in the room with us now, Gibson?
Yes.
Oh.
They're not even going to type in chat because they're flabbergasted.
I absolutely love this region, and I love these two teams as Knights find themselves in the lead here against Alpha Team. Alpha Team, little bit muted compared to what we normally see from them. Players that we normally see having a massive influence, just like Martin, a little bit more quiet this time around. Ragnar on the Maestro, not a very common pick. Soko, how's that happen then? Okay, yeah, that's happened.
Gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all. See, if that was big Soko, you'd have been able to tank that.
So Soko clearly got aggressive into the dirt tunnel. The Maestro was able to find them and get that final pick with the impact grenade, locking that out. And a very aggressive play made by Knights, and I think uncharacteristic play from them to get that aggressive this early into a round. They will pay the price for it. One player down. Logic bomb made. Creep on up. Of course, that camera can't get activated, so this still could be free real estate just to walk up and put pressure on the ramp. Stacked up behind the Osa as well. Be very impactful.
Don't let them walk into sight randomly. The cam should now be activated, right? Someone has to get on the bank cam. It's gone now. It's been removed, so you lose that information. But with that cam being gone, does kind of tell you that there's people pushing in from parking lot. Now, elsewhere around the map, they're still going through their normal roam clear.
Martin's on the roam, Gibby. That's all. Martin's on the roam.
Does he have a chair on the bed, though?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't have the player cams, unfortunately, for this matchup. But Martin does have a... Normally, does not play. What are you saying? Oh, no. Okay.
The droning has been a bit sus so far tonight, though. Not gonna lie, but... If you're Martin, you should now know that you're being pressurized, right? So you gotta get your kills. Misses the chance to get the first one, but smartly turns his attention to the other rotate, but forgot about the fact that Atlas can move and will get around and get that kill. 4 versus 4 with a minute left to go. Now, little bit of a stalemate in the round at this point as both teams await. That FNAT will go off, revealing that they are making the push now from that parking lot side, inside of Garage, but whip it. All you gotta do if you're Tuku is just stay alive. Yep. Just be a threat.
His job is to not die. If he dies in this position, things might just fall apart. Having control of ramp means that you can't make rotations, you can't play inside of red, and that invites a massive amount of space inside of A side, but they're not going for that A hit. They've dropped inside of vault and need to win these ones. Habana finds that, Jerry gets that confirmation. That's going to be on the Ragnar, and you can't make rotations via red. You're stuck inside of gold, and it's going to be a difficult fight through that bars. Stuck with many angles of the Ewis players, does find one on the Tuco, but it's going to be an absolute brawl here in Vault, and Knights come out better for it, 2 versus 1, and Atlas gets that final pick. A very well thought out execution from the side of the Knights to give themselves a absolute variety of options to make something happen, and they do convert that into a round win here. Alpha might just be in a little bit of trouble now.
It's so clever, though, because, as we said, having that position for Tuku inside of Garage, when you get the Osa shield down, you've got a full cutoff. They cannot rotate through red, so the only place they can go to is into Vault. So the 2 players in Vault will just hold the angle. It's free kills as long as you do it right, and that's why Knights were able to take the round, as we get a replay from the other round again.
Just realised, Gibson, we can't see the chair on Martin's setup. I don't know if it's there or not. His room's dark today.
No, he's got the lights off. That's the problem.
That's why he's not locked in. He needs the bright lights and a broken chair on his bed. And we'll be able to really unlock his true potential. But Knights played that round expertly. They had everything set up in a great position. I'm a big fan of the double stack initial take inside of Garage. The fact is, you walk in with your Dokkaebi and your Osa to get that control. You have a trade there if it goes a little bit awry. They knew Alpha weren't extending massively upstairs, bar Martin, who was found very quickly on that drone, and so they were able to deal with that and neutralize that threat incredibly quickly. So Knights, yet again, showing their proficiency with a more strategic style of play than what a lot of teams can cope with here in LATAM. And well, I was concerned that maybe they've been figured out. It looks like they haven't really here, and Alpha team are struggling to find an answer to this setup. Now, they do have that side swap. Knights now find themselves on that defense. What can Alpha team do now they're attacking here on Bank?
Well, again, the setup that they have with the Osa shield will tell you that the plan here is to execute at some point. When Osa is carrying the case, the diffuser, it tells you even more that you expect it to be a server side, hence them taking control of square pretty quickly. You're going to open up that angle too. The hatch being reinforced does mean that you give the attackers a decision to make whether or not to clear that bit of your to use utility to clear that. But as we can see by the silhouettes, but it's pretty much a turtle defense here from the Knights. One player on blue, everybody else is inside of sight. Now, Soko surely does a better job of playing this position than what we saw
well,
here.
listen, we cannot see the level of absolute disaster that we saw previously on this position. One thing I'm going to say, though, is we see a lot of teams here in LATAM South bring out this warden on the staircase, so a lot of teams are going to be used to it, likelihood, considering it's a variety, or not a variety, that we've seen every team do this here on Blank so far. I'm not really much of a surprise. Need to have that drone ahead of this buck with the shotgun primed and ready. We'll peek this with that skeleton key and should get the job done. Very close play. Bates one with a single pump. I think toxic canister will choke this play out. So correction, not a ward in the smoke this time around.
Yeah.
And this is going to add even more time delay. You have over 40 seconds, nearly a minute of delay here. They might be able to choke this play out for a very, very long time. And I think Knights will stick this position out.
But they can't open the hatch. Tom is on the table. It's keeping that Aruni gate closed, or at least he was by their table. So they can't open the hatch in the server. Eventually, like as you can see, they eventually did get it, but it took a lot of utility to do so. 50 seconds left on the clock. One player still inside of blue. Smoke's still wasting a lot of time, but you're essentially forcing a choke point. Tom will get the opening kill on the Gas Pro and behind the server. Will get traded back by Martin, but you've still got to deal with the long angle. Tuku will take down Martin. Bastion trades back Soko, but at this point it's a 3 versus 3, and you can still execute the plant, but whip it. 35 seconds. Have they got rid of... They're going to get rid of those, you know, the Goyo canisters, but you're not leaving yourself a lot of time to get this execute off.
They couldn't get that second Goyo canister, so they're going to be left with that left in the fray in these final few moments. So Alpha, while all things are neutralized in terms of player count with a 3 versus 3, that smoke canister might do enough to obscure the vision, might block the visual on that canister, and this case should go down. C4 doesn't connect, it misses, and this smoke grenade might be exactly what they need. Loosely firing, but no, and then a flash, and that might unravel around, but Ragnar just charges on with the bearing 9. Finding one, and Knights begin to fall. Ragnar gets his second, and Bastion finds one in the fray as well. And Knights, or I should say, Alpha Team, find a way, some way to win that round. It looked absolutely doomed, and they get the job done.
I love the repositioning though. The fact that they retook dirt, they got outside and got the player cleared from server. It left your smoke high and dry on blue stairs, and you got the execute off as well. But that could have hinged on that C4. Had it connected, it would have been a very different round indeed. So, you win your first round on attack. You're still trailing the series 4-3. Are you able to level the sides now? Oh, there's a chair in the background of Tom's room too, but it's not on the bed.
It's like I feel like I know these players from their rooms, Gibson. I feel like I know I've been able to get a glimpse into their lives from those rooms, of course. It's not in the facility this time. We were there in stage 1, opting to play from home.
To be honest, I missed them in more lower, by the way. So last stage, they did play from the team house. They were all in the same room. And they'd be gaming, and you would just see a cleaner randomly hoovering in the background while they were playing. It was unbelievable.
For our international audience, North Americans vacuuming.
True. I needed to make that distinction.
You do. But we will see that Knights
The
have
dramatic
had
pause.
I thought you were going to follow that up. Listen, it's getting late here in Europe for us, but we're going to power through this nonetheless. So, Knights, they had their lead now reduced to a single round. Alpha done very, very well to get that opening offense for them, and now they'll begin to try and work for a window-heavy play yet again. Blitz in flight, Gas Pro bringing out this operator. I'm very intrigued what the vision behind this is going to be. Now, Knights love to use the offset on this take. They were able to repel him behind those Talon shields and use that the pressure and get that case down. Alpha did expose themselves and lose that opening pick very early, and Knights are yet to do that, but what's Gas Pro cooking? He has the case in hand. Where's he going to commit for this?
I'll tell you what the plan is. If you see a blitz or any shield combination, you always assume they're going to try to take it up these stairs. Now, question is, how many of those bandit charges did you get? It looks like they got the 2 of them. that might just enable them to open that Kanto wall, which enables the push even more. You can see that with the head holes being open here, it means that square. It means Martine's just going to shoot you, Jerry. You know, even so, when you're holding that angle, you need to try to win that gunfight. But now it's a 5 versus 4. Now it puts a little bit more pressure on the defense. So now the players on the windows might catch some of these defenders as they reposition, as they move around. We're at the halfway point of the round, but that's a great kill by Tuku.
That is massive. With a 1x as well, but here's that blitz I mentioned, backed up by Martine. Martine finding 3 in the round. Tom Hagen is latest victim. An aggressive peek, but the window cover is good. And Alpha Team are destined to bring this level, unless Tuco has something to say about it. No one's repelled in from him. In this case, should go down. That will absolutely unleash that blitz, but Slaters will get that pick all the way out from top marble stairs. Actually, nice little wall bind.
What I love about that is, let's just sprint it in to Janitor through 17 goo mines as well, by the way, to get there. Look, 1, 2, 3, there you go.
There we go. So they get a second view. They decides he has to pull those out before this. But Martine, player that we love to talk about time and time again for, I would say, the energetic performances on those player cams and what he can do in the server as well. Massive influence of that round. Finding 3, opening up the Knights, leaving them vulnerable to make that case go down, and ultimately just a numbers game was what unraveled it for them. So the Knights will go back down to the basement. They've been successful here. Actually, no, they haven't been successful here yet. Alpha Team, they need to change things up on this attack. It was very desperate last time around. Let's see if they can find a way to solve the puzzles that Knights present.
What bit? It worked. It was desperate, but it worked. The same as...
I'll use a phrase that you love, Gibson. Task failed successfully, right? Just because you win doesn't always mean you've done it the right way.
Are you saying that there's a... Are you saying that there should be honor in how you win a round?
Well, no. Winning is winning.
Exactly.
Within the confines of the rulebook.
Yeah, you look back at the scoreboard, it's 4-4. Nobody's going to ask how they won the round. It's just they won the round.
That's right, Gibson, yes. No one will remember the round. They remember the scoreline at the end, of course. I'm on Alpha Team. Done a good job to battle back for this. I thought Knights, after the end of the first half, were very, very kind of in the lead of this one. Didn't know Alpha could get themselves all the way back. They've managed to do so here at round number 9. Yet again, another uncharacteristic LATAM South game. Assuming that might go the distance all the way. Very cautious of a takedown inside of Garage. No one just there yet. Alpha Team begin to make their entryways upstairs.
So, and you can see they've got the same setup with the Aruni Gate Whippet once more, with Tom playing on top of the table, meaning that if you put any breach utility, Tom moves away, and all of a sudden that gets destroyed. So what you've got to do is get some pressure in dirt or elsewhere to force him away from this position, to make it easier to open that hatch, to make this gun... It's a shotgun v shotgun off. Shotgun off! No! Soko will win it this time. I love the aggression from Deimos, but Soko holds his nerve, and you lose your ability to do those death marks. You lose the ability to get information on a lot of these defenders. Even more importantly, you just lose a gun that's in the fight. Great play from Soko, and now he can start slowing down the push even more.
You don't just lose the gun, Gibson, you lose Martine as well. They'll send out the Grim Bees, they'll burn that Surya Gate, so they should be able to deal with this fairly easily. That shotgun might play aggressive on that staircase, but does back away. Minute 20 left in this round. Alpha need to find themselves a trade. A lot of use of those Grims to be able to clear off those Surya Gates, giving them an opening. Well, opening it to get through. And listen, I mean, you have to use something at least better than throwing a drone in, but still lots of utility lost in that moment, having to burn those away. Try and get themselves in access here in Vault. They know that an FNAT is going to block that vision if they drop on in. They'll send out one of those 2 remaining Grim Bees to try and get control. Logic Bomb arrives, and this might be a warning sign for Knights that Alpha Team's about to make a play.
Get rid of the FNAT though, you still can't see. And Ragnar will find the kill. They take control now of Garage, but there's a great peek, and oh my god, it's a double from Tom. Atlas got involved in the action as well, and that's the round. Soko steps his way up through blue, walks up, and gets the kill to finish the round. That's Knights taking the lead once more, and it was a bit of desperation in that drop. They realized that they couldn't clear the player in blue. They flipped the script. They tried to push on the opposite side, but you know what, I'm going to just say it, the FNAT slowed them down just long enough for them to recuperate and get the round, or to lose those players in that gunfight. So Knights, they retained the lead, but I will say this, Knights, as even though they have been playing pretty well as a team at times, Alpha are hanging in there. And this was the same problem that Knights had with that game against Mayham on Monday.
Yeah. I mean, listen, Knights, again, the massive contrast to Stage 1 and Stage 2 is the fact that we used to see Knights have massive results against these teams. I mean, think about how they were playing against Mayhem Evolve. Now, like, Alpha did put up a little bit of a challenge against them, but, you know, there were massive deficits going into it. No games went 10, 11, 12 rounds deep against Knights. It was always a fairly quick matchup. And this time, as you mentioned, Alpha are hanging in there. They're causing problems. But as you mentioned, that round had an aura of desperation to make that final play work. They were choked out by that FNAT when they made that drop in the vault, and they had limited options to do that. The Goyo hiding behind the shells inside a vault just popped out, gets 2 with a single spray. A massive disaster class realistically for Alpha. They ran out of steam in that round, and Knights will get the full advantage. Now, of course, basement defense does tend to be the quote-unquote gimme, or the closest to a gimme you can give anyone. We'll see. I missed the chair in Martin's bed.
That is faux. So someone's in the room watching the game on their phone, by the way. Look.
I didn't know someone. Yeah.
I love it. This is one of the things I love about LATAM, right? Seeing the player cams, you'll see partners, you'll see friends, you'll see family just sitting in the back in the background, watching the games. I believe, was it Ronnie in Stage 1? He'd always have somebody sitting in the background watching them play the games.
Listen, you have to have someone to cheer you on, Gibson.
Emotional support.
You know what, Gibson? If you want, I'll drive up to your house and cheer you on when you're playing ranked.
Oh God, no! Please don't.
You sure?
I see enough of you as it is.
It's only twice a week, Gibson, you see me at this point.
Honestly, the idea of someone just being in the background while I game, it's like, nah, don't like it.
Oh, well, unfortunate for you, Gibson, next time you load up rank, don't look behind you. I might be lurking somewhere in that room of yours. So, Alpha Team trail by 1 coming into this, and I really want to see a little bit more of that early game aggression from Alpha. They've not been able to get themselves a successful entry in terms of getting that opening pick and maintaining that man advantage going into that mid to late stage of this round. So what I want from them is to have a better opening stage and carry that momentum all the way through this and not burn out against the structure of Knights, which has been happening time and time again for them.
Now, this is a position we saw a huge kill in an earlier round from Tuku as he managed to take down Ragnar on the rappel. Selma's will get up. This is the problem with throwing the soft wall. Easy to deal with, but that'll give away the fact there is a player, or was a player in that position. Martin will take down Jerry though as he continues what's been a very good game from him. Soko, conscious of the fact there could be somebody on the hatch, but realizing that nobody's there, you just hold this position. Droned out, minute and 50 to go, drops yourself back down, but this is the first time we've seen open area on Bank today. But it's a real vert heavy attack lineup that we're seeing from Alpha Team, right? You bring the Buck, you bring the Ram, you bring Ace, and you've got Deimos and Dokubi. This is all about clearing that top floor and establishing vertical control.
Well, realistically, it needs to be. Again, with the multi-ban coming out, brought out by Knights, Alpha don't have the option to walk the French shield straight in the site and play behind it. So they have to clear the map. The only alternative, which is go vertically. And again, even then, it doesn't cover the full site. You only really deny that pressure inside of cubicles. Gaspro finds one, and it's going to pressure Tom to get back in the site via beepers, as Soko remains the only member of Knights still extended out of sight, and that's not going to last too long. That death mark will hunt him down, and Alpha really putting pressure on for Knights now. 60 seconds left in this 1 minute mark, and I feel like Alpha in a great position, but now they need to capitalize on all the hard work they've done to get to this point.
I don't know if he knows that Tom is going to play aggressively underneath the hatch, though, in this 5 versus 3. Still, Soko's playing on marble stairs. You can see we've got ourselves a bit of a LATAM standoff right now as both players are well aware of each other's presence in that hold-off. Tom will get the kill from below the hatch, and down goes Gaspro, and that will allow Soko to get it more aggressive, but Slaters was there to get the kill. 4 versus 2, and now Whip It, you can importantly pick up the phone, pick up the cellular device as you called it earlier tonight, get access to those defender cams, and get even more information. There's the second logic bomb deployed. These 2 defenders there, hatch drop though. Tom will manage to capture one. 2 players pushing from beepers though. He's trapped in the corner. Bastion gets one. Tuku trades it back. Gets a lot of damage up, but Ragnar will get the kill. And this back and forward continues.
Gibson, that was a very scary round to see Alpha Team in. It looked to be almost guaranteed they should get that one done, but yet again, they nearly ran out of time, and then they ran into problems. One by one, they felt very isolated in this, and Tom Hagen opened up that round. Soko, if he found that pick, I'm guaranteeing Knights would have won this round. Alpha, very lucky to capitalize on this moment, and they were very lucky to get this pick on the Tom Hagen, catching him with that double swing before any more damage could be done. The ACF-12 could not find the shots in those final few moments, and we, yet again, bring ourselves level after 10 rounds. 5 rounds apiece for these sides, and we will go upstairs to CEO office for this. Gibson, how do we feel about this coming in? What do we think we need to see Alpha do to have more success here on it? Because yes, they're winning rounds, but it's getting scrappy for them.
If you're winning it when it's scrappy, though, don't change anything. If you're, when it gets scrappy, if you're coming out on top, keep it that way. Keep it a little bit hectic. I think, for me, Alpha Team are one of the teams that do thrive inside the chaos, and they're a team that can make it work. Now, you look at the lineup that they have, it's very much counter to what we're seeing from the defenders, so that's why you'll see double hard breach with the Habana and the Ace to deal with these castle barricades. Flores will be used to clear the shield outside of stock. It's a good setup, and what we've seen in the past of it is Buck getting in below, getting into small office, and clearing out, that janitor with the skeleton key. So they've got the pieces that they need to create this puzzle of an attack, but the question is, will Knights let them do it?
You mentioned Gibson, that Alpha Team, one of those teams that can deal with that greatness. Perhaps a phrase described this side as greatness comes from chaos, and if you get that, I'm proud of you.
It's a ladder. Chaos is a ladder, mate.
No, you didn't get the reference, Gibson. That is shocking from you.
Don't you? You're not referring me to anything.
The tagline of Berlin. We talked about that major so much at this point. Is I'll bring back one more through line from it. So, Alpha Team, real question for me is how they're going to try and hit this side directly. We've seen them bring a variety of options from this. This is where we witnessed the Blitz come out from this side. Not going to be applicable this time around. They do have that Flores. They do have that ability to clear utility from a distance with relative ease and relative safety. See if they can make effective use of it.
They're inside a square. There's virtually no pressure on the attacker in this point. You can see those blue silhouettes off in the distance. If they're able to open up the stock wall, it enables them to make a push towards Janitor. So this is really good teamwork from the side of Alpha. Bastion does go below now. The whole point is to clear out Janitor. That's why you're seeing Martin hold that rotate as well. So Buck will go below, and he's hoping that the player will rotate into sight, and it'll be a free kill for Martin. Good team play, good planning. Very, would you say it's very
No, don't even.
Okay, I won't.
Yeah, I know where you're going with that one. I'm not letting you do it. You're too old to make reference. You're too old, Gibson.
Okay, I won't.
Minute left in this round, and all 10 players still standing in this. An Alpha Team finding themselves up a little bit of resistance here. They haven't made that breakthrough. They don't have an operator that really helps them with that. Again, the lack of Ying in that bad phase. The Blitz was very effective last time out, and now they've got those flashbangs down below to try and get that control. But Tuco will find Martin, so the tip of the spear of that Ash now neutralized, and they have to work from a negative advantage now with only 4 players standing and with 35 seconds left to go. They're going to have to repel in. They have to make that deep commit, but no one's there. No one's in Banana, no one's in Trump to deny that and give them safety, and Tom Hagen only makes things harder. He will get traded away, but I think it might just be a little bit too late here for Alpha Team.
This is where they revel, though. It's a 4 versus 2. Now Buck steps up, steps in the goo mine, revealing his position as he moves towards Janitor. Tuku will get the kill, leaving it all down to Ragnar. Still on the window. Get your 1. There you go. That's your cost established for the round. There's the Volta. Get yourself a 2nd for free and a 3rd, but it's still a few baiting kills. And look, Atlas telling him exactly what he thinks.
I knew it was coming the moment I saw them type. I knew the beta was about to happen from them. Listen, troll time was deployed. 3 seconds left. Jump out a window, take a peek. As long as someone stays controlled, you should get that round done. So Knights get themselves on the map point here on blank, and they're in a great position here. Victory in this round guarantees, obviously, full 3 points to get that done in regulation. So at the bare minimum, Knights have 1 point on lock. Can Alpha Team salvage this and get themselves to overtime? Or is that going to be the death tome of this round, or of this matchup? Can they find a way to break down Knights one more time?
Chat finished my saying for me, by the way. I didn't get to say it, but chat said it, so we're all good. Very mindful of them. Very mindful of them to do that for me.
You. It's too late to listen to this from you as diabolical.
Very aware.
Stop. Just stop, man.
Oh, well, by the way, but this is the final round in regulation of this matchup between Knights and Alpha teams.
What
so
happened to my LATAM South, man? What happened over the summer? Teams are going all 12 rounds now.
League's
Shocking.
gone mad. League's gone mad. But basically, Alpha team need to win this round. If they do, it forces overtime and establishes the real meaning of the 3-2-1 point system, which means that the winner will get 2 points, the loser will get 1. In overtime, if Knights win this in regulation, they will get all 3 points. 1 defense is all they've got to win in this round. If they do, that's, as we said, 3 points for them. If not, though, Alpha team will get a lot of confidence going into overtime, but with it, it's easier said than done.
I could not agree more with that sentiment. It is much easier said than done, especially against a team like the Knights. Not going to be easy to break this down, and well, Jerry is going to be not too keen to stay around too much longer as that death mark hits. He has to try and cover his retreat. Tom is there to back up his teammate, and just that interaction to me shows this team does operate on a very high level of team play. Grenade goes out to put some pressure on the Soko. The first of those Goyo canisters burns away. Now he has 3 toxic canisters in his pocket. So he isn't vulnerable yet from that position, so he can burn even more time and put Knights under more pressure, and that's going to be the story of this round. Knights need to be a little bit quicker, otherwise the time might just choke out this round.
It just seems like they're banging their head against the wall, trying too hard to force it from this side of the map, but of course, it's difficult to push from the other side as well because of the setup, so you feel like they've got to pick their poison. Now, one great thing to do would be to establish control inside of Garage. However, we know that there is Defender in that position to make it a bit more difficult. But with 1 minute and 20 seconds left, things are really getting difficult now for the attacking side.
Alpha need to find an outlet for this. They need to find someone to break this line. And we'll look at Blue Stairs. It's an absolute battleground, and no one can find a way through. The toxic fumes begin to dissipate. A second or third canister finally deployed. And I think Alpha Team yet again find themselves in the same position time and time again. Under 1 minute left to go. They need to win these ones, and that's who you need to stand up. Martin finds one, finds a second, and Alpha Team have a pulse in this round, but unfortunately the servers smite Gaspro and we're down to a 3 versus 3.
Oh, that's the worst possible timing, and now Deimos is down to just 2 health points. That'll be a C. There we go, second time of asking, it will pop, but with 25 seconds left, you know where one of these defenders are, but can you claw this round out? 22 seconds to go. Yellow pings for the defenders. They know where this push is coming from. The flames are burning inside main, but the angles are being held by the defenders. Time is the enemy. The FNAC goes off. That'll signal the swing. Tuku will get the kill, though the case was going to go down. They've got the angle being held, but there's going to be the kill. Jerry will take him down. 3, 2, 1. Oh, it was a nice shot from Slaters, but Knights will win it in regulation, and they will move up to joint top spot here in LATAM.
They get themselves that joint top spot in a very good fashion from them. Now Alpha stayed in that fight, and the fact they were able to push Knights all the way to regulation shows just how talented this team is, and that potential is still there. But Knights yet again resume their position as the top dogs here in LATAM South, and they get a very hard fought victory within regulation.
Yeah, you got to run with the punches, and unfortunately for Alpha Team, the punch was Gaspro getting disconnected in that final round. But I'll tell you, while we're speaking about Gaspro getting disconnected, let's reconnect with our good old friend Corbeck after that one. Corbeck, that one was fun. You don't look happy. What's wrong? What's wrong?
No, I wanted to see Alpha Team push it to overtime. I actually did. I was hoping for that, and I think I was just disappointed. The Gaspro DC was huge. It's just, that's the nature of playing on a remote broadcast, so that's just how it goes. Very unfortunate there, but I mean, Knights, I think if we had talked about this when we talked about this ahead of time, Gibson, I think we were relatively comfortable in the idea that they would win. I do feel like Alpha Team got to be frustrated because it was really more the defensive setups than anything else that seemed to be stifling them on a lot of those rounds.
It seemed like they didn't have any idea, particularly on that defense attack for the basement, they didn't really know what to do. They kind of got stalled out by the fact that there was a gate on, a Rooney gate on the hatch, and they had a player playing in blue, and they just spent too much time trying to clear it. Now, I know that's a difficult thing to do, but at some point, they gotta try change the strat up just a little bit. But they'll lose the round. I always say you learn more in defeat than you do in victory. It is only the second map of the stage. They'll come back stronger. They'll have a week to get ready, and arguably, they've got the most difficult fixture of the first half already out of the way.
I have to agree, Knights are going to be that team in this opening half of the round robin where teams are really going to be almost dreading going up against them. And we saw, as you mentioned, that defense lineup, how difficult that is to break down. That's what they struggle with, and that's how Knights are going to play. They're a very well-structured team, very well-regimented, and they play around that team play and less individuality, what we see from the rest of the teams here in LATAM South. And I think that's going to cause a lot of problems as we get towards that latter half of the season. But they did cause issues for Knights. Gibson mentioned perfectly, or for Alpha. Couldn't break down that defense, and I feel like a lot of teams will struggle with that.
Yeah, Knights continue to have a certain air of like professional polish that really lends itself well to those kind of long match situations. They know what to do and they know when to tighten up. But let's take just a quick glance here at LATAM South in review. We're halfway through our broadcast here today. We'll be switching over to our LATAM North matches. Gibson, I'll start with you. Anything particularly shocking here with these results, or do you feel like this is pretty much in line with what you were thinking when we started today?
Well, my 3 picks won, so I think I can say that it was going the way I thought it would have. I think some of the performances did impress me from the losing teams. Like, I thought Malvinas played really well in spells in that game against Mayham. Going to give a lot of credit towards Alpha Team too. I know they lost, but they did fight well against Knights. But for some of these teams, they've got their harder fixtures out of the way. For the others, it's still to come. I think that we've had a great opening week to LATAM South, and it's only going to get better.
I couldn't agree more with you, Gibby, but the big thing, and I'll look at more of a kind of a broad stroke approach to this, is how much closer these games have been across both our opening days here this week. Last stage we saw inside of LATAM South, it was massive valleys between these teams and results. Today we've seen 2 games go all 12 rounds, the other map go 11. These teams are much closer after that summer break, and I have a feeling when we get to the second half of this round robin, that top 3 position will be very heavily contested, and I cannot wait to see what teams find a way to the top.
Well, speaking of that top 3 position, we have our standings here for LATAM South at the end of their play day 2. And I'm glad you brought it up with it, because it is much closer this stage than it was. We were prone to a lot of blowouts in LATAM South in stage 1. Not the case. I think most interesting for me at least, with it, is that Mayham Evolve still holding on to that top spot.
Yeah, I mean, Mayham have just done a great job so far, and I think for me, it's one of the most improved teams coming into this stage. We saw how they were looking inside of stage 1. It was a little bit lackluster at times, and they've took a massive leap in performance. An overtime loss on the opening day and a victory in regulation today. They have a great position going in the week 2, and I'm very excited to see how this team can evolve as we get later and later on. I think they have a lot of room, and their ceiling is a lot higher than how they're playing right now.
Gibson, it also occurs to me just looking at this now, we've obviously just seen a decent, a solid performance from Knights. We've been talking them up a little bit, but their general position in the standings, I mean, they're not really ahead of everyone else in this pack.
Yeah, they're just 1 point ahead, having that overtime game on day 1. But at the end of the day, it is just 2 play days in. It's a double round robin. All these teams are going to play each other twice, so we are in the very early stages of the tournament. You can't win a double round robin in the first week, but you certainly can give yourself an advantage, and that's what I think Mayham and the Knights have done. I feel like for 7 Rex, they're probably going to be disappointed by how the week finished. I think Alpha Team will be disappointed too. But you've got 5 days, you've got plenty of scrims lined up on the new patch. Get ready, get better, because this is going to be a much more competitive LATAM South the stage than what we had in stage 1.
Too right, yes. A lot of hungry teams here in LATAM South, all looking for their chance at that 1 qualifying spot here to the next major. But there are a lot of hungry teams in LATAM North as well. After the break, we'll be back with our first match up there. Unfortunately, we'll be saying goodbye to Gibson and Whippet, but we'll have 2 new casters joining us in just a moment.
total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
Hello viewers and welcome back here to LATAM League as we get ready to jump into play day 2 in LATAM North. That of course means we get 2 new fresh faces here joining me on the desk and casting these games. It is of course Flynn and Jonah. Nobody else could do what they do here in the LATAM North region. So let's get a look at our... They do it in the south. There's a geographical divide. Let's take a look at the standings here for LATAM North coming out of the first play day. And Jonah, Cintra taking that top spot with their win. I think that's a little bit of a surprise for everyone.
Great place to start the stage with a win like that, right? CNE, they were looking very, very good in their game against Lycus Empire. You see them at the bottom of the standings right now, obviously today looking to change that. But it was CNE, it was Cintra Negra who really started things off with a bang. 7-2, the widest margin of victory we saw in the North on day 1. They've got a tougher opponent today, Corbeck, but I am liking what I'm seeing from them so far.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I think it was a bit of a shock to see them at the top, but they will certainly be putting in a good shift here today as they get ready to go up against Revan E-Club. Now, Revan, obviously, you know, one of those teams that we talked about. They broke up, they came back together. Flynn, we know they're still a threat. They went into overtime in their first game. They lost. They've got to be a little hungry to get a win against Cintra Negra here today.
Definitely, and I think Monday's game for Revan was still promising. It's an 8-7 game against one of the hard hitters in LATAM North. You can't walk away from that game feeling too down on yourself. It's so early on here in the stage. You know, these results for a team like Revan, they're probably not going to impact the final standings too hard. We know that Revan, by the end of this, when this double round robin is all said and done, should be a playoff team. So it's about ironing out the kinks and making sure that everyone feels like they're on the same page heading in towards those playoff games that can get you back towards where you want to be, which is attending a major.
Right, and I feel like this is a bit of a test here today for Cintra Negra, Jonah, because their first opponent, Lycus Empire, probably not the strongest team in LATAM North. They've got a couple of new players, but those new players stepped up here for Cintra Negra on Monday. I hope they can do so again.
Right, we mentioned the new additions of Coffin and Situf. Not only new to this team, but new to all of us, new to the professional LATAM scene. We had no idea what they were capable of before day 1. Now we know that these guys come to play. Coffin was especially impressive, had a very exciting few standout rounds in that first performance, and really something that we'd like to see him continue to do. We're still trying to learn about these players and see what they have to offer, but so far, not only did we see the individual success work for him, but the team chemistry right now, firing on all cylinders. They had no trouble at all in that day 1 game.
Indeed, it's some of the best that we've seen Cintra Negra play. Now, they're going to have to choose a map here that works towards their playstyle. We saw a lot of Bank already here, Flynn, but Bank going very early in the map vetoes for this match.
Yeah, we find ourselves on Labs. Okay, interesting. CNE choosing the map ultimately, which means that Revan chose to start attacking on Labs. Also a fascinating choice. I think right now for Revan and for CNE, again, this is about continuing momentum from day 1. You know, Revan come away with a loss, but it was still a hard-hitter game. You're going back and forth with 6K, and for CNE, like we said, this is a brand new overhauled roster. You've got your coach playing full-time now on top of 2 new rostered players. it's a big shakeup, and you want to test yourself against a strong team like Revan. Obviously, that first game isn't going to be the greatest of tests in terms of where you stack up in the region. Revan will be a much better test of that, and I'm interested to see how both teams play Labs with such significant overhauls to the roster. It's a deceptively large map that requires a lot of coordination.
Well, I won't keep you guys from it for much longer. Labs, our first map of LATAM North, Play Day 2. Have fun.
Thank you, Korbeck. We will, as always. Good to be back. Day 2 here in the LATAM League, here in the North. And Revan and Cintra Negra, Flynn, I teased this one 2 days ago as the match that I think we were most looking forward to today. The one that felt, at least based on those day 1 results, that it would be the closest, that it would be the most competitive. Just based on those performances we saw day 1, we feel like that could be true again today. But you go to a map like Labs, a map that these teams in this region almost never played, not a single time in stage 1. And I don't know, I feel like those expectations could change a little bit.
Yeah, I'm also intrigued by the operator bans. So from Revan on Bank against 6 Karma, we saw Marto hard stuck on the Montaigne. Every attacking round, that man was on a shield. And it's Revan banning away the Montaigne to start things off. And it is Revan starting on the defense. Should correct ourselves from what we saw in the map ban phase. So yeah, that makes a little more sense. CNE had final ban to send us to lab, so Revan picks defense to start the map, which makes, again, a little more sense. Tracks a little bit better. I am still curious about the shield ban, though. Maybe it's just not in their labs playbook necessarily. Maybe Revan feel like they're capable of pulling out different books on different maps. Maybe they just did not like how the attacks were going on Bank with the Montaigne. Either way, 48 hours later, we've got a complete 180 in terms of the strategy for Revan to start things off. We're not going to see what those attacks look like for a little while, though. We are starting with CNE starting on the attack, and they're also, in the absence of a Montaigne, bringing a shield. And it's the Blitz on Flacco for now. Could always swap off. But for the time being, we do have the presence of another shield operator, which seems to be what happens all the time now. You ban the Monty, you play the Blitz.
Well, we did see a good bit of shield play on day 1. I figured it was mostly motivated due to the fact that we played Bank about 100 times, and that is a very shield-focused map. But we're seeing it here already on day 2. And, of course, Lab's a map where shield play is quite viable. We see this on Consulate a lot as well. So CNE, they'll stay true to that mantra. As you said, Flynn, Flacco will be pulling out the Blitz. He'll be supported, importantly, here by Coffin on the Ash, falling definitely very nicely into that fragger role that he seemed to be so comfortable in on day 1. Same goes for Gladius. You're going to see him on the Dokkaebi looking to do some damage early as well. On the Revan side of things, we mentioned the 2 new pickups, Lambe and Marteau, also 2 relatively unknown elements. Of all the new players on all the teams in the North that we focused on, that we pointed out, it felt like the 2 of them had the most still left in the tank, the most that we just did not see from them. Really interested if day 2 they can get a little more comfortable, they can finally start to click a little better, and we can start to see them step up. We were told that Lambe is a Finnish gunner, and I would love to see that here today as well. It's Abonai, though, who starts things off with a kill. It'll be on to Coffin to start things off here, the opening pick of the opening round of our first match here in the North. But a quick flurry of kills go back and forth and leave things all square for now. A 4v4 with 2 players, 1 on each team, very low health at this point.
Well, yeah, the down there onto the Blitz of Flacco. Lambe as well got downed, but there goes Marto finishing off Flacco, so the Blitz not going to be much of a presence in the midst of this round, instead of trying to push his way in through the Rafters door. Physics, though, getting on the board, dropping Marto as he walks his way in through the IT breach. It's down to a 3v3. Health advantage actually favoring CNE on the attacking side, but 2 men pushing into IT. Physics with another one. The AK-12 as he pushes his way into the middle of server, and now whipping out the Deagle. Draw now into a 1v1 now as Siduf's on the floor, but Gladius with the SMG-12. He completes his push through the Aqua hallway, and he cleans up the round for CNE.
And a fantastic way to begin for this CNE attack, right? We know that Command Center server up top, it is not an easy site to attack. Why? we just saw what makes that site so chaotic. It can get very messy, especially when pushing through that aqua hallway. You've got a wall to contend with, you've got an open door, somebody playing behind the desk, a crossfire to worry about, and then you find yourself in a position where you need to just frag out. You need to just find the kills. Cinta Negra, they did that, and that is no surprise why they came out on top. Yes, got a little bit messy there in the end, but they were able to close it out and just sneak that one by Revan, who were able to claim the opening pick. It looked like they were starting off the round strong, but CNE, good comeback and a good start.
Yeah, I think for Revan there, unfortunately, their attention got split and kind of left 2 remaining defenders into isolated 1v1s. And the good news for CNE there is that Gladius was able to capitalize on that. The bad news for CNE, though, is that they did lose their entire IT portion of that push. It really did come down to Gladius completing that send through the top of Aqua stairs in towards server. So a scary one there if you're a CNE fan. If you're a Revan fan, probably one you're a little worried about. You got the opening down and the opening kill with Abinai playing point blank with an M590 top blue, but you couldn't clean up the kill on the blitz, even with Draw peeking the rafters window towards top blue as well. So there was a lot of attempted coordination there to try and pinch out towards the top of the blue stairs, but Revan unable to really execute the way they would have wanted on that defense. We have a bit of a tech pause here. We are hearing that it is a very small one, though, so we're going to continue yapping on about both of these teams. And I think right now for Revan, starting on the defensive side, like I talked about, that's probably the side you want to be on Labs. It has opened up a little bit more in terms of attacking favor, but still slightly defensive favor statistically globally. And like you said, Jonah, not really muddy plays in stage 1 on Labs for LATAM specifically. Nobody really wanting to bring this map out of the woodwork, but we lose Oregon, we bring in Lair, which is also a map we haven't seen as of yet. So your options start to become a little more limited, and as I say that, we are back underway. Revan's still defending top floor. They're going to run it back with CNE on the attack.
And they're going to run it back with one very notable change. We mentioned the shield play from the attacking team earlier. Now we see it from both teams. From Flacco on CNE, he's got the Blitz, and Abunai on the Revan side, he has the Clash. So choosing to take this shield battle head on and maybe look to stem the pressure that CNE were able to apply, especially on that Aqua side. They did a nice job of building that pressure, just continuing to just push, even after Revan were able to put up that initial resistance with a shield in front of their face. It is going to be a lot more difficult to do that. You can't just push in, swing, get a trade as easily this time when you have to worry about a shield in your face. We'll see how much that comes into play. Of course, Abinai needs to be on the right side of the top floor, needs to be in the way of that attack when they do work their way in. But for now, this attack will start as many do. Multiple prongs working their way from 2 sides, but an early start here favoring Revan, as a successful bandit trick will remove the first exothermic charge from the wall.
Yeah, that's a tough one there for Coffin. He actually ash charged the ground of IT from underneath inside of storage, and yet the ash charge a little wide right. The bandit battery is able to stop the exothermic, so that's one thermite charge taken away from the disposal of the attacking side. EMP is coming out onto the connector wall now, and a Selma onto the wall in tandem, trying to open up in towards connector, and it seems like CNE very happy with the idea of continuously rotating the angle of the push, not making sure that they're tunnel visioning on one location, but they're open to all 3 possible avenues in towards the bomb site on this objective. The mirror window gets ashed away, so that's the second ash charge used by Coffin to grid effect. He's better than the previous one. But that's not going to dissuade Lambe from continuing to swing, and as I say that, there goes Draw inside of IT as well, taking down Gladius, the savior of the round previous. So now CNE getting bandit tricked on their first breach. We've got IT wall opened up, but we are stalling out for a moment here, trying to make some forward progress in towards the objective.
Well, you see Lambe playing close on what used to be a mirror window, now is just a glass wall, but he's able to pick up 1, 2 now for him. Marteau onto Coffin, another big kill for Revan, and Flacco, just like that, is the only one left. A flawless round as Lambe goes crazy. A triple. Was that 3 or 4 on the round for him? Well, we asked him to step up, and well, look at that. He made it happen in a big way.
Pretty sure that was 3 for Lambe, Marteau with 1, and Draw with 1, but I could always be corrected. Looks like, though, with a successful defense top floor, much better positioning, that the Clash didn't really have much effect on. It was more the anti-wall and the anti-breach utility from Revan that was more successful this time around. Lambe with a successful Bandit Trek IT. We've got Mute Jammers prolonging the Selmas out towards the connector wall as well. We've got a mirror window that, although it was ashed, it still had a Mute Jammer on the wall so that it couldn't be breached open, so Lambe still felt comfortable playing that position. Clash, I mean, the operator was present, but not a lot of effect felt on the round there, at least on the defensive side. Just a better decision in terms of the utility game for Revan upstairs, and now they'll turn their attention downstairs towards the basement. Try to get on a bit of a run here on the defense. Came down to a 1v1 in round number 1, and I don't think Revan want to be playing like that too often. Too scattered and too separated to not be able to trade off of one another. This is a team that will swing. This is a team that will take many gunfights, but they, more often than not, are not completely reckless with it. They will play off of one another and utilize that team play to their advantage in their gunfights.
Well, what a way to respond. Immediately getting this one back to even and doing it in the best way possible. A flawless round to respond to the success that Cintra Negra had on round number 1. They look to continue that here as the pressure from CNE already gets started, working their way in above and around this map. Keeping everyone on their toes as well with this attacking lineup. A big pivot here. No more shield as they're no longer attacking this top floor site. Instead, they have to worry about the basement site. And they're going to do that with one very important operator. They're going to bring Flacco in on the ram now to try to get that soft destruction going. It is Lambe, though, who starts things off again. My goodness, he has woken up and he will shut down the Buck of Coffin, another key soft destruction element in this attacking lineup. Finally, he's going to get shut down. It is Situf who is able to hunt him down above on the Jackal. But a good start and a tough loss for this Cintra Negra attack already.
Definitely. We got a tale of 2 games, 48 hours apart. Coffin had an amazing game on Monday night, and he's having a slower start this time around. And for Lambe, I think he was 1-6 at one point on Bank. Very slow start to his debut. He did warm up as the game went on, but it certainly wasn't the standout performance for a newcomer that we were seeing from other debutants on the day. 1 for 1 there as Abinai will trade out Situf as Gladius collects on to Draw, attempting to rotate back through Garage. Abinai is still on the roam in towards Kitchen, though, so good positioning here for Revan to be able to continue to stall out the clear. Nice wallbang anticipation shots there for Gladius. Abinai will fashion himself a rotate, and Gladius looks away at the most inopportune time. Flacco is on the floor, leaving Physics alone, the former coach, in a technical 1v3. He might be able to get over it and revive Flacco, though, as everyone else for Revan is peeled back towards the bomb site. There's going to be a little bit of a reset here, although we got yellow pings towards the storage stairs, as that is Quick making his way up, trying to apply a little more pressure onto Physics, make this revive a little more questionable. 30 seconds will tick away, and he will go for the revive.
Well, he'll work his way back up now, thanks to Physics. Now, what can he do, though, with the R4C in his hands? There we go. We get to hear the game again. That's big. We were also not hearing that, so if you were wondering, don't worry. But in the last 5 seconds, we'll really just be able to hear what the sounds of, well, the time expiring unless CNE can pull something magical off. Triple zeros, no time left, as Revan questioning where were those final 2 attackers. Well, they just didn't know where to come from, didn't know where to approach, and unfortunately did not get into the site in time.
Yeah, the clock expiring when you're in a 2v3, that's not great. That's definitely not what you want in terms of your attacking execute. And again, for CNE, the trouble begins with Coffin, with so much soft breach being your opening death. That operator and the player specifically that's probably not someone you want to lose immediately. Lambe making a good play top floor, but also just the depth of the clear that was necessary for CNE. Revan occupying all 3 floors for the majority of the round until they felt where they had a man advantage strong enough they could peel back to the bomb site and wait out the remainder of the clock. But there was a lot of manpower dispersed across the map. You saw Abinai all the way over in Kitchen having effect on the round, as well as Lambe playing on the top floor towards server and connector. So there was a wide spread there for Revan occupying a lot of the map and rejecting a lot of the entry and clear that CNE were trying to get going in the middle of the round. And that's going to be problematic, and that's another time control thing that Revan are going to have to try and press their advantage on throughout this game if they notice that CNE continue to struggle with their clears. They aren't as efficient as they could be on clearing through the majority of the map, and occupying a lot of space will be a good tactic for Revan to run with instead of just bunkering up on the bomb site like we saw in round number 1.
Well, I'm trying to go back in the VOD to confirm what I saw in all chat, but Revan, it was a question mark to start it. Then they said, "Quieres ganar?" and that means, "Do you want to win?" And then I think we saw a "Who are you?" from physics. So the banter, the trash talk coming out here between these two teams, whether it's in English or not, we've got you. That's what we're here for. We will cover that content and bring it your way. But okay, getting a little chippy here. 3 rounds in to Labs, and well, we will see if CNE can respond after Revan have now invited them to, prove that they want to win this game. Revan have never shied away from all chat. They have never shied away from a little bit of trash talk, and I think, as they settle in here, day 2, maybe trying to get that going back on their side. Get in the heads of their opponents just a little bit here. Abinai, he'll claim the first. He'll look for another one. Actually, no. Abinai, the one blocking the retreat of Lambe as he works his way back to the site. Doesn't seem to matter, though, as Marteau will claim the kill onto Sittuff. Flacco responds as he is kind of solo here, trying to clear out this position with Quick around the other side of the doorway to worry about. He gets blindsided, though, by Coffin, who works his way around. The overconfidence here from Revan, maybe getting them into a little bit of trouble.
A lot of swings, a lot of aggression upstairs for Revan, and that seems to be the indicator for everyone for CNE to drop the floors and hit the bomb site directly. The plant goes down, and Coffin collects another as it leaves Lambe alone, vaulting over the rafters. He will trade. A nice shot there, as we're going to get an inconsequential replay due to the trade there. Nice shots on both sides. But nonetheless, it's CNE getting a successful plant down inside of storage, weathering the storm of that roam by instead ignoring it. They get their opener on draw, going for an excursion out the garage breach. They get their opener. They try to continue the clear topside, and they realize, listen, if there's this much manpower topside, and we can get into the bomb site and clear out the anchors, then we should do that. Take control of the bomb site, get the plant down, and play for the retake against Revan. Worked out pretty flawlessly there for CNE on the attack. So now we're going to see Revan turn their attention back upstairs. They're 1 for 2 on the bomb site. We've still got the clash coming out from Abinai. Didn't have as much effect last time around they played this bomb site. We'll see maybe if we get to understand more of what Abinai's thinking with the clash and with the shield play on the defense of Revan this time. If CNE can work their way around potential bandit tricks and mute jammers out on these walls.
Right, they won the round last time, but we didn't necessarily see the clash at the forefront of that defensive success. Did not see that as the primary reason they necessarily won the round. Maybe we will get a chance to see this here. One thing we have seen, and I teased this already, but Lambe, 6-3 right now. Very strong performance from him. You see him once again bandit tricking this wall, getting a lot of kills and providing a lot of utility to this team at the same time. Seeing this talent that we were told exists really come to fruition here. So that's really good to see, especially from these new guys, right? You're going up against a Cintra Negra roster who is also making a couple of changes here, but you're also just looking to see, can this team mesh? Can they have that chemistry that is necessary to go deep in this league and have success here in LATAM North? Just a minute into this round, though, as we work our way through round number 5, both teams just trying to get themselves back in the lead here as we are tied up at 2. This top floor, it's gone both ways. CNE, you can tell being a little more disciplined this time around on how they get this wall open, on where they expend this utility, not wanting to run into same problems that they had with Lambe last time.
You see CNE making the adjustment, foregoing the Thermite altogether and saying, we can accomplish the same task we want to with just the Ace. Instead of taking some damage as he'll be slowed by the Clash, approaching the IT breach that was now fashioned by his teammate. And you know what? Sidov says I'm getting at a dodge while I can, because there was a defender with an SMG waiting behind the Clash, ready to swing. We've got Aqua Focus once again for CNE on the push. So we've got our walls opened up that we needed from the very first round. We've got Flacco on the blitz entering in, but he's going to run head first into Abinai's Clash. The attempted ADS, not an advised position to take there from Flacco. Quick and Lambe tag into the kill feed, both picking up headshots. The swing from Coffin, while being slowed by the Clash, is also ambitious, and it's not going to be very fruitful. Physics backing out with the diffuser, and you can see Gladius now attempting to ascend the garage stairs to join his teammates, as this push really has gone nowhere in a hurry. The attempted flood down the Aqua stairs and through the Aqua hallway, not as effective as the previous time around. We've got defenders sprinting around the bomb site with ease and playing off the mirror windows. There goes Draw onto Gladius. Physics again, technically in a 1v1 with Abinai for the time being, but as he tries to approach, Draw has his cover, and it's lights out. Another flawless round, this time for Revan.
The second time now, Revan have delivered a flawless round on the same site. And that one, CNE looked lost. Yes, it's 3-2 and it's a close game, but that one was the most one-sided round we have seen so far. It all started with a pretty bad call from Flacco to ADS and lean around the corner as Blitz. That is like full stop. What are you doing swinging a Clash and a Legion as a Blitz with a pistol? Your job is not to go for the kills there. You really only see, and this goes for Monty and Blitz, you really only see someone ADS and take a fight when they're in a dire situation or when they know they have a drop on an opponent. That right there, Flacco did not need to ADS. He had a teammate right next to him. That's your teammate's job. Let them do the fragging. Let you do the flashing. Clear the space. Push those enemies back with that primary utility. Instead, he gets absolutely dumpstered. And look at that. The round was lost before it could really even begin. Of course, this doesn't always ride on one player, one decision, the Blitz, but you could tell that Cintra Negra just collapsed after that Aqua side push failed. They got fragmented, they started to take individual gunfights, and there it was. Revan, with a Clash in their face, had all the information they could ever want to close that one out and make it happen. So Revan feeling really good right now, and CNE need to respond after that one, otherwise this could quickly be a 4-2 half at the swap.
Well, Abinai was able to successfully trick one Selma, but the right panel does get opened up. So that's the initial breach initiated for CNE. And this time around, much like the last round, we have foregone the Thatcher. We have primarily just brought the Ace and the Thatcher to try and open things up. And I think right now for Revan on the defense, again, utilizing this much spread. We've got quick top floor in towards Surfer. We've got Draw swinging the storage window and winning the engagement against Coffin. He downs the Twitch outside the storage window, but now he's on 2 HP, and Coffin has friends coming to his rescue. Abinai as well will ascend the storage stairs and try and join into the fray. Lambe over towards Kitchen is going to get involved in the mix, and all of a sudden, Coffin gets back up on 20 HP, but there goes Quick from up above again, never cleared out of his position inside a server. Flacco hits the deck, and again, it's health advantage and man advantage in the favor of Revan.
Where were Flacco's teammates? Was he completely alone on the warehouse stairs? Like,
I think so.
I'm looking for outlines right now. I'm looking for any sign of life here and an explanation as to what we just witnessed and why we are seeing Cintra Negra just take so many 1v1 gunfights here. It started with Flacco. It started with, rather, Coffin. It was then Flacco, and now you see it really start to unfold. Coffin, very low HP. Gladius now finished off by Quick. A 3v2. It's falling apart for Cintra Negra right now. They just do not have a cohesive attacking plan. This was so messy from the start, and Revan are taking control of this map right now. The final round of the half. Another, what appears to be decisive one so far. Big now in the last 40 seconds for CNE to see what they can do to make this comeback happen. You only have 120 health between you. Marteau has that amount of health alone. Working against 3 guns here in the last 30 seconds. This is not going to be easy to do with defenders all around you.
Not at all. Marteau's got the cover. The smoke is covering the push, but Siduf is taking so much damage through that smoke. Abinai for 1, and Marteau plays the patient game perfectly. Collects onto Coffin at the end to round out the 4-2 half, which is a scoreline you would expect, starting on the defense on Labs. But I do agree that for CNE's attacks, I'm not really sure what the middle floor focus as your primary entry is about.
He was alone.
Because
he was so alone. I just saw it in the replay.
It's one of those situations where, like, okay, so the first time we attacked this bomb site, we got into engagements on the top floor, and we had to go for a full map clear. We should know that there is someone playing top floor again. If you just enter in the middle floor, you're just asking for a crossfire to be set up. From the top floor and the bottom floor, the defenders will then have multiple levels of angles on you that you can't evenly fight with. It's a tough focal point for the attack to take is, yeah, we're just going to enter in through, like, storage and garage. It's a tough look for a CNE attack. That did look okay at points in terms of brute forcing one angle, especially towards the top floor, but when it came to clearing the entirety of a large map like Labs, there were quite a few problems there. Now we'll get to see what Revan can do on the attacking side, as we do have the side swap here. CNE getting to go to the defense, and they will also select the same primary bomb site as their opponents, going top floor to try and lock things down. We don't see the presence of a clash this time around, though, for the defensive side, and we'll see what Coffin can do. Had a bit of a quiet first half as compared to his Monday performance, but for right now, starting on the defense, he'll be setting up, and Gladius will actually start things off, opening up onto Lambe.
Yeah, that's one way to begin. Keeping that same roam style that Revan played on their defense, now Cinta Negra doing it as well. And they've, well, already had 2 kills. Quite a bit of success with it. It was Gladius with the gun, Flacco with the C4, and now it is Revan who find themselves very quickly on the back foot. Only 40 seconds into the round, already having lost 2 players. Now is when things really get hairy, because now you simply don't have the manpower to allocate to the rest of this map as it should be. Now you do have to take those individual gunfights, and this is where CNE apparently really like to live, really want to operate within. And as long as it works for them on this defensive half, they will continue to do it. A lot of round to play, like we said, but for this advantage to be so significant so early on, not a good sign for Revan, especially if Gladius coming up on the flank is allowed to get away with that. Abinai, he'll pick up 1, but now he's alone in a 1v3, 20 HP to his name, and not a lot of options for Abinai himself. 90 seconds doesn't really matter because Gladius on the swing with the shotgun will finish it out from long range.
Yeah, I was talking about Coffin maybe having more impact in the second half, but there goes Gladius. An enormous round for him and an enormous round for CNE to try and stunt some of the momentum that Revan were clearly accumulating through that first half. We're going to see some operator swaps come out now, and for CNE on the defense there, again, getting in the face, playing off of a very similar playbook from what we see from Revan most times on most maps on the defensive side. Take early engagements, win your gunfights, apply as much pressure onto the attacking force as possible at every moment in the round, and don't let them get into the building, much like we saw from Revan's defenses that were not on the top floor, which was very much we were going to control every entry point of the map. This is a really good start here for CNE on the defense, showing that they can kind of match that same energy that Revan are bringing and match that same kind of level of gun skill that we've seen from Revan so far through Monday and so far through this first map this evening of LATAM North. We're going to see CNE also mirroring Revan's site rotation. They're going to head downstairs to the basement, and it looks like we got Siduf going top floor. We got Physics in garage, Gladius making kill holes from storage. This looks like it's operating almost identically off the same playbook that Revan was, which is a full map roam on the basement hold.
Well, this CNE playstyle is something that worked very well against Lycus Empire on day 1. it's not surprising that they're trying to pull that off again. On bank, they won 7-2, in a large part due to their ability to simply outgun their opponents. Lycus were just not able to match that. They were not able to match the aggression, they were not able to match the gun skill, and they just lost gunfights when they walked into the building. Now, CNE, we saw this problematic on the attack. Here on defense, however, really trying to go for this roam heavily. Right there, it didn't work for Flacco. He gets blinded and destroyed by the blitz. Marteau just rolling through this top floor will claim a second kill. That, my friends, is when you want to ADS as a shield operator. When the defense is incapacitated and has nowhere to go. Lambe, 2 kills for him. Physics, fade away, trying to get something done, but now he is alone, the only defender on the site, and only 60 seconds have elapsed in this round. An unbelievable start for Revan. The roam by Cinta Negra dismantled as Draw closes it out with a nice one.
And that's kind of the difference between what we saw in CNE on their attacking clears of the entire map versus what we're going to see from Revan, which is, well, yeah, we're fine clearing the entire map. We start out with Marteau top floor, immediately reading Flacco's position on the visual behind the server desk, and it kind of just goes lights out from there that Revan are going to take top floor, then middle floor, then work their way down. The big stark contrast between the way that the rounds played out when Revan was defending that site versus when CNE was defending that bomb site is how many defenders died away from the objective itself. 4 defenders for CNE perished on the top 2 floors. When Revan was defending that bomb site, they were able to get back to site with a 3v2. There's a big difference there, and a big man advantage for Revan, and an aggression advantage for Revan as well. Being able to instigate and accelerate throughout the map, not really stalling out and letting the timer run out like we saw from CNE. Like you said, Jonas, 60 seconds elapsed, and it was Physics alone on an island against the world. Very different executions of the same game plan from Revan and CNE on the attacking side. CNE are going to run it back downstairs, see if they can make up for their mistakes in the previous round, and maybe weather the storm of this map clear a little bit better.
Good to see Gladius, at least on CNE, having a good bit of success so far. It's a shame that the rest of his team just not quite there in terms of those kills, in terms of the contributions we're seeing from them. On the other hand, it is Revan firing on all cylinders these past few rounds, looking to continue that after a successful roam clear like we just saw in round 8. Crazy how back and forth this map has been, not just between the rounds, but just in between rounds. We're seeing the play styles change, and we're seeing such different results as well. There's Lambe, again, a good start to the round for him. Now Revan seem to have identified Sittoff, the bandit who they are now chasing across the top floor, forcing him into a corner. It is Marteau on the blitz, full steam ahead as he heads towards the objective. 2 defenders wait around the other side, and that right there was a bad decision that will result in things completely changing course now in round 9. Now Lambe and Marteau, the 2 new pickups, both of them finished off. Coffin downed, but if we can get picked back up, this will be a 4v3. The Fenrir, though, still down for now. The destruction from Revan continuing above. A bit of a mid-round mess that resulted in a couple of lost lives, but they keep this even in a 3v3 regardless.
You can see here for Revan again, the aggression. Okay, maybe we're overstepping a little bit again with the ADSing on the blitz, but we were feeling ourselves, and really that clear comes down to every single angle, every single direction that Sittoff tried to sprint, there was a blue silhouette on the opposite side of the wall from where he tried to go. This entry, though, has slowed down a little bit. There's been more resistance this time around from CNE on the middle floor. Saw 2 picks go both ways, and now Draw is taking some damage up through the floorboard. Sittoff did get tagged up on his attempted retreat. Now Physics taking damage as the drop comes in to Animus, and now Quick makes his way in and cleans up onto Physics. The flank being attempted now by Flacco as he picks up onto Draw. The pre-fire, it's not good enough from Sittoff, and Abinai collects. Top control held by Flacco. He puts Quick on the ground to drop to the 1v1, has the vertical angle, he cleans up onto Quick. Abinai down to 30 HP, and they're firing through the floorboard at one another, and Abinai needs to get moving to attempt the plant. They have vision on him with either Valkyrie cameras or the bulletproof camera. Pings through the floorboards, and Flacco on the flank. He gets the technical 1v3, and CNE bring it back within a round.
Not the best call there for Abonai to go for the plant in that position, but he knew the time was low and he had to try to make something happen. Very good information game, though, from Cinta Negra, which put them over the top. You saw it there. Vertical destruction, vertical kills only allowed because of that information, because of those pings. Abonai, he put himself on a hard wall. There were no holes above his head. He thought maybe he would be able to get that one done, but instead, a Z ping right on his position, no problem to get that kill from above. What a comeback in that round for CNE. Another back and forth round the entire time, but one that CNE will be more than happy to take. Another defensive win under their belt. Despite some of the mess, they're keeping this one close, and they are keeping this one competitive.
Well, we talked about maybe Lambe not having the greatest start on Bank against 6 Karma on Monday. Boy, is he having a wonderful game this time around, both on defense and on offense. He's been an initiator and an antagonizer every single round so far that CNE have had to deal with. And on that round previous, again, good resistance on the middle floor. You wish the top floor would have held a little bit longer as well to waste some time, but that flank coming out as well, very clutch at the end for CNE to hold on to that round. It would have been match point against them at 6-3, a scoreline that Revan is not unfamiliar with, as that was the score they had against 6K on Monday evening on Bank. They were up 6-3 and they lost. It's a tough one to lose. And Revan looking to, again, not let a lead slip away in back-to-back play days. We've got Thermite charges from Abonai coming out onto the connector breach. No mirror windows being played from CNE this time around. Instead, they're going to reinforce up the rotation they made towards connector and instead retreat further in towards the bomb site. Flacco, though, playing point blank, and a Nitro cell about to be ripped over the electrical window. Could be an option to get an opening pick here again with some more aggression coming out from the CNE, but Revan done a good job of staying safe for the time being, accomplishing the hard breaching that they want to do. We'll see what their final execute looks like. The setup for CNE on their attacks was very Aqua Stairs focused. I don't think Revan have that same kind of idea in mind.
Well, crazy to say this, but it seems like this is the slowest start to a round yet, at least in the last 5 rounds. We've seen so much explosivity, so much quick, early action. Finally, a little bit more discipline here from both teams, but this little chess smash, this little cat and mouse back and forth, we're seeing it play out right now as we cross that 90-second mark. Finally, we see the first domino fall. We see the first player go down as well. That's Revan. They'll lose Lambe. CNE, they'll lose Coffin. Still a 4v4. As Flacco has not budged from this position the entire time. Draw will step up. He's getting a little antsy, but finally, Flacco, his position pays off. He takes care of Marteau. Draw responds quick on the swing, gets another, but it is Flacco now against the world. A 1v2. He's got 2 kills already. He finally starts to move and needs to get active, but the flash at the perfect time for Revan should allow this diffuser to go down. It's a post plant now for them. 40 seconds ticking away for Flacco. He swings. He gets one. Abonai goes down. Now it is a 1v1 to close this one out. Draw's got to play this one passive, but he'll go for the swing anyway. The pistol, the headshot, and the win for Revan to put themselves at match point.
And Draw has another incredible round where he kind of just continues to hold W, continues to walk forward, and obliterate anyone in his path. Going for the pistol swing there with an open connector breach in towards Surfer and having to worry about the electrical door. Bold. Bold, I'll give Draw that. But at the same time, I think he had 3 on the round going for 4 at the end. So, you know, if you're feeling yourself, then why not? It is going to put them on a match point all the same in the post plan. It is a W on the board. It's a 6-4 lead. Like I said, though, on Monday against 6 Karma, Revan had the 6-3 lead on Bank. And that went to overtime and ended up being an 8-7 loss for Revan. So not looking to repeat the same outcome from 48 hours ago. CNE will now take attack timeout, try and reorganize here, This is an opportunity for CNE to kind of refocus and figure out what they want to do next. They've hung on the defensive side, but you can see the aggression and the pace with which Revan want to play with is really causing some hiccups here for CNE to address. And this tack timeout, while it may be late, could be what they need to at least force overtime and try and scrape a few points in here.
Well, like you said, Revan looking to lock this one down. And it feels like they are in a better position to do that than they were on Monday. Same scoreline, very same situation, but it just feels like CNE have just not been clicking as much as they would need to make this comeback happen. And that's what the tag timeout is all about. You come in, you hit that reset button, and you try to reset, get back into that groove, find that coordination again. They only need to get 2 rounds here. It's not the 3 that was required of 6 Karma in that game on Monday, but it is still a 2-round deficit with their backs against the wall. You don't have any second chances at this point. If you want to get out of this match with at least 1 point to your name, you're going to have to send this one to OT, and it has to start right now. You do not have any other option. Now, their defenses have been a bit back and forth, but one thing has been consistent. They've been playing that roam game. They've been maintaining the map control at all costs, even if it means putting themselves in awkward spots. Right there, Gladius with a ruthless wallbang onto Lambe to shut down the top performer on Revan right now. Talk about a hot way to start the round. Perfectly timed to give CNE an early lead.
The opening pick onto the Thatcher would normally be a pretty huge pick these days as well, but you can see only the mute jammers being brought as wall denial. On the side of CNE is, we have lost our Thatcher, we've lost the opening pick, but we are focusing again top Aqua Stairs this time around for Revan. The blitz from Marto making his entry in, and also a lot of damage done onto Coffin inside of the garage rafters, who's just had a much more noticeably quieter game than he had on Monday. We've got the IT breach open because we didn't have any more wall denial than the mute jammers, so that got opened up pretty much for free. And now Marteau, who is the man carrying the diffuser, is going to make a rotation now towards the top of the rafters window. See if he can catch anyone off guard inside of rafters and inside of garage. There's a camera watching from inside, but for right now, CNE, they got their opening pick. They took some damage, but they've been able to peel back a little bit deeper into the bomb site, try and hold some crossfires, and Revan in that moment, they are slowing down momentarily.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if that was a bait or not, if Marteau was just trying to get the sound cue of him rotating, maybe try to get CNE to peek or do something too much, but no, we see CNE, they stay disciplined, and it was not a bait. Revan commits to this angle. They commit to this push. Marteau goes in, again, trying to do some damage with that pistol, but in the meantime, they lose another body. It is quick this time. Who goes down? With 60 seconds, it looks like Revan, they're not looking to waste any time here, already trying to get aggressive and go into the site. It's Marteau who gets a kill. He now takes a moment to take a goo mine out of his foot. They get another kill during that process, but now it is draw alone. Flacco on the swing will take the final 2, and Cinta Negra get themselves to round 12, only 1 round away from forcing overtime.
I think the question here for CNE is, where do you want to go on the defense? You're locked out from going upstairs. Again, if my rudimentary Spanish from doing this for a year tells me anything, we're going downstairs to the basement, at least for now, on the side of CNE, which is a tough one because we've seen this roam get picked apart pretty heavily both times. Your saving grace is that you're able to have Flacco head topside up the cargo stairs and win a 1v3 clutch. I wouldn't bank on that with match point being held against you in terms of repeating that performance. But at the same time, we haven't really seen a kitchen or a storage defense come out from CNE. We've only seen the top and bottom floors, and indeed, we are going to head back downstairs to the basement. With the Vigil, the Legion, the Capcan, the Fenrir, I must imagine, based on the composition of this lineup, that we are going to be extending and attempting to roam throughout the map. So the real question is here, can Revan's roam clear have the same efficacy, the same efficiency that it had for the last 2 rounds they attacked onto this bomb site, and can they not get 1v3 clutched on?
Yeah, I'll give you, I guess today's daily Spanish word of the day, Flynn. Basement in Spanish, sótano. So if you see S and then a word that is the location of a basement site. Just like you would see B, lockers, CCTV, you see S, nanotech, S tank, or whatever that is. That's the basement. So there you go. You're welcome. Educating.
Nice.
Got the word of the day. But like you said, whether they're in the basement or not, in this case, they are not. CNE are looking to defend this aggressively. You can see, look at the bottom right of your screen. Only one player, that's Physics, has the S in front of that location. Only he is in the basement. You've got 4 defenders playing on these top 2 floors of this map, trying to stop this clear before it can even begin. This has worked. It has also failed. We've seen it go both ways. For Revan, if they want to close this one out in regulation, well, you know what they're hoping to do. Pick this roam apart, one player at a time. The big adjustment here for CNE, and I like what I'm seeing, they're playing together. You're not seeing anyone roam on an island. You see Gladius playing with Flacco. You see Situf and Coffin not far from each other's position. They are playing together. They are rotating together, and they are making sure that if one of their players is exposed, if one of their players goes down, then they can find a swing and they can find a trade to keep the man count even.
Oh, Flacco was going to try and sit inside of the kitchen hallway, right beside the vending machine, as a bait and kind of let everyone else flood in on the attacking side. See if he could play that delayed rat position a little bit longer. But he got Jackal Track, so good use of the utility there from Quick. Marto gets the opener. He walks down the stairs and grabs 2 from Cargo. Flacco and Physics, they're able to make their way back to the bomb site, but they still fall all the same and put CNE in a 2-man disadvantage early on. Shots ring out through the floorboard towards Gladius as well. None will connect, thankfully, for the side of CNE, but now breaches will get opened up. There's so much top control being held. Quick has made his way down the cargo stairs as well, and it's just a matter of time before CNE feel the full brunt of this Revan clear.
Well, it's already started, and it is looking good. You see Situf hits the floor. The pressure from above, too much for him to bear. Gladius is now just like that, the last player standing. Revan have come thundering through this site and are taking firm control. Gladius now has to worry about the other side, and it is a flawless round as Revan close it out in regulation. Immediately going to the all chat to talk some trash, but regardless, a happy win for a team looking to bounce back from a week 1 loss. 7-5, the final score. CNE cannot go back-to-back to start the stage.
No, and for CNE, man, it was a close game. Their defenses on labs definitely show some work left to be done. We'll bring Core back into the conversation as I fill out my last point here, which is that defense looked like the right idea, just again, not the right execution. We fall back from the roam this time. We don't lose anyone. We kill half the clock, and then we're now watching cargo stairs, and it kind of deteriorates from there.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like this game was very much an encapsulation of what I personally have come to expect from CNE, which is just this, like, they're around, they're close, but they never quite seem to get it right when they need to. And a 7-5 win to Revan, at least for me, Jonah, that's just that in summation.
No, exactly. It was exactly as you put it, so close at times, right? They have maybe the right ingredients, but they just don't put it together in the right order, right? Something was just not quite there. It was crazy too, because you would see one round where it was perfect, right? Where they have the plan, they execute it, and the result, well, it speaks for itself. But then you have the immediate round after that. Revan makes a slight tweak, and all of a sudden, CNE look like they've never played Siege all of a sudden. They're swinging, they're all on an island, they're all over the place, they're completely flustered, it falls apart. It was a close game, it was 7-5, but I think we just saw CNE making more of those mistakes, and Revan making more smart corrections, more productive adjustments, and that's why the result, I think, ended the way it did.
You know, one thing I did want to get in here before we move on to our break in our next game is the new players on both these rosters. They really stepped up here, Flynn. I felt like we were seeing Coffin produce, Marteau was producing as well. A lot of, even Lambe actually was doing pretty well for Revan. None of them a dead weight for their respective teams.
No. Coffin had a quieter game, but I mean, comparing your day 1 performance that he had on Bank against Lycus Empire to then playing against Revan, they are going to be different games. They're going to be different matches. They're on different maps, different results. But yeah, Lambe Hello. Lambe had a slow start on Bang against 6 Karma. He did not have a slow start or slow finish to this game. Lambe, very impressive. Maybe that intel coming from Gibson was correct after all, that he might just be another Finnish fragger out there on the hunt to try and collect some domes and maybe lead the charts at the end of the stage like we've seen from a couple other Revan frag acquirers in the past.
Yeah, we saw it from both sides, as you said, Gorbek. Love to see that a lot of these new guys are doing well, but I had my eyes on Lambe and Marteau, and they did wow me today, frankly, and love that. Want to see more of that going forward, for sure.
Very much so. Well, the new players, Dangerous, Revan, Dangerous as well. They'll take their win here, their first win of Stage 2. We'll be right back with our next match after this break. Welcome back, viewers, here to LATAM North, day 2 of stage 2. We have our first game in the books, and now we're moving on to a matchup. Well, it could end up being a little one-sided, but every dog has its day. It's Team Cruelty versus Lycus Empire. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me here are Flint and Jonah, ready to bring you this match. And I mean, Team Cruelty, you just said it in the break. We were talking about it, Jonah. They are not quite as sharp in match number 1 as we expected them to be, but it's more of a question of how good can they be, not how good are they.
Exactly, and I'll be quite literal here. The way I described this match was a big dog versus a tiny dog. But in reality, right, it's a big dog with maybe a little bit of a hobble, maybe a little bit of a limp, who hasn't looked a little bit, I don't know why I've made this dog a cripple. I'm so sorry, dog. But it's a dog that's not in its peak running form. It's been better, right? They're looking a little rough around the edges. On the other side, you've got a team in Lycus Empire that is looking to prove themselves here, and the bar for them is so low based on their performance last stage that we expect it to only be up from here. You know it's going to get better. I don't know when that's going to happen or how, but I'm excited about the potential this roster has.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, and I mean, maybe Flynn, you could speak to it a little bit as well. There should be improvement from this Lycus Empire roster. They have a whole stage under their belt. Like, they should be better, theoretically.
Theoretically. I mean, it all comes down to game day and what you can show on game day. But I will say, at least for the first half of their first game on Monday, there was some pretty decent improvement. I think Aphex unfortunately got left out on an island a few times. He didn't really have much support. That seemed to be the game plan, which maybe I don't necessarily agree with, but maybe works for them internally. But I think for Lycus Empire, you know, coming in with a coach, they just straight up did not have a coach last stage. And also coming in with an assured 5-man roster as opposed to the 6-man roster we saw them playing with last stage that would just cycle in and out. They just decided, hey, one day we're playing with one person and one day we're playing with another person. You know, that kind of instability doesn't breed a whole lot of success. So continuity, structure, leadership, maybe some firepower from Aphex as well. I mean, like, you've got the ingredients to developing into a team that can hang and can compete in this league. It's just about being able to show those fundamentals and show that progress as we move on through the stage.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about fundamentals. Obviously, we said Team Cruelty, it's a question of how good can they be. It's kind of a revolving door of murder here, Jonah, with these guys, because it's really any one of them can step up and be big. On Monday, it was Mutombo. Today, well, it could be, I don't know, Pyrox or the new pickup Dante.
And I'm loving the pictures from these guys too. Mutombo looking fresh with the trophy in hand. But no, you're right. You're right. Right. You have Dante now coming into this lineup, right? Who is, yes, the new pickup for this team, but is by no means a stranger to the spotlight and a stranger to this league. Last stage, he was the top player, arguably he and Pyrox sharing that top spot. When you mesh this roster as a whole, it doesn't just become about individuals anymore. It becomes about, okay, what role are you taking? Now, from what we know, you've got someone like Dante, formerly Gunner, Fragger, Entry, taking a slight step back, more flex, making some shots calling time here. Not necessarily true IGL, but definitely playing a part. You've got someone like Ivan, who's historically been in that Fragger role, even with Dante's presence, is staying in that role. And I think between them, we saw all of that potential in that day 1 match.
Yeah, and I think right now for Cruelty, it's about being able to show that you have grown and improved with the roster changes. You know, this is a team that won Stage 1 for LATAM, the entire thing. They represented the region at the Manchester Major. And unfortunately for them, the performance wasn't up to their level of expectation, so they decided to make a change. We'll see if that nets them the result they're looking for. Some change isn't always the best, some change isn't always the worst. It's about how you can adapt and how you can integrate new members into the roster. We are going to Skyscraper, as we saw there on the band graphic, which has been a favorite for the region, unfortunately. But I think right now for Skyscraper, it's a good opportunity for Lycus Empire to just play in a more comfortable position, to be on the defense, and to be able to just kind of relax and let the game come to them.
Well, I'd like to go into it a little bit more, but you guys will have a chance on the map itself. It sounds like they're raring to go, so I'm just going to turn it over to you. Have fun on Skyscraper.
Thank you, Korvac. Amazing. We can dive right into this one, a map that, at this point, we are fairly familiar with in this region. We saw a lot of Skyscraper in Stage 1. Don't expect to see quite as much of this map in Stage 2, but right off the bat, just getting a nice little taste. But it's not necessarily about the map here for Lycus Empire. It really is about all those adjustments we know they can make coming into day 2. It has just been a couple of days. It's not been a week off like they'll have between now and the next play day, next Monday. But it has been a little bit of time for this team and their coach Velocity behind the scenes to try to make some corrections, to try to improve from their performance on that first day. Only getting 2 rounds in that opener against Cinta Negra. Now they have a chance against Cruelty. Starting on defense on Skyscraper, they have a chance here in a very advantageous position, Flynn, to start things off fairly strong.
Yeah, and I mean, especially for newer teams or teams with changes starting out in the defense, defense is always going to be easier because you can play a little more static. You don't have to be the initiators on the round. You can kind of let the enemy team come to you. And especially on a map like Skyscraper, where you're going to be at a hefty advantage starting on the defensive side, just the way this map plays out. You know, this gives you an opportunity to kind of feel things out against a top flight team like Cruelty and see where you really do stack up. It's still so early here for these teams. It's a double round robin. We got 10 play days of just groups before we even get to games that will send teams to the major. So we got a while to go. There's a lot of improvements that will be made during the stage. And this is one of those games that Lycus Empire will want to use and refer to as they progress throughout the entirety of the stage. They want to fall back on this one and feel good about the performance against a top flight team like Cruelty. Be able to hang in terms of the gunfights, in terms of the strategy, and make sure that when they progress on, they can be fighting for some points later on in the stage to potentially pick up that 4th spot.
Well, Aphex coming under fire here early from Ivan, who starts things off strong for Cruelty. A very difficult map to attack, as we've both talked about, Flynn, but one that, well, if they can start things off this strong, they might just be setting themselves up for success later in the round. Faxi now, a lot of pressure coming his way. He'll take care of Fatal, though, before eventually getting downed, and in a moment, likely finished off. So an early flurry here as Lycus, they opt for the roam, and they do not back off in time to avoid the watchful eye of Cruelty. Instead, they contest these gunfights, and it does look like, overall, coming out with the losing hand. 4v3, Cruelty now hold a slight lead.
I think that's one of the problems that we tried to highlight earlier on before heading into this match is, again, Aphex just kind of feeling like he's on an island there. His trade that he would have wanted from Faxi, it came a little late, and it was a very nice shot out through the terrace window onto Fatal, but at the end of the day, it was late, and Aphex didn't really have the support he would have wanted. Ronnie, though, swinging outside of the carry or the T wall, will pick up Pyrox. That'll level the man counter to 3v3. Good news is, though, for Cruelty, they were able to facilitate a breach on the outside of Geisha. Lots of shots ringing out through the soft walls. Here comes Dante to make his approach now on the soft breach, pushing his way up through the drum door, wary about Geisha as the drone comes out. They will spot Unfixed inside of Geisha, holding that position regardless of the breach that was fashioned. Now this is a good position to be in for Unfixed. He's able to swing out from inside of Geisha, pick up Matumbo, looking for even more, and he'll land the headshot onto Dante, leaving Ivan alone, bursting his way into the Geisha hallway, but Owen has the trade, and like his Empire, they collapse upon the remaining attackers to pick up their first round.
Well, that is quite a response, especially considering how that round began with Ivan just hopping in the building and getting that early kill, with Cruelty completely choking off those extended defenders from the rest of the team. You see it here early. It was Ivan with a great shot. It was Faxi who then went down. But it was that late round comeback there from Lycus enough to put the stop to that Cruelty attack. Unfixed, doing everything he could to get his team back in it, and it worked like a charm. Liked what we saw from Aphex on day 1. We mentioned that a few times, the new player coming in. Saw some early possibilities there in the start of that round, but did not see it ultimately come to a conclusion. Instead, it was Unfixed, who had a shaky day one performance, but not as shaky as some of his other teammates. He was 5-8 overall, still negative in the KD, -1 on the entry, already in a much better position to start off this map.
Well, we didn't get to talk about it too much because I was too busy yapping, but operator bans are significant here. We've got the Montaigne and the Doe to be cleared away from the attacking side of Cruelty to start this map, which means that operators that will afford you quick entry and allow you to grab as much space as possible very early on for nearly free, especially with that Montaigne, they're not going to be at the disposal for Cruelty on the attacking side, which means they're going to have to do exactly what we saw there, which is hop in a window and play your gunfight advantage. We've seen them do this before on maps like Bank, on maps like Labs and Consulate, where they will press their fragging advantage in place of strategy or in place of utility from some operators. And we'll see it again here, 40 seconds in, Ivan's already in the building, and there goes Aphex as the opening death once again. No trade to be found from Lycus Empire for consecutive rounds as well, so that means that the back off here for Unfixed, it's going to result in him being stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's lost his mirror, he's lost geisha control, he's going to bail all the way out to Terrace to try and rejoin the rest of his team.
2 for 2 in the opening for Ivan, 0 for 2 for Aphex. This is a good, repeatable recipe for success for Cruelty, but they just need to make sure that they keep it tidy in the mid-round. You cannot let things slip away when you transition to that execute, but another good start. This time we are seeing a slight adjustment, though, from Lycus Empire. They have backed off a little bit earlier than last time. They're not all the way extended in Karaoke and T itself. The most forward position you see right now is Ronnie, right outside of Shrine, looking to make something happen behind this deployable shield. This is a very common position and one that Cruelty should know how to deal with, but it will still take them time, manpower, and utility to actually get it done. You see the deployable shield, you see the mute jammer, you see these Wamai magnets, all in position to slow this clear. And the longer Cruelty take forcing Ronnie out, the better this defense will be when that execute comes around.
You can see Ronnie peeling away from the position, just trying to play it on an off angle, not directly on the deployable shield. He's wary about the utility that the attackers could be bringing in. Nitro Cell will go soaring from Owen, but it will not collect outside of the exhibition window. Faxi's been tracked now by the Grim Bees as the execute starts pouring in from Cruelty. They all start isolating in towards Shrine in the exhibition window itself. It's going to force Ronnie to back out even further from Dragon. Pyrox collects onto Faxi now as they continue to push their way into Terrace. Every entry point on the map being occupied by a Cruelty attacker for the time being, and it's going to continue to compress these defenders back into the depths of the bomb site. Unfixed will win, though, from inside of the office table. He's able to pick up Dante again. Bomb chassis is a favorable angle to play for the defenders, and the time will continue to tick away against Cruelty as they have to go for the execute onto the bomb site itself. Rushing in through the office doorway, Fatal gets one, but Unfixed continues his last stand inside of office. Ronnie gets 2. The timer's at 2 seconds. Sprinting for that final kill is Pyrox, but the timer will expire again. Lycus Empire, by the skin of their teeth in back-to-back rounds, they weather the storm and they pick up 2.
Unbelievable. It was Ronnie and Unfixed this time. The combination who went nuts, who stayed alive. What is that? What is going on? What? Okay, Ronnie, there he is, a microphone. Ronnie, it is that guy who made it happen. And my goodness, was that huge for Lycus. Another round where Cruelty were rolling through, and that time even more convincingly than the last. But instead, there he is, Owen, Unfixed, and Ronnie made it work.
Why a landfill as your background? This is kind of cool. I don't know what city or street this is, but that's cool from Faxi. I don't know why Owen just has a landfill as his background.
Listen,
on the
man.
face cam.
Sometimes you don't even need a reason. You just gotta believe.
I mean, this is also the team again that we should reiterate had a player play shirtless with a Spider-Man mask on for an entire game.
I'm missing.
So this team is not unfamiliar with having some fun with the face cams and taking their games Well, just to a fun degree when it comes to messing around with their entertainment in the face cams. The good news for them as well is, at least so far, they're not unfamiliar with winning these defensive rounds by the timer either. Cruelty has made these quick entries, and we're going to see it again from Ivan, already making his way through reception. He's going to breach the castle double door in towards lobby. These opening picks have come very fast for Cruelty, and there it is again from Dante. But it's the last minute of the round that Cruelty have been getting picked apart by Lycus Empire defenders who've been able to survive the onslaught that Cruelty have brought. And it seems like Ivan, he's going to slow it down a little bit, gather a little more intel before bursting into action.
Well, again, it is so much early success for Cruelty. It almost doesn't make sense. Early entry every time on a map that is so difficult to succeed in the early round. They managed to do it 3 rounds in a row onto the same defender, no less. Aphex will not be a factor in this round once again. He was the biggest factor on the Lycus Empire team in day 1. You'd think that shutting him down would be a fantastic recipe for success for Team Cruelty. Despite that, they cannot seem to put the pieces together in the late round to actually get a round under their belt. They're 0 for 2 right now, despite 2 tremendous starts. Finally, we'll see Empire strike back here in this 3rd round. We see Ronnie, again, looking to make something happen here. He's taking care of Pyrox. Dante, 1 HP to his name, but he's able to get that kill. This time quickly traded by Faxi. A bit of a fight here for Lycus Empire in the mid-round. A little bit better now, what we're seeing from this defense here.
I feel really bad for Aphex, because that's 3 straight rounds this man has just been on an island trying to survive, and I think he's lasted a total of maybe 100 seconds alive on the server so far through 3 rounds, and no one's really been there to help him or have his trade. But the rest of Lycus Empire have continued to fall back. They've been able to peel back their layers towards the objective, and again, survive. You've got Dante on 2 HP. Owen tries to retreat through the middle of kitchen, but Fatal has the cutoff onto Owen. Shots ring up through the floorboards, but they won't connect, so once again, a man advantage strongly in the favor of Cruelty, but not necessarily in the health department, as Unfix has been spending his time juicing up his teammates, making sure they're getting closer to full HP. The plant going down from Matumbo. And here comes the flank from Faxi. The flashbang comes into the delivery door. They are aware of the positioning of Dante in towards delivery. Unfix is going to head skyward, try and take the 1v1 upstairs inside of Geisha, hearing the attacker inside, holding the top control, and maybe not hearing the attacker holding the top control from above. Fatal gets 3 on the round for his trouble from his position inside of Geisha, and the top control proves too strong for Lycus Empire to overcome. It's Cruelty with their first round of Skyscraper.
Well, Cruelty finally get on the board, their first round, but they could easily have had 3 at this point. This could have easily been a 3-0 attacking start on a defensive-sided map. Instead, Lycus Empire still hold the lead. They finally give up 1, another hard-fought round. A bit more back and forth this time, less one-sided through the first 90 seconds, but finally we saw Cruelty able to hold it out, get the diffuser down, and then it was Fatal up above who got the final 3 kills to close out the round. So Cruelty are finally able to tidy things up and get one. Did it take a little too long? Kind of felt like it, but they're going to be happy to walk away with a round nonetheless.
Yeah, and again, for Lycus Empire, dude, I really feel bad for Aphex, man. This guy is... We've seen the talent in day number 1 on Bank. We've seen what he's been capable of doing, fighting out of very disadvantageous positions, especially on those CEO holds, where he kind of just burst onto the action and burst into the room and took a lot of lives with him as he knew he was going to perish. This time around, man, he's just kind of stuck in no man's land. And Cruelty is a very tough team to try and take your 1v1s or 1v2s or 1v3s even against, and it's not going very well for Aphex. The rest of the team, when they peel back towards the bomb site and they play their crosses on the objective, playing off the advantage that Skyscraper gives you on the defense, it is going well. I just can't help but empathize with Aphex right now, just constantly being left to his own devices and getting collapsed upon very early on in the rounds by Cruelty. It's been 3 rounds in a row that he's been the opening death. And like I said, may have made it 100 seconds into the round timers through 3 rounds. We'll see if there's any adjustment. That was Cruelty's tag timeout, but we'll see if Lycus Empire can make any adjustments on their roam to try and hold more of the map for longer portions of the rounds.
Well, liking what we're seeing so far from Lycus, there's no doubt about that. But can they just clean it up and not lose the opening pick? That's the most important question to ask right now, because it is the first question we will be able to answer as this round gets started. For the first 3 rounds, we have seen Aphex dead right away, less than 60 seconds in, pretty much every single time. Now, it seems that Aphex is not going to shy away from this on an island again, looking to contest this entry as they work their way in the building. Frankly, I am shocked that we are seeing this for a 4th round in a row, considering the success or lack thereof that he has had doing this every single time. But undeterred, you could argue that maybe a little more support this time with Faxi nearby, finally making the decision to eventually back on off. So not necessarily the wisest of decision to take that risky spot early, but now a smarter choice to back on off. And yes, 60 seconds have transpired, and he is still alive. So already a notable improvement.
Definitely, and I think, again, getting out is probably the ideal scenario for Lycus. They've continuously shown that when they fall back to the objective, and even without a man advantage, they are able to persevere on the objective itself. Now Aphex, I mean, he's burned half the clock. He's burned a lot of the intel gathering utility for Cruelty. Lots of drones picked off the board at the hands of this T5. I mean, he's kind of got the green light right now to go swinging. And yet, even now, he loses his Keep a Barricade, doesn't have another one from Owen to come fill in, so he's going to bail even further back towards the bomb site. Less gunfight heavy on the entries this time around for Cruelty, occupying much more of the clock, which is what we wanted to see from Lycus. And a 5v5, Cruelty are going to have a very difficult time trying to flood into the bomb site with really only 3 access points. You got the T-wall, or the T-door, and you've got the drum door, and then you've got the geisha wall, and that's kind of it. These are your only access points to get into the objective, and time is very quickly evaporating away from the disposal of Cruelty to make their push.
Ivan, he knows there's a couple of defenders around the other side, but he is being as cautious as he needs to be. There's only 30 seconds left here. Not a single bullet has connected either side other than Ivan. Couple of HP lost. Now is when they've got to step up. It's Dante. There he is. The entry kill for him to start things off in this round. But only 20 seconds remain. They've got to get a move on. Time ticking away. It's going to come down to Dante here as he moves in and gets another kill. Matumba will join him as he gets another, but unfixed, prone, hiding. Down he goes as Dante swings again. A quad kill for the newest addition to this roster, and a round that was needed for Cruelty, and one that he stole away from Lycus Empire.
Stealing it away is a very apt description, and again, I feel for Aphex. He survived the majority of the round, and he still ended up being the opening death at the hands of Dante yet again, which I think is the second time through 4 rounds he's died to that C8 as the opener. Again, Lycus Empire able to waste a lot of the clock there, but Dante kind of gets on his horse, gets into the bomb site, and really starts decimating. And I think those smoke grenades down the long hallway were also very important for Cruelty's attack, allowing Dante to not have to worry about his backside and not having to worry about crossfires. He's able to take that 1v1 towards Aphex initially, and then towards the T-door. So we haven't seen a whole lot of the crossfires be broken up when Lycus Empire have been afforded the opportunity to kind of sit back into the bomb site and hold and wait for the flood to come from Cruelty. Those smoke grenades just gave that avenue for the push to come from Cruelty and kind of isolate some engagements where we know Cruelty will have a gunfight advantage. They have a gunfight advantage on basically everyone in the region at this point. So playing those 1v1s is the style that Cruelty want to play. The smoke grenades help with that, and Lycus Empire, they're going to run it back. T-Karaoke, they do feel like they can do a better job here. Again, the fallbacks seem to be much more thought out, and it seemed to have much more effect in the previous round. It was kind of just Dante saying, I'm taking control of this round with the help from a friend.
You are right, though. I didn't even notice that it was Aphex who still died first. That is
4 in a row, baby.
That is just devastating. Just devastating. And that wasn't, the quote-unquote entry kill. There was nothing entry about a kill that happens in the final 30 seconds, but it was still the first kill of the round. It was still the opener. And again, Aphex, please. Aphex, please stay alive, my man. He does. He's up. Nope, I lied.
Nope.
Man down. He trades. Dante hits the floor, but not until he is able to claim that kill onto Aphex first. Devastating. 0 for 5. Yet to make any impact in this game. Here's Ivan on the swing. He gets one. Immediately traded. So much early action here, and we are only 60 seconds in. After the flurry of early blows, Cruelty, they sit up a man advantage by 1. A 3v2. Ronnie and Owen, they've done this before. They got to see if they can put their team on their back again and, I guess, steal the round away from Cruelty, you could say, after that early and explosive start. You've got 90 seconds here. Cruelty, they've already spent the first minute of this round cooking, so they're going to take a moment, regroup, get some info, and wait to make their next move. But now that they know where Ronnie is, they know where Owen is, the flashes come through, and now the diffuser goes down, and Ronnie goes down too very quickly after.
Well, I really like that from Cruelty, because these 4 straight roam clears that we've seen from Cruelty, you get the opening pick, but then we're just burning so much clock. And it's taking a long time to get set up into positions that just aren't advantageous. Skyscraper is not a map that if you don't make yourself an avenue that is contrary to the 3 typical, you're just going to get chewed apart by so many sight lines and so many guns trained on so few opportunities and positions to get into the objective. And I think that time there for Cruelty, even though Dante did come in and win them the round previous to this one, they identified that maybe it wasn't really an earned round. It was kind of Dante coming in and saving them from another round that felt like it was stalling out into the last 30 seconds. So this time we go extremely site direct. We bring out the glass, we bring out the Ying, we bring out the blitz, we say we're getting in your face as fast as humanly possible. And they also take a second to regroup after there was a response from Lycus Empire. I really do like that out of Cruelty, not resting on their laurels and saying, yeah, Dante can just carry us through a round if we sit here for 2 minutes and 30 seconds and don't accomplish much. We need to make an adaptation to be the instigators, to be the agitators on the round. And they took control of that round, which I really like. For Lycus Empire, yeah, that was a tough one. And again, Aphex, opening death is a tough one. He almost got away. He almost had a friend there to help him, but he did not. And now in the final defense, they are not going to run it back for a 3rd time in a row on Tea and Karaoke. Instead, we're going to head back towards Office and Exhibition, where we were successful in the only time we've defended this in the side of Lycus Empire. But again, that was a man disadvantage that we kind of had to win a war on and let the timer expire on. And I don't think Cruelty are going to allow the time to tick away against them yet again.
Well, as we reach the half, time for some context. I'll throw some numbers at you here. Stage 1. Skyscraper, we saw 12 different instances, most of them in the north. 60%, 59.4% defensive win rate compared to 40.6% on the attacker's side. Other than Oregon, this was the most defensive-sided map in the game. You are expected to walk away at the half as a defensive team with the lead, at the very least, a 3-3 split. If Cruelty are able to go up 4-2 right now, yeah, it's a different stage, slightly different meta here, but if they're able to walk away with a 4-2 split, then going into the defense, you've got to think they've got all the pieces to walk away with a nice victory. And starting it off right there, this time against Unfixed, and then Aphex shortly after, you got to think the Cruelty are setting themselves up for another swift round win. The early round, once again, going their way.
Yeah, the double opener, again, we're picking apart this hold on the far side, and we're not allowing anyone to rotate back. We're cutting them off through the geisha wall and taking that engagement from down below up through the island as well, just to make sure that there's no possible fallback for Lycus Empires. That has been their MO through the majority of this game. It's leaving Ronnie yet again on an island, and he's just got too much to contend with. Owen will drop as well at the hands of Pyrox as the Candelas burst into the bomb site. It's just Faxi alone in a 1v5. He will negate the flawless round, but at the end of the day, it's just too much overwhelming force from Cruelty. They flood into the bomb site, they lose the first 2, they pick up the next 4.
Love the adjustment we saw from Cruelty there in the past 2 rounds, because it seems like they realized something pretty key about how the first few rounds played out. They realized that, wait a minute, our early rounds have been so good. It's the late round, it's the mid round, and that kind of transition point that's giving us trouble. So what do they decide to do? They just eliminate the mid round and the late round. They decide to just keep the pace up. The moment they enter the building and get that kill, instead of doing what most reasonable teams would do, instead of doing what they did in those first 2 rounds and easing off the gas a little bit, taking some time to get some information, regroup, recover. Instead, they just keep the pedal to the floor. And what that did was it just forced Lycus into a bit of a bind. It put them in that very awkward early round phase, what felt like for the entirety of the round. That's where Cruelty have been thriving. That is the game plan they brought to those last 2 rounds, and that is why they were the most decisive yet. So as I said, when they go into the switch 4-2 in the advantage as the now defensive team, this is a very good spot for them to be.
Well, for Lycus Empire, the good news was that you were starting on the defense on Skyscraper. The bad news is that you got your first 2 defensive rounds, and then much like we saw on Monday for Bank, although as I say this, Aphex gets the opener, so he's turning the tables around a little bit on
first
the
kill,
Cruelty. Right? I think so. I don't think he got one last round. Pretty sure it was just Faxi alone in the middle of the bomb site. So, first kill. Aphex starting things off with an opener instead of being the opening death is good. But for Lycus Empire, those defenses, very passive. You know, the ability to continuously retreat towards the objective. Try and play your position strongly. Aphex catching the run out from Dante as well, who will continue to bring that aggression and the passivity once again for Lycus Empire. Paying dividends, being able to just kind of wait for Cruelty to come to them, much like they did on the defensive side. It's working out well for another 2-man advantage, and the good news is here for Lycus Empire as well, the defense onto the objective as well hasn't really been integral to this. You've been picking off defenders away from the bomb site, away from the map, just going to afford you more map control to try and strangle down these last 3 defenders, work them in towards the objective, and set up a crossfire.
I don't know what's going on with Skyscraper right now, but these attacking teams, the early round, really going their way. Could blame the map, you could blame the playstyle a little bit of, at the very least, Dante there, who overstayed his welcome on that wide swing outside. See a bit of aggression again here from Lycus, and again, another wide swing from Matumbo, doing far too much and getting absolutely destroyed. Ronnie, he'll take care of Pyrox, and that one will close out with, well, really not a lot of trouble for Lycus. Maybe we're just seeing an attacker-sided Skyscraper right now. I think it's a little too early to make that decision. But yeah, it is a strange Skyscraper at the very least.
Well, we lost the backgrounds and the face cams, so that's sad. The good news is, though, like you say, Lycus Empire playing in a particularly attack-heavy, in terms of victory rates, Skyscraper at the moment, and they are now starting their attacking side with a victory, which is what you want to see. I do think, again, Cruelty, they are going to play this aggression if you can catch them off guard, if you can sit and wait like Aphex did outside the delivery double door, catching a run out from the bedroom-bathroom window. I mean, these are runouts that are on the opposite side of the map from the objective itself, and yet Aphex plays the patient game for 60 seconds, and 2 Cruelty defenders just kind of send themselves at Aphex, and he collects for his first 2 picks of the map, brings them back within a round, and this is kind of what you want to see from Lycus Empire, playing their play style pretty well right now in terms of being able to be a little more passive and letting Cruelty come to them. Aphex has certainly shown, at least in that round, that they're ready and willing to take the fights against Cruelty. If Cruelty are going to continue to keep their foot pressed against the gas pedal, this is suddenly becoming a worrying sign for Cruelty as well. Maybe not playing as if the stakes are as high as they nearly could be. You lose a round here to Lycus Empire, and all of a sudden it's 4-4. And you're looking down the barrel of maybe losing a point or 2 later on in this match.
Love to see those operators on the attacking team, but there we go. Oh, one of these days. Some issues on the bottom half of your screen. Don't worry, we see that too. A feed we are receiving from the studio in Mexico from these LATAM teams. couple of issues here. But as we see the first 60 seconds of this round conclude and see the fact that all these Cruelty defenders remain alive, never mind. I was going to say a notable improvement here. Instead, though, it is, oh man, we're losing it. Instead, it is Dante who goes down first. We'll just step aside as that round continues as we try to get the feed remedied there. But nonetheless, a good start once again for Lycus, and it continues this kind of odd pattern we're seeing now on Skyscraper Flynn, where I don't know if it's the attacking teams just doing the exact perfect thing at the exact right time, or it's the defense maybe just overextending themselves a bit. But we're seeing a lot of early success from these attacks. We saw it from Cruelty first and now Lycus again. And if they're able to keep doing that, then we very well could see this one tied up.
Definitely. I think right now, Cruelty, they have the 2-man advantage. They were on the attacking side in the first half. Might be kind of feeling themselves and saying, okay, let's kind of stretch our legs a little bit and have some fun. I imagine as we continue to see opening picks pile up against Cruelty for their antics in the early portions of the round, they may dial things in a little bit, because while we didn't see the opening kill in that round, again, losing a defender when you're defending Office Exhibition on the opposite side of the map in the first 45 seconds, not the ideal situation you want to be in if you're Cruelty on the defense. So I think right now for Lycus Empire, they're going to take anything that Cruelty are going to give them for free like that, jump outside a window and turning around while detected, and just kind of standing in the middle of a door frame trying to take a 1v1. You know, Lycus Empire, they have shown that they will shoot back and they will chew you apart if you give them the opportunity. So for Cruelty later on, we'll see what happens in round number 8 here as we lost our feed. I'm interested to see how the round transpires, because we did see quite a few opening picks early on for Cruelty that didn't necessarily transpire into round victories because of Lycus's ability to play stable and secure on the bomb site itself. You could see a mirrored image there from Cruelty, even though they dropped the first pick. If you kind of just bunker down a little bit more and play the objective advantage that you have in terms of Skyscraper's defensive favor, then you could still walk away with some good crossfires and a round victory to get yourself 2 rounds away from walking out of here with a full 3 points. If not, like I said, you don't want to be dropping points. We expect Cruelty, again, as the reigning LATAM champions, to be in a playoff position, but they do have a tendency every now and again to go off script and start taking liberties with their advantage, and it does cost them a few rounds every now and again.
I do think that Cruelty, we're seeing a strong team, but it feels like a team that is still yet to truly tap into their potential, right? What they're really, truly capable of. I mean, this is the team that won the first stage, that went to the major. The only difference is that in addition to Ivan, Mutombo, and Pyrox, you had Rovi and Toski. Now, that was a strong team. But when you look at the changes they made, when you look at they bring in Dante, they bring in Fatal, at least half of that equation is a straight upgrade. You're bringing in the Dante, who was a menace in stage 1. I know he's not playing that same role, taking a slight step back, but you're seeing on paper a straight buff. Now, Fatal didn't have the best stage 1, but he is a rock solid support. He's somebody that is going to be consistent, reliable, stable, if you will. Someone that you really want to have in those clutch positions, but also just need as a resource for this team. Now, that doesn't always mean it's all going to be clicking and all going to be sunshine and rainbows, but I just expected this team to be a little bit stronger right out of the gate. We are seeing a couple of these issues. Now, they did take that last round off stream. They took that 4th one, rather that 2nd round there on defense, taking it to 5-3. But we just, I don't know, I just expected to see a little bit more. And maybe it's something that will take shape over the course of the stage. Hard to really know, Flynn, but what we can say is that they do hold the lead right now, and that it is up to Lycus Empire to make this comeback, regardless of how perfect or not perfect Cruelty are playing.
Definitely, and you can see a little bit of a swap up here in terms of mentality. We didn't see how the last round ended, but we did see how it started, which was Cruelty surrendering the opening pick again on the defensive side. I imagine, again, they played a little more close to the chest on the objective, played their crossfires, and came away with the victory, which is an inherent advantage on Skyscraper. See, this time around, with Ivan picking up the second kill of the round to give them the two-man advantage, the utility is being brought. The Azami, the Capcan, the Thorn, the Legion, and utilize a lot of utility that maybe can facilitate if we go for some swings, like we have in the early portions of this round, and it doesn't go our way. Maybe there's some utility later on in the round that can have some effect. We go 1 for 1 as Aphex gets one from the karaoke window, but now it is just Ronnie left alone outside. The Geisha Repel being shot through the breach that his team had fashioned onto the single wall inside of Geisha. The diffuser is surrendered, but Ronnie, everyone from Cruelty will continue to swing. Fatal will lose his life for it, and now it's again a 1v2, and there goes another Nitro Cell. So none Nitro Cells remaining for Cruelty. The Repel in for the diffuser will be a precarious situation, and there goes Pyrox, sending us off to match point with a vault out the Geisha window.
I was thinking, all right, guys, let's rein it in here. Don't want to give this one away, but they made it happen either way. 2v1. You're not going to at least lose too much in a situation like that when he still has to swing in, go through the repel animation, and, well, he's just one man. He can only cover one angle at a time. Easy win formula there, just swing the angle he wasn't covering. That one, though, again, it was a much smoother start for Cruelty and was the first time we really saw this defensive team get out to a strong start. And once they did that, they really never looked back. I mean, it didn't take them very long. There was still a minute left on the clock when Ronnie found himself in this very vulnerable position that he eventually died in. There wasn't much Lycus could do after Cruelty just put the hurt on them so early in that round. So they move on to match point now, 6-3, looking to match the same score line, the same margin of victory they had in that very first game on day one. Doing it again here against Lycus, of course, just like they did against TSG. Wouldn't mean too much for their overall fitting in the standings right now. They would have taken down the two teams coming in out of the qualifiers, not having played any of the other invited teams yet, but it would still be a nice way to start the stage, the full 6 points under your belt. We'll see if Lycus can make this comeback, though. 3 rounds away. 3 rounds is what they will need if they want to take this to overtime.
Yeah, for Lycus Empire, this is about stacking one round after another, and again, trying to catch Cruelty off guard. It wasn't really a change in play style for Cruelty. The swings were still there very early on in the rounds, just the result that went the opposite direction. I think for Lycus Empire here as well, picking up another attacking round could put a little pressure onto Cruelty, make them make a mistake. This is their tertiary bomb site as well, so it won't be the most stable of setups on Kitchen and Barbecue. Ivan having a lot of bullets ringing through towards his backside, through the soft wall behind him from the exhibition window, but this is the key difference for Cruelty. Ivan's got a friend, and now we're going to go flying out the terrace double window. Fatal will get the opener on to Owen. So there goes your hard breacher as well. The ace removed from play. That's, again, the ambitious swings from Cruelty. They are hitting their mark this time around. And now it's Lycus Empire that need to battle back, not only out of a round disadvantage, but a man disadvantage.
Cruelty, it seems that they're learning from their success on those final few attacking rounds, trying to just keep that momentum up. Start with that kill, and then continue to pressure Lycus even when they are in that uncomfortable spot, right? You see Pyrox still a forward position. You see Ivan. You see Matumbo stepping up, a synchronized swing, and they each claim a kill. There's another one for Matumbo, a double kill for him, and this one is just about wrapped up, unfixed. Good night. Ivan tucks him into bed. 7-3. Cruelty, still full 6 points taken through their first 2 games.
And it's an unfortunate similarity to Playday number 1 for Lycus Empire, where the first half, they're trading rounds, they're looking good and competitive, and then as the match continues on, we kind of lose a little bit of steam, lose a little bit of our edge, and our opponent runs away with it. So it's a tough one there for Lycus Empire, but again, I still like what I'm seeing in terms of this roster, in terms of improvements from stage number 1. Again, the bar was very low for improvement, but still, the improvements are there. They're looking good. We'll bring Core back in to wrap up this game number 2 from the LATAM North games. Cruelty, still looking pretty good.
Yeah, they are. I mean, let's be honest. It was probably always going to be the result that we were expecting there between these two squads, right? Lycus Empire still got a lot of growing to do. You know, they're newer, at least as an org, if not as a team. But Team Cruelty, I mean, Jonah, it was a pretty solid display from them overall. You got a good illustration, at least, of kind of every player on that team's capability to step up at any given time.
Right. I wouldn't describe it as dominant, but it was convincing, right? A difference there between the two, but still a significant margin of victory. They did not have much of an issue once they found their groove. Now, did it take them longer to find their groove than we thought? I'd argue yes. I'd argue it did. First few rounds, it was Lycus who had the lead. Cruelty just could not get things going on that first half. But once they kind of found that stride and really did kind of settle in, they never looked back. And again, we mentioned it after those first couple of rounds. Those first 2 rounds that slipped away, frankly, should have been Cruelty rounds the way they were going, the way that each round was trending. This one could have been a lot more one-sided had those just tiny little things gone Cruelty's way in the start.
And I mean, it's a rocky debut, I think, from Lycus Empire here, Flynn. What's something perhaps that they could improve on a little bit that might lend them in, or put them in better stead, I guess, against future opponents?
I feel like a broken record on it, but again, it's Aphex on an island, man. It's just playing off each other, you know? They did it really well when they peeled back towards the bomb site. When they were put with their back against the wall, they seemed to play off each other pretty well, communicate pretty well, and coordinate. It's Aphex on the roam. I don't know if that's just his preferred play style. Again, the way I was taught Siege and the way I play Siege coming up, I don't agree with someone just trying to take a 1vx on their own, but maybe that's just the way that Lycus Empire want to play the game. I would like to see some more teamwork on the roam to be able to, you know, control the map a little bit more, not surrender so many opening deaths and try to kill more clock. Because we saw when Cruelty had their back against the wall when it came to the clock, there were some problems, and they made some mistakes on their executes that Lycus Empire were able to take advantage of. So pressing that advantage a little bit further for Lycus Empire in the future is something I'd like to see out of them.
And I'll keep it brief, but I think, Flynn, you touched on the thing that kind of, I think, upset me, surprised me the most about Lycus. I would have liked to see one major change, and it was after the Aphex on an island thing didn't work 1, 2, 3 times in a row. You're telling me that you're still gonna do that the 4th and 5th rounds? I don't mind that strategy at the onset, but after it doesn't work 4 times in a row, there is no excuse to continue to do that thing. I would have liked to see them change it after 2 rounds. They changed it after 4.5, right? Needed to see that change happen a little bit sooner. That's really it.
As the old saying goes, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 4 times, shame on me. I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, a little too much trial and error right there. And ultimately, Team Cruelty will take away the win. We've got one more match left here in LATAM North. It'll be right after this. Hello viewers and welcome back here to our last match of LATAM North Play Day 2. I'm Corbeck, joining me here are Flynn and Jonah as we get ready to see the much vaunted 6 Karma take on True Synergy Gaming, a newcomer here in Stage 2 of LATAM North, and one that I think has a little bit of potential. But let's start with the big dog in this matchup. It is 6 Karma, and Jonah, they were a little banged up versus Revan on Monday, but I mean, they're still the real deal, right?
Oh, they certainly are, and I think they proved that in the comeback they made on their way to the eventual overtime win. It was looking rough. They were looking like they were going to lose that game 7-3. Instead, they won that game 8-7. Yes, a little rough around the edges, but that kind of comeback just lights a fire underneath the team to push them forward. I think today we're going to see a much more refined, much more energetic 6K.
Well, that may be bad news for their opponents here, True Synergy Gaming, but if I'm honest with you, Flynn, I like TSG. I think there's some fire built into this roster, some interesting names there as well.
Yeah, listen, it was an interesting debut. We got a lot of unknowns going on here with TSG. We've got some old faces coming back into the mix. We've got some people we saw in Stage 1 this year and Stage 2 last year making their return. We've got some people making their debuts. I mean, this is kind of a hodgepodge roster that showed a lot of promise on Monday, I thought. I think this team can be someone to be fighting, much like we saw out of NXT last stage, where it was a qualifier team that we didn't know a whole lot about coming in, and yet from day one, it was evident that they were going to be a challenge. They were going to be someone that opponents had to respect and had to take seriously on game day. I think the same can be said for TSG, another qualifier team coming in that's looking to make their mark and try and fight for that 4 seed to try and get into those playoffs.
As a team, TSG may not have made their mark on day 1, losing that first game against Cruelty, but they had some moments where individually people were making their mark. We saw Caden putting on a heck of a performance. We saw Alan Durf, apparently the most famous player on this team, maybe a fan favorite, maybe a personal favorite of mine. We saw him continuing to make a name for himself. So we did see big moments. We did see big players stepping up. Just need to see them all stepping up as a team. That's really the ultimate ingredient to get them over the line and get them that first win.
Well, Alan Durf's appearance in LATAM probably long overdue, but we're right on time for our map veto, so we'll go ahead and see where these two teams will be meeting up. And, well, Clubhouse Bank already gone here. Lynn?
Hey, bud. Yeah, we're going to Consulate. It's TSG starting on the defense, and it's 6K banning away Cafe. Listen, Stage 1 was a while ago, and Game 1 of Stage 1 was a while ago, but you lose 7-0 on any map, you probably don't want to play it for a little while. So 6 Karma, they're not touching Cafe. We're going to Consulate, again, a defensive favorite map, much like we just saw from Skyscraper, where you kind of just have a built-in advantage on the defensive side. But as Consulate has made its way through the ranks and through the regions, we have seen that slowly start to open up. We actually saw a horrendously attacker-sided Consulate in one game in Stage 1 as well, from Cruelty specifically. So there are moments for this map to have its time in the sunshine when it comes to attacking favor. But I think for TSG, much like we just saw in the previous game, start on the defensive side, should be a little bit of a baked-in advantage. You can kind of settle into the game against a heavy hitter like 6 Karma.
And I like Consulate as just a map for teams who want to lean into the chaos. This is a map that ever since its rework, not too long ago, at least it doesn't feel like it, right? Now it is a lot more close quarters, a lot more explosive, a lot more shield play we see. It can get crazy when it gets down to it. And for a team like TSG, who showed us they have that individual power and they can really step up and make something happen, maybe that is the recipe for success for them. Maybe they do want to allow that descent into the madness to kind of surprise 6K a bit and take the win.
Well, a Lovecraftian approach to Siege right there, but to kind of follow on to that with you, Flynn, I mean, what is a good game plan for TSG to take on a powerhouse team like 6 Karma here?
Well, I mean, again, it's not leaving anyone isolated. I think the performance that we saw on Monday out of Kurtz leads me to believe that this guy can be the secret ingredient that felt like it was missing for Six Karma. If TSG are able to isolate him and kind of make him feel a little disconnected from the rest of the team, you could have a good time. Because for a lot of Stage 1, Six Karma was just 5 dudes, everyone's in the server, everyone has an equal level of performance, there wasn't really anyone leading the charge for Six Karma. Kurtz, it's one map against a good team, but it's one map. It does feel like he could be that guy for them.
It certainly does. Well, it's our last LATAM North match, but our first consulate here in Stage 2. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Corback. Our last LATAM North match just of the night. Fear not, people. We're coming back next week on Monday, but tonight, and for Play Day 2, Week 1, our final matchup that we will get to showcase Six Karma and True Synergy Gaming. TSG, an invited team with a long storied history under this banner, and a qualified team who had to grind their way here in the open quals, eventually earning a spot here, but now they have to prove that not only they can make it, but that they can hang with the big boys. And Six Karma, they are one of those big boys. We'll see it here on Consulate, what they can pull off as we see our final operator ban rolling around. We see that is Ying, Blitz, Kaid, and Tubarao, the final ban here of the 4.
Well, the attacker bans might go contrary to what we were expecting on the desk segment, which was chaos. Ying and Blitz, 2 operators that can sow a lot of discord on defensive sides. And Six Karma, immediately, this has been the trend for Stage 1, the offseason, and now coming into Stage 2. Somebody bans one shield, you just play the other one. Rayduct immediately hops onto the Montaigne. And it could spell for some more control, but also TSG, if I'm not mistaken, we're going split site off rip. We are indeed server tellers for TSG is the initial defensive setup. Not a bomb site you see every single day. You can play all 4 on this site, or on this map, as we've seen, as this map has made its return to the competitive rotation in its reworked form. But it's certainly not the primary that most people go to. We'll see what TSG has cooking up here for a split site to start. We still got Rayduct sticking onto the Montaigne for now. And I think for Six Karma, again, being able to remain stable like we saw and remain composed. There were some rounds against Revan on Monday that were shaky, and that's exactly what Revan wants to do, is make you feel like you're not on stable footing. But they were able to regroup, stay composed, and come back in that game from that 6-3 deficit, which was really impressive to see. And it was, again, Kurtz leading the charge a little bit in terms of the fragging ability and the initiator ability. I'm looking to see another big game out of Kurtz today.
He really was something special. Maybe the most memorable moment, I think, for me on day 1 was Kurtz absolutely destroying his own teammate with a nasty flick. Do I want to see more team kills? No. But do I want to see more electric Kurtz play? Yes. Yes, you bet I do. We're going to see here as Rayduct will make his early entry, and here an early plant attempt straight on into this top floor site. He is already in tellers, initially dissuaded, now back and successful. The Monty now alive for the post plant in this 4v5. A huge moment for 6K as they storm in and get the diffuser on the ground immediately. Now it is TSG who have to go for the retake. It's good coverage from Kurtz on the stairs. Rather, Skimzy and Kurtz combined for the first. Falls the second. Alan Durf is able to recover a bit here, but now he goes down as well. We see him at 1 HP. Rayduct gets Cuervo, a 2v2. Finally, Alan Durf finished, and Roy's no time to make this work. A great start for Six Karma as they push in and take a quick execute and a quick first round victory.
Yeah, a bit of an indication as to why we don't see split site as the primary. It just takes a lot of coordination to play some intel operators and play vertically, and that can be a tough one to settle in with. I'm glad that Alan Durf was able to get the opening kill, but he was the pulse, and he wasn't in a position, even though there were EMPs coming out in the middle of tellers, which was a really smart decision by Six Karma to employ the EMPs, try and disable anyone from using that verticality with the nitro cells. The Pulse wasn't in a position to be able to tell any of his teammates that there were people walking into the bomb site and getting set up. And then there were no nitro cells at the availability for the defense, no intel because of the EMPs, and while it wasn't opening pick acquired for TSG and Allendorf specifically, they did sacrifice the round for it. And getting a plant down in the first 45 seconds is a very good way to take control of a map and take control of a match for 6 Karma. We're going to see an immediate change back to the top floor, CEO and meeting to try and hold things down for TSG on the defense. Expanding a little bit on the top floor, making sure we're covering our bases for admin takes. But we've also got the Clash coming out from Allendorf now, so less verticality and more horizontal play with the control from the Clash to try and smother anyone making their entry. Rayduct, we're 2 rounds in, but it doesn't look like he's going to be getting off the Montaigne anytime soon.
Well, if you think back to that 6 Karma Revan game just 2 days ago, this is how 6 Karma started the match. It was back-to-back aggressive rounds and back-to-back wins. See if they can replicate that here. Of course, it did take a swift turn after that. They then lost the next 4 rounds in a row. But once again, looking to start things off hot. And here in round 2, showing us the exact same thing. Amaru up into the fire, trying to take this control, and it works. Ends up falling Allendorf on the Clash. Skimzy and Swag, they both get 1. It's 2 for Skimzy. Eventually, the smoke will take care of 1, and the fire a second, but it won't matter because Kronk is now the last player standing. Skimzy and Swag, the first 2 who initiated those kills, now look to close out the round. Right now, Kronk choked off by the fire, choked off by Skimzy outside on the balcony, looking in from the scaffolding and closing it out with a nice kill. 2 in a round for 6K. Amazing start again.
Well, I said, looking at the operator bans, that maybe a Ying and a Blitz would be less of a chaotic game. I was wrong. I was wrong. We are getting fast and furious towards the bomb site. We got Kurtz flying in on the Omara that we're about to see on the replays here. He's taking so much damage, and I did feel bad for Kurtz, actually. You can see in this replay, everywhere he leaned, he did a lot of damage, but he didn't get credit for either of those kills.
He just got yoinked.
Yeah, his teammates yoinked all the kills at the end. It was a tough one there for Kurtz, who had to be the tip of the spear on the entry, but man, so much focus onto the bomb site and really everything taken care of for 6 Karma to get in immediately and hold off any rotations. Cause as much chaos and discord as possible for the TSG defense. Back-to-back rounds, back-to-back defenses. We've gotten the plants almost down in the second round. It would have gone down regardless, but this is a really good attacking setup for 6 Karma to press their foot against the gas pedal as hard as humanly possible. And it's going to force TSG to change the objective for a 3rd consecutive round without being victorious. We go downstairs to the basement once again, but the entirety of the basement now doing garage and cafeteria as the objective to hold. And we do have a little bit of verticality, which is what you're going to want to see at a TSG, employing the use of all 3 floors to try and make sure that these direct site hits, if they are going to come once again from 6 Karma, can be stopped from above.
Well, just based on this operator selection, doesn't look like that's the intent for 6 Karma. Nothing at least too immediate. The presence of the Ram is the clearest indication of that, because the one place that Ram is effective on this site is tearing up the entire ceiling of Garage. A vital position to maintain as an attacking team if you want to go into Garage and get the plant down there, but of course, that will take time. If you want to get into Piano and make that happen, you first need to force these defenders out, and in some cases, that means you have to go all the way upstairs to do it. Allendorf, interestingly enough, is the first player to fall. The Castle, who loses his life first. Kronk, he'll lose his life very quickly after, as 6 Karma. Sure, they're not going quick on a direct site hit, but in 60 seconds, just about, they are still able to make a ton of early progress getting the first 2 kills.
Yeah, obviously we are playing on the new patch that came out yesterday, and that means that the Nook change is in effect. Caden's going to wrap his way down the yellow stairs. He's going to catch Skimzy in waiting arms on the yellow stairs to at least bring 1 back into the favor of TSG. But now the Nook can spend so much time hidden from the cameras that you can sneak in, and it's afforded 6 Karma the ability again to to acquire opening kills and acquire map control. A lot of that top floor was surrendered early on. Caden, though, he was playing top floor. He made his way down the yellow stairs. He can go back up the yellow stairs. He's made it to the top of Spiral. The Nitro Cell comes out, and he's got Royce to help him, but Caden finishes off Swag with the Nitro Cell. So much focus, though, for TSG's defense is, again, clearing out the top control, that now we're going to see 6K once again go directly to the site and obliterate all the anchors.
Again, it is 6 Karma on a roll. Rayduct, a breath will take care of him, but he's still able to get this diffuser down. Caden tried it. 6 Karma did not let it happen. There's Kurtz on the coverage above. He gets an easy kill. 6 Karma get another round. It is 3 in a row.
I think that's a tough one there for TSG because it just felt like they were chasing the round. Yeah, they're going to call attack timeout here, and that's probably needed. It felt like they were just chasing ghosts throughout the entirety of Consulate that round. The initial entry upstairs for 6 Karma draws the attention for TSG. People start walking up staircases and taking aggressive fights towards the top floor. You've already lost 2 members, and clearing out the top floor control doesn't do a whole lot for you when you then leave 1 anchor alone against 3. I'm glad you were able to level up the man count upstairs, but that's 2 floors away from the objective itself. You leave Amira alone on his own. Okay, Alan Durf.
What is going on?
We got
Alan
some
Durf,
filters
my
tonight.
king! My king.
It's a tough one there for TSG, just kind of playing ring around the rosy with 6 Karma and not being eye on the actual target that 6K wanted to attack. So it's 3 attacks in a row for 6 Karma. We're back on Alan Durf to examine the filter that is being utilized. That is pretty creative. I'll give Alan that. But for now, he's going to need more than a third eye filter to get them back on track.
Maybe he's got to open that third eye. Start to, I don't know, see in another dimension here. Maybe, I don't know, see into the future. Try to figure out what it is that TSG needs to do to remedy this. Because it has indeed been a troubling start. We'll bring you the replays there a little later this time. We had to show you Alan Durf first, of course. But regardless of how it happens or how those adjustments are made, of what kind of all-seeing being Alan Durf has become, we need to see those changes for TSG ASAP. It needs to happen now. You're generally expected to come out of this map with 3 defensive wins on your first half, and right now they have none. Right now it is a 6 Karma map all day long. And if the operator selection we're seeing right now, the switch here for 6K, is any indication, they are going to get aggressive again. They're not afraid to do it. And if they see the opening, they will.
Yeah, I think the even more troublesome portion of this for TSG is that Kurtz has been playing in a more passive role. He's been playing a lot of Thatcher. He's been playing in the background as like a secondary support operator. Not this round. No, we don't want EMPs anymore. He's got an R4C with an ACOG in his hand on Ash. This could be a devastating round because we've seen what Kurtz can do on Monday against Revan on Bank. We've honestly seen what Kurtz can do with an L85 so far in this matchup on Consulate. And he's got an R4C, and I imagine he's going to have a lot of fun with it as everyone for 6K starts to amass themselves outside the yellow stairs, outside a CEO window, because that is where the bomb site is. And 6 Karma, barring maybe 60 seconds of the previous round, have not shown much inclination to go anywhere but where the objective is. And we got to worry about some Valkyrie cameras, got to worry about some utility that the defense have set up to try and stifle 6 Karma from walking into the bomb site for free. But again, we've got a Montaigne top of the yellow stairs. We're ready to go for 6 Karma to start pushing their way in through Connector and into CEO.
I mean, ready to go as always. It is Rayduct at the helm. This time, though, instead of jumping straight in the window, you see Swag heading to the roof. So you still have the Amaru, but you're going to see a less aggressive approach this time for 6K. Doesn't mean that's still not going to happen eventually, but for now, looking to get some information, looking to use Rayduct as that spear, as that tip of the spear, edge of the knife, early entry point, rather than someone like Swag to do all the heavy lifting. Now, Rayduct has to take a moment to back off, take the goo mine out of his foot, but still, is in a position to get this information and start the push for 6K. You do see the flashes coming in now, some resistance being applied by TSG, but is it enough? Seems like we're about to find out.
See the Grimbees tracking the Azami, but they keep a barricade, offering an island of solitude in the middle of console. The turning of the corner, though, and that'll be Kurtz at least getting it down. He'll be the opening death on the board, though. So that means that everyone for 6 Karma has to back off a little bit. There's still a lot of control being held around the periphery of the bomb site, and Kronk with a nice swing. He'll go for 2, and he'll stop the plant in its tracks. Alan Durf is bleeding out, but everyone else now, 4 TSG left standing, barring Caden as he gets caught on the yellow stairs, and this will be a 2v3 now to try and work out of, assuming that Alan Durf is irrecoverable inside of console. So it looks like he's made his way all the way in towards connector inside of meeting. There is an opportunity to go for a revive here. I just don't think anyone for TSG with the time remaining on the clock is going to take that risky endeavor. Falls now pushing his way into the bomb site, collects onto Cuervo, holding the diffuser is Kronk inside of the CEO window, and he gets his 3rd on the round. Roy's had his support, and that is TSG weathering the storm and winning their first defense.
Great performance there from Kronk to bring that one back when it looked rough for TSG. They did hold their own, though, for the most part, doing a good job of just stopping any sort of push that 6K wanted to get going. I mean, we saw this cat and mouse start from the very beginning of the round. 6 Karma, as usual, wasted no time to, at the very least, get some presence near the site. This time it was Rayduct on the Monty, the source of that pressure. But we then saw for the next 90 seconds how Rayduct and the teammates behind him were unable to advance. They were unable to actually take control of the site. A combination of well-placed goo mines, good Kiba barricades, just defenders holding angles and applying pressure. All of that combining to stop 6K in their tracks. Such a good job there for TSG to just slow 6 Karma down. They've been going so fast. They've been moving so aggressive. And that relaxing of the pace, getting them to breathe a little bit, gave TSG the room they needed to succeed.
Well, now for 6 Karma, it's a return to a clear of the map, as again, we're going to have some roaming coming out from TSG for a basement bomb site defense. I think right now for TSG, again, it's about holding your ground and not allowing someone to just walk up into the building and get that opening pick in the first 30 seconds. You can see Rayduct, though, is amassing himself over towards the Visa window, where we have the new access way to get down in towards server. Caden might be a thorn in the side of 6 Karma, though, and the Vigil could go for a jump or a peek outside of the admin windows. Right now for TSG, this is a good job of holding things down for the time being. A window gets punched and it will draw the attention of Alan Durf momentarily. But everyone for 6 Karma now, like you said, Jonah, getting slowed down a little bit, taking their time to assess the situation, and Falls having a little bit of difficulty getting the garage breach open, which becomes first priority as opposed to later on in the round for 6 Karma.
Keeping my eye on Kronk here. He was so pivotal in that last round. Seeing what he can do again. You see him right now working on some soft destruction above, giving himself a little more purchase up there, a little more something to work with. Smoke comes out. Caden needs to relocate. Needs to be careful. There is a grenade at his feet, but with a grenade of his own, he will open up the wall and allow himself to freely rotate. Cuervo, on the other hand, rotates right into Swag's crosshair. He goes down first. Caden, you see him scrambling for an opening to get this back. He wants to find that trade, but 6K, this patient advance, not allowing it right now. Minute 15, 6 Karma slowly building this pressure. It's not the pace we've become accustomed to seeing from them, but it is still good early progress. Everyone on TSG, it seems, in a mad scramble to find a kill. No one is sitting still.
Well, Alan Durf will hit a headshot. In exchange, though, he will be downed. That's Rayduct wandering down towards the bottom of the spiral stairs, not expecting Caden to be playing in a corner. And now another swing comes out from Roy's onto Kurtz, as Kronk was tagging in for support as well from inside of office. So many swings right now collapsing upon 6 Karma as they cannot make forward progress towards the objective. Alan Durf has been revived in this process as well, and he'll collect another kill onto Falls. Kronk cleans up onto Swag, and TSG, they put together 2 rounds in a row.
It seems that slowing down 6 Karma is not only a step towards a round win, but is literally the way to win a round. Just slow them down. Just do not allow them to rush you or be aggressive. That's 2 rounds in a row where TSG have tried whatever they could to control the pace. Yes, TSG at times have looked a little bit flustered, but it has worked. You see Caden there blindsiding Rayduct. You see everyone getting super active. Maybe too active, but super active in stopping that push. Just relocating, making sure 6 Karma could never feel safe as they tried to make that entry into the building. It's funny that this is what we're seeing from 6K because traditionally, a team with this level of experience is going to be a more disciplined team, is going to thrive when the other team just wants to play them straight up like Siege is typically played, a little bit slower. But right now it seems that 6K, they're winning rounds, they go fast. TSG, when 6 Karma goes slow, it is they who are winning the rounds. So far, it is that simple. And maybe that pattern will hold here for round 6, or maybe 6K will wake up and decide, you know what, let's just go fast again.
Well, I said off the jump that you can play all 4 bomb sites on this map, and it seems that True Synergy are going to put that to the test, playing all 4. We now head to Piano and Exposition to round out the first half. That'll be TSG's final defense, unless we go to overtime. You can see again, we've got Kurtz back on the Ash now. He played a more passive role to begin the game. He's gotten a little more aggressive, a little more active as things have progressed on here throughout the match. I think right now for 6 Karma, you really do want to get this 4th one. You want to kind of stem the momentum that TSG have been able to accumulate for themselves. But also, you get 3 attacks on Consulate, you're feeling pretty good. Like I said, Kurt's feeling active, picks up Alan Durr from the rotation with the assist from the drone in towards Tellers, heads back down the server stairs. He's going to await the flank from a TSG defender, trying again establish a 2-man advantage like we saw in the previous round. I think right now, for everyone on 6 Karma again, we are foregoing much top 4 control. We're going to get our picks where we can and go site direct as fast as possible, in through lobby, in through exposition, in through tellers, and it will be a slugfest on the main floor without too much battle over the top floor hold.
Well, 6K have clearly learned their lesson. They are speeding things up. But more importantly here is what we see in the next minute. Because the last round, they were still able to claim that first pick, but it did not matter at the end of the day because the mid-round was slow. That is what we're seeing now. If they can make some notable progress, meaningful progress in the next 30 seconds, 45 seconds and get a kill, it's probably going to be their round. But if they are once again being forced to relocate, reposition, and figure out what their strategy is going to be, I like TSG's chances even though they might be a man down right now. You see TSG getting active, staying on their feet, maintaining these roam positions. It might seem risky at this point in the game, but the past few rounds, it has worked for them.
I do like this setup, honestly, for TSG. We've got 3 Nitro cells on the board and the Maestro with the Alda doing some chip damage to Rayduct, which means we can play the intel from the Evil Eyes and we can play the Nitros to deny the plant. An attempted flank coming out here from Caden. There goes 1 Nitro cell onto the wrong man as the plant is being completed by Rayduct to the base of the yellow stairs. We got a shotgun against an SMG-12. The shotgun will win in the hands of Cuervo, but at least Swag will pull 1 back into the favor of 6 Karma. Rayduct gets off the plant after completing it and picks up Roy's. So now it is just Cuervo alone. 34 HP in a dream, launches out his Nitro cell that wasn't able to deny the plant, starts making his return to the bomb site, but now somebody has gone topside for 6K. Rayduck does it himself, though, after putting down the diffuser, gets 2 picks from inside the midst of the bomb site, and it is a 4-2 lead, stopping the run that TSG was on. 6 Karma now get to go to the defense up 2.
Well, that's exactly what they were looking for there. A nice recovery after the past 2 rounds that TSG were able to secure. A good combination there for 6K. A little bit of both, that speed, that aggressiveness, and a little bit more discipline in the mid-round. They did not let that slowing of the pace in the mid-round get to them. That was the biggest thing. They did not allow TSG to maintain those roams for free. They could have forced out those roamers and tried to kill them and force them back to the site. Instead, and we saw this at around 45 seconds left, they decided to just go for the diffuser, go for the site execute and get the diffuser on the ground. Historically, On this map, that's worked very well for 6 Karma, and it worked very well for them again. A nice blending of those two styles, and a good combination that gives them the round win. So as you said, Flynn, up by 2 right now as they transition over their defensive side. This is a very good place to be for them. I know that they're going to want to get active on the defense. You already see Rayduct maybe looking to get very active on the defense here on the main balcony. But what's very clear is that TSG, they do have their work cut out for them, and we're going to have to see how they want to make these attacks work right away.
Well, we were expecting some aggression from Rayduct there, but spawn peeking smoke with an SMG-11 out projector balcony is ambitious to say the least. Instead, it was Swag running out front door on the Melusi with an MP5. So having already placed your utility and having a gun that is much better positioned to take long-range engagements makes some sense. But it looks like he overstayed his welcome, and Swag will be the first casualty in the round. Good start here for TSG as we are amassing ourselves over towards admin and Visa. Gonna go for an admin take and clear across the top floor, but it looks like Skimzy is not gonna bail out of this position anytime soon. Setting himself up into the depths of admin and evading the frag grenade that comes soaring over his head. He's got a friend in Kurtz as well. The rappel comes in, and there goes your Montaigne Cuervo. Being the first entry into admin is also a choice for TSG in terms of leading the charge in towards admin. Everyone right now on the defensive side for 6 Karma is still feeling pretty comfortable in their positions.
You look at Skimzy just waiting for some kind of an opportunity here. Can probably hear TSG just dancing on the windows beside him. Kurtz just narrowly escaping, Kiba barrier up, and he will make the dash across the window to rejoin the team. Skimzy will do the same. Bold repositioning from both players, but they make it back to relative safety. Taking a step back and seeing what they can do to let TSG come to them. You're seeing some of these Vulcan canisters already popped. That time delay already a factor, but look at Skimzy. No protection from this desk at this point. Completely exposed, but giving him an angle to work with. Backing off, though. Waiting for that swing from Alan Durf. The back and forth continues as we hit that 45-second mark. 2 players now group up on the stairs, but it is Alan Durf indeed who wins the first fight. Skimzy still a factor, but he misses the first spray, wins the second onto Caden, and gets the heck out of Dodge. Narrowly, but still alive with 30 seconds to go.
See, this push is getting fragmented pretty heavily now. Alan Durf is trying to win his way through the top of Spiral. He's got to worry about the vending machine shield player as well. Another swing coming out from Rayduct to join Yazami as well. Kurtz with another one from behind his deployable shield that still has yet to be dealt with, and Rayduct and Kurtz, they're both spraying at him. It's Rayduct who gets credit for the final kill, as it is 6 Karma winning their defense topside on an attack that started to get picked apart one by one after getting the opening pick themselves.
Well, I said that TSG needed to showcase their attacking prowess early, but it was the early mistake in that round that gave them so much trouble. You lose Cuervo right off the bat. That is so tough because it's your Monty. You're really going to bring a shield like that, and you're going to formulate your attacking plan around him. When you lose that shield, when you lose the spearhead of that attack, you got to regroup on the fly. The man count may have been even, but the utility that was left on the board was certainly not. You're putting a lot of stake when you bring that shield, and to lose him so trivially to a drone mistake on an admin swing is a tough blow to take so early on in that round, and well, the impact of that reverberating through the rest of round 7, and hopefully TSG will not allow it to enter here to round 8, where we head back down to the basement, and 6 Karma, well, they look to get themselves onto match point as soon as they can.
Yeah, Garage Defense going to be the vehicle for attempting to get onto match point here for 6K. And there were some operator swaps coming out from TSG, most notably getting off of the Montaigne Cuervo onto the Ace. We got Kronk on Hibana, Roy's on Thermite. So we are definitely trying to open up as many angles and avenues in towards the objective as possible. This could also mean that we might be attempting to go long range against the mirror windows after opening up the garage panel, which is a good decision to make. The only problem with that is that we're going to have many swings towards these positions of power outside of garage. We're going to have a lot of defenders who are going to feel safe to bunker up a bit in positions to shoot off the Hibana pellets. So unless we're getting in with some top control as well, it could be problematic. You do have an Ash as a fallback, just in case you want to Ash away the mirror windows. You can see everyone 4-6 Karma right now spreading out on the top floor after the garage wall has been opened up. There's not really much concern here for 6 Karma's defense because they maintain so much control upstairs. They can still watch the bomb site from above even though the breach into the objective is open.
You see Caden jumping in. Forefront of this attack now. But coming at this minute 40 remaining mark, you know the TSG, they're really antsy for a kill here. They know they need something. But 6 Karma to this point have not even allowed them a thing. Finally, it is Swag who walks right into Caden, who is slowly working his way down the spiral stairs. That'll mark the opening kill for the round and the first one here for TSG. But here's a response. It's Skimzy who runs out the main door and says goodnight to Kronk. He'll make his escape, taking a little damage on the retreat, but he is alive and still a worry for TSG as they turn their attention towards the site. There's still the mirror windows to worry about. You still have these players sitting back, waiting for TSG to make their move. And with 50 seconds here, you see the utility starting to come out. You know it is inevitable. But the pressure from above, we're going to have to see TSG deal with this utility as soon as they can. Good use there of the breaching round to take care of the mirror window. That's certainly something. It's forcing this defense to relocate. Now they just have to push and actually get these kills.
Cade's going to descend the spiral stairs, but he's not aware of Skinsy's positioning. Double on the round for him. Falls tags in onto Roy's as well, which leaves Cuervo pushed in the back, in through the server stairs, and he loses a gunfight he really should have won. That's going to leave Alan Durf all alone against the world, and he will perish as well at the hands of the MK14. It is match point for 6 Karma.
Might just be curtains now. You don't really recover from that one. A full mag dump and a whiff from Cuervo. He gets turned on. He goes down. And now it is indeed match point for 6K. Sitting on 6-2 right now. It didn't really matter that TSG started off with the kill because they were unable to convert much of anything else. Caden, even in the same position, he was blindsided by a well-placed shot from Skimzy, and then the rest of the team, as they worked their way down, they could not find anything else. It was indeed the one kill that they were able to find the opening. And from that point on, 6 Karma dominated. 7 rounds. The target for 6K, and only 1 round away at this point as they hold a 4-round lead.
Well, I think if you're 6 Karma as well, you feel pretty good about starting on the attack, starting the first half 4-2. Then if you can get a clean sweep of defensive objectives, you walk out of here with a 7-2. Not only that, but you walk away without putting up too much defensive tape on console. It kind of leaves this map open in future map bans, just as an opportunity that, okay, they've seen 1 run on our bomb sites, but our book should be deeper than 1. So you're in a good spot here if you're 6 Karma walking away with a clean sweep, 7-2, in and out in a hurry. I think for TSG here is, again, a return to the Montaigne. I'm not really sure that getting map control was too much of the problem in the previous round. So then getting into the execute towards the bomb site itself. And maybe Cuervo on the Montaigne this time around can help with that as he's bashing open the front door. You have to be very worried about any of these 6 Karma defenders, though, picking a window or picking a door to get aggressive out of, and they've been catching some TSG attackers off guard with these off-cadence pushes and swings. And now for Rayduk inside of the bomb site, he's worried about CEO repels, but there's no CEO repel coming as of yet. We've vaulted down onto the yellow stairs, and everyone for TSG right now collapsing towards the top of CEO. We can see the amount of force that 6 Karma have positioned topside to reject any entry into the top floor. It's going to make life very difficult for TSG if it isn't Cuervo on the Montaigne being the tip of that push.
Yeah, 6K are just having none of it. They want to maintain this top floor control at all costs. Now, the risk you take on as a defensive team when you do that is now TSG, if they recognize this, could attempt to go a bit more direct towards the site. They could just ignore you and go for an aggressive attack. That is, however, almost equally risky for the attacking team. With all the pressure up top, it is so difficult to actually get a successful execute done. It'll start off with a kill from Rayduct. Again, 6 Karma performing well in these early fights. A good response, though, from Royce. Make it 2 responses for Royce. He immediately equalizes before Kurtz is able to take it back. It's a 3v3 here. TSG, they're putting up a fight, but look at where the final 3 defenders for 6K are positioned. All 3 on the top floor. All 3 attackers on the first floor. A very unusual split right now, but if TSG can get this diffuser down, it may not matter. Just barely, Cuervo is able to get it off, and now 6 Karma need to step up and get active.
And the timer counting away against 6K as they had the vert control, but they couldn't find an angle onto Cuervo's backside to dissuade him from planting. Now this is a moment where you need to start flooding into the bomb site. Drones getting taken away as we collapse from our top 4 positions, and everybody for 6 Karma working their way slowly towards the bomb site. We have spotted Cuervo in the middle of the bomb site. Bit of a crossfire established, but Roy's with the protection outside of the windows. Allen tags in for another, and it just falls alone now, having to deal with the Montaigne point-blank range. Cuervo, as he started it off with a plant, will finish it with a melee, and it is TSG winning their attack in towards the bomb site. That was going to be difficult to maintain control of with so much top control, but they managed to get away with it.
Great storyline here, at least within the round, because Flynn, we set that exact situation up perfectly earlier. We said the biggest risk you run putting that much presence up top is that the attacking team could just go direct. It's risky, but if they ignore you and get the diffuser down, it could get crazy, it could be bad, and guess what? That is exactly what happened. They just decided to ignore the top floor. All 3 defenders up there, all 3 attackers down below. That is an unusual situation. Typically, when we see defenders up top, you at least have 1, if not 2 defenders still on the site down below, at least some presence there. The fact that there was none is what opened the door for TSG. Because if one player could not find the angle up top in the brief few seconds you have while someone is typing away at that diffuser, if you can't land the shot there, there is no one downstairs to act on that information. You cannot relay the call to anybody else because your other 2 teammates are upstairs side by side with you. Unable to stop the diffuser, True Synergy able to get away with one. But I think that sums it up nicely. They got away with one. They snatched that one right out of 6 Karma's grasp. And they still have to do that 3 more times if they want a chance to go to OT.
That is the difficulty here for TSG, is just being able to continue to stack rounds against a team that has been more than up to the task in terms of slowing you down and playing within your tempo and taking a lot of gunfights that have gone 6K's way so far. I think right now for TSG, we're trying to pick our way through some utility. Again, we've got the Montaigne coming out. It sounded like an exothermic went out onto the projector balcony as well. So, again, maybe an admin focus coming out from True Synergy, but we do have Yellow Stairs presence. A frag grenade comes flying from the skylight. Sounds like a drone will now come out onto the top of the Yellow Stairs. We've also been piecing apart some of the utility by CEO. I do like this for True Synergy, being able to keep their options open. Caden's going to vault in through the Yellow Skylight and kind of set up a beachhead here on Yellow Stairs, meaning that for True Synergy, they did start with their attention more towards admin, but they have the opportunity to rotate around towards a CEO take now. They've dealt with so much of the utility inside of CEO itself and established a little bit of control towards Yellow and down below.
Nice job for them there to get this one started. No early action just yet, though. You see the Kiba barricades here, Kiba barriers, just a nice delay factor. Falls now finds himself in a bit of a mess. Monty in front of him, and, well, there he goes. It's Cuervo who gets the first. Caden, who responds immediately with another. But look at 6K fighting back with a vengeance. 3 kills in response for them. The Monty charges in to get the kill too. A 2v2 now. Diffuser going down. 6K not in a position to stop it. Now it's a 2v2 post plant. A Monty still alive, but he is low HP. Another impact remains, but it's not going to do the job. It's going to have to be Swag the old-fashioned way, with some bullets and, well, some prayers. They'll both charge him. They've got the opening and they've got the kill. Kronk is downed, the round over. It is Rayduct who claims the kill, and it is 6K who takes the map, 7-3.
Final kill on the map being barbed wire. That is also a new one for me. I don't think I've ever seen barbed wire be the clinching method of death. But nonetheless, it is 6 Karma. Yeah, wrapping it up 7-3. Good post-plant reaction there. It's kind of a melee. It was a chaotic fray in towards CEO, but it was a good response. We'll bring Core back in to wrap up our last game of the evening in LATAM. 6 Karma, it's a good week number 1 for them.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely a good week number 1 for 6 Karma. I mean, what we expected. A bit of probably a disappointing week 1 here for TSG, but in all fairness to them, they did hit arguably the 2 strongest teams in LATAM.
Brutal schedule.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a brutal schedule to start it off. I was actually more impressed with them, Jonah, than, I thought I would be in some of the situations that they did fight back relatively well against 6 Karma's just kind of unrelenting aggression.
Yeah, I mean, there was only so much you could do when 6 Karma are playing like that. I think it was a really good 6K we saw today. Just really top form. All right, across the board, right? We saw a hiccup, maybe 1 or 2. Really, it was clean. And I think the cleanest performance that we've seen from any team so far, just not necessarily the most dominant of all time, but 7-3, fantastic margin of victory, and it just looked buttoned up. It looked a little tidier than we've seen from Cruelty or from Cintra Negra. We've just seen a little more from them so far. I liked it. I really did. TSG, they put up a fight, and I agree with you that they had their moments, but 6K were just looking good. They were the better team tonight.
Yeah, especially looking at those early rounds from 6K, the first 3 or 4 attacking. I mean, just absolute blitzes and nothing TSG could do. I mean, looking at how 6K played in these first 2 games, you said it was a good week here. I mean, Flynn, are they the team to beat now in LATAM North?
Well, I mean, there's still the 3-headed monster of 6 Karma, Revan, and Cruelty. We know that they're going to be playoff teams. Again, I think right now, so many changes for all 3 rosters that it's kind of anyone's race right now. And we're going to have to see how the teams develop over time. 6 Karma came out of the gate a little bit cold in stage number 1. And they got better as time went on, but they never really looked like they were going to be the pinnacle of LATAM North. Cruelty as well. They had a more understated start to the stage, but they picked up over the course of the stage as well. It was Revan that we were looking at as the number 1, and things changed over the course of the stage. So there's going to be time for all these teams to kind of figure themselves out. I think based off of 1 week of performance, though, you've got to be tipping your cap to 6 Karma. The comeback against Revan, a dominant victory today on console against TSG. You're feeling pretty good about your performance to start the stage.
I know they're definitely looking good, and you can't blame them if they were riding a little bit of a high here. But let's see the schedule from the day, get an idea of how all our matches ended up here. I mean, I don't think there's anything particularly shocking in these results here today, John.
Honestly, Korbeck, the most surprising thing to me is that there weren't surprises, if that makes any sense. Like, the one thing that's been so consistent in LATAM for, 2 years now at least, has been the inconsistency, has been that every stage it feels like one day is one thing, the next day is a completely different story. Today, it was kind of chalk. It was on paper what you would expect. It was Revan over CNE. That one is the only one here, at least in the north, that could have kind of gone either way. But then Cruelty and 6K do what we expected them to do. Sure, they had moments where their opponents did have some good performances, but other than that, like I said, a little surprised that there was nothing that made me go, what the heck is going on? It was a standard day with the teams that were better taking those wins.
Well, there are plenty of play days left. And as Flynn was saying, it's early in the season. I mean, our standings obviously going to fluctuate a lot here, Flynn, but Team Cruelty taking their spot at the top, that feels like a pretty natural place for them to be.
Definitely. I mean, the reigning champions of Stage 1, the attendees, at the very least, of the Manchester Major, we're going to be looking to see Cruelty. But we touched on it during their game as well. I mean, their schedule draw for week number 1, it was 2 qualifier teams, who they did take care of, don't get me wrong. But the other 2 teams in Revan and 6K have had to play tougher opponents in their first week, so we've seen them put to more of a test. I think Cruelty right now, they did the bare minimum, which was get all points available to them against the bottom 2 seeds in LATAM North, and we'll see next week what Cruelty is really made out of, because that schedule is going to get tougher now that they've got those first 2 qualifier teams out of the way.
And I don't know if this is a hot take or not, but looking at this and based on the performances we've seen from these teams, taking maybe a little strength of schedule into account, 6 Karma, to me, are looking like the top team in the North right now. Now, the standings may not indicate that, but that's just a vibes call, just a bone call.
Sure.
Just what we're feeling. Not on the top of the standings. They did lose that 1 point to Revan, not getting the full 3 by going to OT, but and yes, they were close to losing that game, but today's performance, man, I liked it. I did.
Yeah, honestly, like I said, if they could just bottle the first 4 rounds on the attack and just unleash that every single match they play, I don't think there's any team that could possibly stand against it. I just don't see even Team Cruelty holding on to it. But, you know, every day is a new day, and it is only 2 days, so... you know, we can make vibe-based predictions, though. I'm all here for it. And speaking of vibes, let's get a vibe check on our Monday matches here. You know, specifically looking up in LATAM North, Flynn, what's jumping out for you?
I mean, it's got to be Cruelty Revan. That is the game. We got the qualifier teams playing each other, and then CNE playing against 6 Karma. But Cruelty Revan, sandwiched in the middle, match number 5. That's definitely got to be the game of Monday in the North for sure. And I think, you know, we've maybe been leaning a little 6K sided, but depending on how that game goes, maybe our vibe check will be slightly different at the conclusion of that game.
Yeah, I think that's exactly where I was headed next, Flynn. I think that 6th game, even though, yes, I said 6 Karma are looking like the best team right now, it has been 2 days. We've seen 2 best of 1s each. That's the kind of game it just feels like could be a bit of a surprise. Like, if there's any game I'd pick to be the quote-unquote upset game, it would be that one. All day long, I agree. Cruelty Revan, gonna be a banger. You've got 2 teams that are strong but have had their hiccups. Good proving ground for both of them, but my eye is on Cintra in that final match. See if they can take it to 6K. That could be a fun one.
Definitely. Well, it's a new stage, a new season, plenty more Rainbow Six Siege action coming your way, but it's going to be a wrap here for LATAM today. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Of course, a big thank you to our casters, Gibson, Whippet, Jonah Flynn, our producer, of course, Crater, and the Latin American language team. Thank you so much for letting us use your feed so we can get all these games to you guys on the English broadcast. And of course, from all of us here at the broadcast team, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you on Monday.